Douluo, starting from the spirit of time worm, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 WHATN-039. S wrong with that. Behind Douluo, followed by the golden crocodile, Blue Luan, and Lion Point. Seeing them, Yan Jin and Jiangmo showed a hint of joy on their faces, and their hearts were relieved. Great. Worshipper, Douluo nodded to them, and then turned his attention to Bibidong again. Bibidong looked ugly and retorted, "I'm doing this for Wuhan City. This is the trouble caused by that bastard Amon. It should not be borne by our Wuhan Hall and the thousands of soul masters in this Wuhan City." Douluo responded calmly, "Yes, this is Wuhan City. We are Wuhan Hall. So, you should not compromise and bow to soul beasts. You can send people to hunt him down because of your personal grudge with Amon, or suppress him because of his talent and the threat he may bring, but you must never blame him for hunting soul beasts. No matter what the situation is, it is not wrong for soul masters to hunt soul beasts. They do not need to bear the blame for it, and they cannot give in to soul beasts. Bibidong, you have to remember that the original intention of the establishment of the Spirit Hall has never been to rule and conquer, but to inherit and protect. When did soul masters hunting soul beasts become a crime? When did our Spirit Hall need to bow to soul beasts? If hunting soul beasts becomes a crime, then do soul masters still have a future? If we need to bow to soul beasts, then is there any hope for mankind? We humans have never occupied a place in this world by charity and pity, but by countless soul masters who relied on their own martial arts. We in the Spirit Hall defend the interests of soul masters and protect the inheritance of mankind. What does the fate of soul beasts have to do with us? What does the anger of soul beasts have to do with us? Even if a beast tide is launched, what does it matter? Are your martial arts and your soul skills only used to deal with people? If you want to fight, then fight. Douluo said the last sentence while looking at Yan Point. There was a golden flame burning in his eyes, and behind him, the shadow of an angel appeared, shining brightly. The light that shone from Douluo dispelled the darkness covering the sky above Wuhan City. The dark clouds dissipated, the sun shone down, and the world suddenly became bright. Yan Jin and Jiangmo smiled. Their dusty original intentions shone again, and their pride was regained. Douluo had not changed, and he was still the one who made them respect and admire him from the bottom of their hearts. The great worshipper who follows from the heart. Walter stared at the tall old man in the air, stopped his steps, and walked towards the arrogant black dragon. This is the Spirit Hall. When he first joined, this is the Spirit Hall he is willing to be loyal to. This is the holy land of spirit masters, the Spirit Hall that countless people admire and believe in. Lengji's heart began to beat, and the blood in his veins, that had been cold for a long time, began to boil. He had been passionate, had been looking forward to it, and had faith and pride in the profession of Spirit Master. Guangling smiled brightly. As long as Douluo was there and followed him, there was nothing to be afraid of. When he looked at Yan again, the fear in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by a surging fighting spirit. Douluo's voice spread throughout the Wuhan City. His tall figure blocked the pressure of the black dragon. The brilliant light aroused the soul masters' faith in the angel god. The soul masters in the city were no longer panicked or afraid. What about the black dragon? What about the king of soul beasts? They stared at the tall old man with eyes full of respect and admiration. Amon looked at Douluo, pinched his monocle, the teasing on his face disappeared, and he remained silent. Bibidong was absent-minded for a while, then gnashed her teeth and looked at Douluo, her face gloomy. Guan and Gui Mei looked at each other, looked at Douluo, and then looked at Bibidong with hesitation. Yan's dragon face became more and more ferocious, looking at Douluo coldly, with endless anger and murderous intent in his tone. Soul masters are not wrong to hunt soul beasts at any time. But, since it's not wrong, then all of you should go to hell with that bastard who is not wrong. Although the darkness above Wuhan City was dispelled by Daoliu's light, outside Wuhan City, it was still covered with dark clouds and darkness. Deshan flew into the sky, and his huge dragon body appeared and disappeared in the clouds. The rolling dark clouds and the surging darkness were brewing an extremely terrifying aura. Daoliu's face was solemn. Even if he was a level 99 extreme Douluo, a person standing at the top of the Soul Master, he still did not dare to be careless in the face of the terrifying Soul Beast King. The shadow of the angel behind him suddenly shrank, condensed, and merged with him. Daoliu's aura, it suddenly grew a bit longer, and 3 pairs of white wings emitting golden light grew out from its back. A huge sphere suddenly appeared in the clouds. In the sky, it was a beating black flame, a burning darkness, and the breath from the Soul Beast King, mixed with his grief and anger. The black sphere, with a diameter of tens of meters, contained a terrifying power that would scare anyone. A golden barrier enveloped the entire Wuhan City. The golden light was bright but not dazzling, making people feel warm and at ease. Heaven, Guardian. The calm voice echoed over Wuhan City. The next second, the black flame collided with the light shield. The powerful soul power was agitated, and the air was repelled and turned into a strong wind that swept in all directions. On one side was endless darkness, and on the other side was extremely bright light. Outside Wuhan City, the trees were uprooted by the strong wind, and a layer of grass was scraped off, mud was splashed, and dust was flying. Even the huge rocks that originally stood in the wilderness rolled away into the distance. The black flames dissipated, and the golden barrier was also covered with cracks, shattered, and turned into stardust. A huge black dragon swooped down from the clouds, and the old man with 6 wings on his back soared into the sky. The long sword, condensed by the glow, collided with the huge claws. In this contest between the two disproportionate sizes, the two sides seemed to be evenly matched. The black dragon retreated a body, and Daoliu flew far away, but in terms of distance, it seemed that the distance was not much different from that of the black dragon. Humans, you all will be buried with the auspicious beast. Deshan roared and rushed again. The huge dragon body twisted and twisted in the air, cutting through the air and making a bang. Wuhan City, soul beasts are not allowed to be presumptuous. Daoliu's eyes were calm, and he did not dodge or avoid, and fought with the black dragon. They rushed into the clouds, and the dark light and bright golden light in the dark clouds kept flashing, and the collisions brought thunderous noises. In an instant, they collided dozens of times, and traveled dozens of miles. The space blockade around Wuhan City has been lifted, and the battle has become more intense. Deshan has no time to take care of other things. He has to mobilize all his strength to deal with the powerful enemy in front of him. If Amon wanted to leave, he could leave now, but he didn't do that. In Wuhan City, there is still Daoliu who can contain Deshan. It may be more dangerous to move rashly. Another collision. Daoliu flew back and hit the city wall, knocking a big hole in the wall. Great worshipper, Walter shouted worriedly. Daoliu spit out blood, got up from the rubble, and rose to the sky again. Deshan was also injured, with a long wound on his neck, and hot dragon blood kept dripping. There was a solemnity in the golden dragon's eyes. He never thought that there would be such a strong man in this city. He took a deep breath, and activated the dragon god claw. The dark light flashed on the dragon claw, and a little bit of golden light lit up, dyeing the entire dragon claw with gold. Daoliu did not dare to be careless, and took out a long sword with a physical body. Angel holy sword. As the guardian of the angel god's inheritance, he can draw the angel's divine power and use the angel god's weapons to a limited extent. The shadow of the angel appeared behind him again. This time the shadow was so huge that its wings could almost cover Wuhan City. An equally huge shadow appeared behind Deshan. It was of vicissitudes, ancient, and majestic dragon. Before the attack was launched, the two terrifying pressures had already collided. The dragon claws swung out, and the long sword danced. Darkness and light collided again. At this moment, the world seemed to have lost its sound and color. Only the boundless darkness and infinite brilliance flickered, and rhythmically. After a long time, a deafening explosion sounded. This time the impact was far greater than the previous collision. A wall of Wuhan City was shaken down, and the strong wind blew the bricks and rubble, rushing through the streets of Wuhan City like a torrent, submerging houses one by one. Deshan's breath weakened, and there were many holes on his dragon wings. His body was covered with burns, and golden flames were burning on some scales. The darkness rolled up and engulfed the flames. He adjusted his posture and stared at Wuhan City. Kyan Daoliu crawled out of the ruins. He was covered in blood and his clothes were tattered. But no one dared to underestimate this extremely embarrassed old man. The collision just now completely overturned everyone's understanding of soul masters, that the power that humans can have. Although one side of the wall of Wuhan City collapsed, no one cared about it at this moment. Countless soul masters looked at the old man who confronted the black dragon again, and their eyes were full of fanaticism. That is the pinnacle of soul masters, the goal of their struggle and hard work, and a beacon on the vast road ahead, the power of God. Dishan's tone was low, with a bit of gnashing of teeth. He hesitated, and did not attack again for a long time. What was that move just now called? Kyan Daoliu's eyes were solemn. He was sure that Dishan did not use divine power, but relied on his own strength to compete with himself, who was using the divine power of the angel and the angel's holy sword, dragon, God Claw. Dishan also gave due respect to this powerful old man, and responded. The current situation is very unfavorable to him. Kyan Daoliu alone is enough to hold him back, and the super Douluo such as Jinyu has not yet made a move. Although he and Kyan Daoliu are powerful, their battle is not so strong that others cannot intervene at all. Once these humans join forces, he will have no choice but to retreat. Shan. A huge swan with emerald green feathers and a holy aura flew from a distance. Along with it, there are dark purple dragons, strong giant bears, and strange looking old trees with dense roots. The hesitation on Dishan's face disappeared. He spread his wings again, hovered in the air, and looked down at Kyan Daoliu with a deafening roar. Chapter 177 Destiny Trojan Horse. In Lei Yin's soulbone space, boundless thunder illuminated the darkness, and a silvery white current with a hint of blue continued to swim around, like a dancing dragon or snake. In this void, spears made of various metals are suspended one by one. Fine iron, heavy silver, gold, fine, secret copper, thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air, disappeared on these metals, were absorbed by them, and turned into another kind of power, which continued to accumulate. In the far corner of the space, two groups of bright stars twinkled. Exuding starlight are countless small insects with 12 links that are constantly swimming around. They formed two spherical bodies, respectively protecting the two people inside from being hurt by the thunder and void outside. Although the auspicious beast is special, the energy contained in the soul ring is actually not too much. It is similar to the one provided by Amon's last soul ring, the mermaid Heian. But in addition to the soul power, there is also a very special and mysterious power. This kind of illusory, but real, power that affects the development of all things is called destiny. The threads of fate of the thousands of soul beasts living in the great star forest converge here, forming a special hard to perceive light group of destiny. It resisted Amon, resisted being absorbed, and sent out invisible interference, trying to prevent Amon from absorbing the soul ring of the auspicious beast. This is a backlash of the fate of the entire Stardow forest, and the struggle of the will of all the soul beasts. Haha. Is this why humans cannot absorb the soul rings of auspicious beasts? If they cannot sense destiny, they will definitely fail due to the influence of the power of destiny. Even if it is sensed, it will not succeed, because no one's destiny can suppress the resistance of the thousands of soul beasts whose destiny is gathered together. Even if what is resisting is not the main body of their destiny, but just an insignificant tributary that extends. But I'm different. I have the possibility of swallowing them all in the future, so my fate can cover their fate. Amon stroked his monocle and chuckled. As he thought, countless illusory insects of time pounced on the destiny light group and kept eating. Dishan, BG, ZG, Xianjun, 10,000 Demons King, Xiao Wu, damning. At this moment, all the spirit beasts in the Stardow forest felt as if a disaster was imminent, as if someone had pinched the back of their fate. Dishan's movement about to attack was halted, his eyes filled with uneasiness. What exactly happened? Bridgie, did you feel it? Yeah. Bridget nodded. It's a bit like the feeling when the auspicious beast was born. It seemed that something closely related to our future was born, but what I felt at that time was light and beauty, but now, I feel I felt darkness and silence. Is it some kind of soul beast that is completely opposite to the auspicious beast? Something that will cut off the luck of our star forest? The not so handsome face of the 10,000 Demon King was covered with frost. ZG guessed. Could it be Amon? He killed the auspicious beast. Maybe there was some way to absorb the auspicious beast's soul ring and then gain similar power. But because he has malicious intentions towards us, we perceive what comes is darkness and uncertainty. Dishon pondered for a moment. It's possible, and it's in line with what our UI Shao saw from the revelation of fate. Damn it, the Azure Bull Python that escaped back to the Lake of Life found Xiao Wu. It hesitated for a moment and finally told the truth. Sister Xiao Wu, I understand that it died in the hands of humans. What? Erming is dead. Xiao Wu's eyes were dull for a moment, and she couldn't believe it. Yes, it died to save me. Azure Bull Python told the story. After hearing this, Xiao Wu shed tears in her eyes, and said with full of hatred, Bibi Dang, it's you again. And Dishon, she hated Bibi Dang for killing one of her relatives again, and she also hated Dishon for taking the Ming Dynasty and Ming Dynasty away to face the enemy, but did not take them with them. When they retreated, suddenly, inexplicable panic arose in her and Giant King Niubo's hearts. This panic even overshadowed the sadness of Erming's death. But they had relatively little contact with the auspicious beasts, so they didn't know exactly what happened for a while. In the deepest forbidden area of the Star Forest, a vast and majestic will awakened. Silvery white light flashed, and a cold, majestic, and infinitely angry voice sounded, Emperor Heaven, Emperor Heaven. She didn't get a response, and there was a flash of confusion. A strong will swept through the entire Stardow forest, and then, an illusory light and shadow appeared next to the scared and confused Xiao Wu and damning, little rabbit, little snake, where did Dishon go? Facing the Silver Dragon King's inquiry, Xiao Wu and the Azure Bull Python crawled on the ground and replied, the auspicious beast was killed by humans, and Dishan chased the murderer and left. Is that really the case? When he comes back, tell him to kill the human who absorbed the auspicious beast soul ring at all costs. After saying that, the light and shadow dissipated, and the Silver Dragon King's will faded away. She was so seriously injured that just the awakening of her will exhausted her energy. She needs to sleep for a long time to recover from the injury. Otherwise, the injury will only continue to worsen. If the fate of the Stardow forest had not been touched by beings other than soul beasts, she would not have even undergone this brief awakening. Xiao Wu blinked her eyes and said to the Azure Bull Python, damning, isn't Dishan doing this now? The Azure Bull Python shook its huge head. I don't know, we just need to paraphrase the original words. Under the nose of many time insects, the light ball of destiny finally disappeared completely. The last obstacle was gone, and Amon absorbed the soul ring given by the auspicious beast very smoothly and thoroughly. His momentum rose steadily, rising again and again, and he reached level 70 in an instant. It was impossible for him to reach this level directly with the energy in the soul ring of the auspicious beast, but in the past 3 years, he absorbed hundreds of soul bones. When a soul master reaches the bottleneck that needs to absorb soul rings to continue to improve, he continues to practice, and the improved soul power will not disappear, but will be fully reflected. After absorbing soul rings, how huge is the accumulation of soul power brought by hundreds of soul bones? If he had not been restricted by the lack of soul rings, he would have been an extreme Douluo long ago. 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black emerged from Amon's body. Among them, the 6th soul ring is not ordinary black, but a deep, as if it can swallow everything. It is different from the rose gold soul ring that Huou Hao obtained during the Peerless Tang sect period. Because Huou Hao was obtained by the sacrifice of the auspicious beast, while Amon absorbed it by force with his own ability. The former was blessed by the auspicious beast and showed a sacred golden color, while the latter was filled with resentment and hatred, so it showed an ominous black color. Amon glanced at Yan Jin beside him, and through the connection with the time worm in her body that sorted out her energy, he knew that her absorption was far from complete. The soul ring brought by the Red King contained too much energy. Even with the assistance of many time worms, it was very difficult for Yan Jin to absorb it. Amon then stopped caring about her, and with the help of countless cruising time worms, he turned into starlight and left the soul bone space. Fate. Trojan horse. This is the name of Amon's sixth soul skill. It did not bring a direct improvement in combat power, but it made Amon very satisfied, and the effect was stronger than he expected. It expanded the field that Amon could steal to the concept of fate. This is a field that very few people or soul beasts can get involved in Douluo. Amon can steal the fate of people with lower rings than himself without any abnormality, but he can only steal the fate as a whole, and he cannot perform more delicate operations. When he steals the fate of a certain person, he can replace this person in fate and let others regard him as the replaced person. To describe it in the words of Pearls in the Mystery. He will follow you home, and then you will find that your parents regard him as their son, your wife regards him as her husband, your children regard him as their father, your friends, and everyone you know, thinks that he is you, and you become a unlucky person, losing contact with everything in the real world, and dying little by little. However, this kind of fate replacement is not without restrictions. Soul masters of the same or higher ranks as Amon will not be affected. They will neither be deceived by the theft of their fate, nor be confused by Amon's replacement. In their eyes, Amon is still Amon, not the unlucky person whose fate has been stolen. Fate. Stealing is permanent, and there is only one target for each theft. If you want to steal next time, you can only return the previously stolen fate first. If it were just like this, the fate horse would seem a bit useless, because it could not help Amon fight against more powerful beings. As for the lower rank beings, Amon could easily crush them now, and there was no need for new soul skills. But the fate horse brought another more important ability, that is, it connected all the Amons together through the power of fate. In the past, the connection between the Amons was limited by distance. Once a certain distance was exceeded, the connection between Amon and Amon would be disconnected, and they could only roughly sense the direction and life and death, which made communication inconvenient. Now, under the power of fate, all Amons can communicate directly and interact spiritually, and can also hold a full Mongolian meeting at any time to conduct a full Mongolian referendum. In addition, Amon's main body and clones can steal each other's skills regardless of distance through this connection. He no longer has to worry about losing the important soul skills stolen after the death of the clone. Just prepare in advance and let the clone in a safe place steal a soul skill before the clone dies. Then the loss is only one clone, no more. This also greatly enriches his combat methods from now on. It is no longer only Amon with carefully matched soul skills who has strong combat power. All Amons distributed in various places under the connection of the fate Trojan horse will have the strength to fight against titled Douluo. Although only one aggregate Amon has this ability at the same time, it is already terrifying enough. Chapter 178 Invincible Golden Body. Thousand Streams. Chapter 178 Invincible Golden Body. Yan Jin not wanting to draw attention to himself, Amon stole the external manifestation of starlight. When he left the soul bone space, he appeared silently beside Yan, who had merged with the time worm. Snapping his fingers, he dissolved the fusion of the time worm clone and Yan. Amon smiled and said to him, "It's done. The goal of the past 3 years has been successfully completed. Our deal is over. You've done a good job. Next, just wait for Yan Jin to absorb the soul ring." Yan nodded and pinched his right eye socket. This was the sequel of being parasitized by Amon too many times, and for too long. He responded, "I have gained enough. Thank you for your cultivation. If not, my achievements would be far from the current height." Amon smiled and cast his eyes to the sky. The battle between Yan Jin and Ishan continued. The terrifying soul power was raging, but it had weakened a lot compared to the beginning. Even the soul power of the two of them could not support such a high intensity battle for too long. There was more than one battlefield. The golden crocodile showed its true spirit and turned into a huge crocodile covered with golden scales, fighting with the Bear King. The fight between the two behemoths seemed like a monster movie. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo fought against the cunning and changeable king of 10,000 monsters. They were not good at facing such an opponent and seemed a little passive. Guangling Douluo also joined the battle here. King of 10,000 monsters looked calm. He could not win, but he could still hold him back. The third worshipper King Luo and Douluo faced Ziji. The fourth worshipper Xiangshi. Douluo wanted to kill Biji and solve this beast that gave them the most headaches besides Emperor Xian. Although Biji's attack power was not high, she had many means of self-protection. After the pair of emerald green wings protected herself, she concentrated on treating the other beasts. The lion was helpless with her tortoiseshell defense. No matter how he attacked, he could only cause insignificant ripples on it. This made him look very ugly. Under Biji's treatment, the beasts hardly need to care about themselves. They use a fierce fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries. The battle situation is very unfavorable to the worshippers. The magic bear and the ghost leopard also want to come forward to support, but they are stopped by Bibi Dong. Come back and protect me, Bibi. Dong had previously attracted and absorbed the spirit ring left by the Titan giant ape, but she had no time to absorb it before she was interrupted by a series of accidents. She has been forcibly suppressing the surging energy and has even begun to be backfired. Even with her powerful cultivation, she can't suppress this huge energy for too long. Tuobazi stood faithfully beside Bibi Dong, alert to the surroundings. He has his own little thoughts and doesn't want to set foot on that dangerous battlefield. Bibi Dong's order gave him a perfect reason. The magic bear and the ghost leopard looked at the battle of the worshippers and then looked at Bibi Dong. Although their position is not too dangerous, it is not safe. Bibi Dong needs a quiet environment to absorb the spirit ring and cannot be disturbed too much. Although the priests were at a disadvantage in the battle with the beasts, the situation was not critical and it was still too early to decide the winner. After weighing the pros and cons, they also chose to stay and protect Bibi Dong. Yu Guan and Gui Mei were almost exhausted and they could not raise effective combat power in a short time, so they could only stay beside Bibi Dong. The silk puppets that Walter left on the city wall instantly collapsed. He did not give Bibi Dong any face at all and left without saying a word. Seeing him leave, Bibi Dong looked ugly, snorted coldly, and then ignored him and began to concentrate on absorbing the soul rings provided by the Titan giant ape. After Walter's puppets were reorganized in another place, they approached the beasts and looked for an opportunity to attack. Whether it was his martial soul or soul power, he was a little weak. In such a battle, his role in facing the enemy head-on was very limited. He could only rely on surprise to create trouble for the beasts and create opportunities for the priests to attack. Xiang Jin was like a silk thread. His body stagnated and he was almost bitten on the head by the golden crocodile. Sensing this familiar trick, it was furious and roared, "Biji, Ziji, king of 10,000 demons, be careful. There is a very despicable guy who will sneak attack from nowhere. Thank you for the compliment." Walter said secretly in his heart. He did not feel insulted at all. The enemy's anger and disgust were the best compliments to him. This shows that his interference has some effect. At least it can relieve some pressure on the worshippers. A clone of Amon sat on the edge of the roof, his legs hanging in the air, watching the battle in the air. His expression leisurely. The airflow caused by the collision of soul power formed a gust of wind from time to time, blowing over his head. Dishan used his tail to blow Kai and Douluo away and suddenly saw Amon, who was watching their battle as if no one was around, and he was almost furious. He roared like thunder, "Human, you dare to appear in front of me?" Amon raised his hand to adjust the position of his monocle with a playful smile on his face and replied softly, "What is there to be afraid of? By the way, the spirit ring of the auspicious beast is very good. I'm very satisfied." This contemptuous attitude was undoubtedly the biggest provocation that Ishan could not tolerate. He rushed towards Amon like crazy, and even though he was chopped several times by Kai and Douluo, who was chasing behind, he did not turn back. The black dragon flames covering a wide area poured down, and the dancing flames exuded extreme darkness. Even the space was faintly distorted and burned by it. Amon's clone activated the invincible golden body, and his soul power materialized into a petal. He jumped in the air and left the area of black flames. Kai and Douluo was still attacking fiercely, and Bridget's face changed. Her treatment also had a limit. Dishan's behavior of not defending, not dodging, not counter-attacking, and letting the opponent attack was a great burden for her. She said in an anxious and helpless voice, "Dishan, deal with that strong enemy first. My treatment can't keep up with your injury speed." Cheyenne then turned his attention back to Douluo. He said, "That human is right in front of me now, and he is still crazy and provocative. Are you sure you want to continue to protect this guy who doesn't know how to live or die?" Douluo hesitated for a moment and reminded Amon, "There is nothing wrong with soul masters hunting soul beasts and absorbing soul rings. If it's just like this, as long as you are in Wuhan City, I will not sit idly by and watch the soul beasts that come to seek revenge. But if you do something else, deliberately arouse the anger of soul beasts and attract them, it will make me think you have ulterior motives." After saying that, he pointed the tip of his sword at Ishan, indicating his attitude point in the corner in the distance. Amon's real body was silent, took off his hat, pressed it against his chest, and bowed to Douluo point, taking the benefits and running away, not wanting to bear the corresponding responsibilities, and leaving the trouble to others to solve. This is in line with his core interests, so he likes to do this, but this does not mean that he will not respect others, and will not be touched by the greatness and nobility of others. He is a time traveler Amon, not the son of God who lies and pranks. Douluo is undoubtedly a respectable elder, and deserves this gift from him. Point of course, respect is respect. Amon will not give up his core interests because of this, and will not follow, learn, and imitate others, because of their nobility and in a touch. Point what he puts first is always himself. Point there is a trace of blood in Deshine's golden eyes, and he is almost crazy. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. He turned his attention back to Douluo. This was also a helpless move. Amon had a rule-based defensive skill. When this skill reached its limit, even Deshian had no way to deal with it. Point. So he could only deal with Douluo first, and then slowly deal with Amon. Point the strength of Deshian and Douluo was originally not much different, but Deshian had the assistance of BG, and Douluo gradually fell into a disadvantage. Point besides, there was Wuhan City below. Douluo had to pay attention to his skills and be careful of Deshian's attacks. Sometimes he even had to take on some attacks that he could have avoided so as not to cause too much damage to Wuhan City and cause too many casualties to the soul masters in the city. Point Deshian obviously also discovered this, and his attacks no longer only targeted Douluo. Sometimes, he would even deliberately miss some of them, so that the dragon breath would be aimed at the place where the soul masters in the city gathered. Point however, Douluo could only move in front of the dragon breath to block the attack that was not originally aimed at him. Point at this time, Bibidong was still absorbing spirit rings. It was difficult to repel these beasts with the power of the worshippers alone. The only thing Douluo could do now was to delay time, wait for Bibidong to absorb the spirit rings, and gather the power of all the elders of the spirit hall, so that he could counterattack. Point Douluo, who was exhausted from running around, finally couldn't hold on, and was slapped down by Deshian. Point this time, it took him a long time to stand up again. Point his body was covered with blood, his robe was torn, revealing a body covered with scars, which were proof of his life's battles. Some were left by fighting with spirit beasts when he was young, some were left by the red lotus snake, and some were left by Tangchin and Poseidon. There were also several new wounds, which were constantly bleeding. This was what Deshian had just added to him. Point Douluo panted, coughed a few times, and spit out the blood. Point Deshian sneered in the air, "You have too many concerns. Otherwise, even with Bidge's assistance, it would be difficult for this king to win so quickly." Win? It's still early. Douluo stared at the huge black dragon with calm eyes. "Alas, I'm not Amon after all." Looking at the bleeding and injured old man who was about to give up but still guarding the glory of the soul master, Amon sighed. Point hundreds of streamers flew out of his body, merging into a dazzling beam of light emitting brilliant starlight, flying towards Douluo and sinking into his body. Point before Douluo could expel it, or thought came into his mind, "Your Majesty, I'm Amon. This is my martial soul. I can replenish your soul power and bless you with my soul skills. This soul skill is called Invincible Golden Body, which can provide you with 300 seconds of invincible time. During these 300 seconds, you can fight at will. As long as the opponent's attack does not reach the god level, it will not cause you any harm." Douluo stopped thinking about expelling the time worms, nodded, and agreed to join forces with Amon to fight the enemy. The time worms quickly replenished their consumed soul power, feeling the soul power refilled and the effect of invincible golden body taking effect. Douluo laughed loudly. With an indescribable heroism and spirit in his old laughter, he looked at the black dragon in the sky and said, "You have the treatment of the emerald swan, and I also have the blessing brought by my compatriots. Let's enter the next stage of the battle." Looking at Douluo below, who exuded a dangerous aura, Deshan suddenly felt something was wrong. Chapter 179 Emperor Tian-039 S defeat. Douluo did not waste the effect time of invincible golden body. He acted decisively and rushed towards Deshan with golden flames all over his body. The surging soul power made Deshan frown. He did not retreat and came forward. Heavens! Judgment! The golden flames that soared into the sky turned into the shadow of a giant sword. The soft golden light was sacred and majestic, but not sharp. Instead, it had a warm and tolerant feeling. But for Deshan, who had the ultimate dark attribute, such light was exactly what he disliked the most. Dragon God Claw. Facing Douluo's attack with the Angel Holy Sword, Deshan also responded with his strongest move. What surprised him was that Douluo changed the trajectory of heaven's judgment at the moment when the two forces were about to collide. Avoiding the energy consumption caused by the collision. The shadow of the Holy Sword dimmed and shrank a little, but it still carried most of the power and slashed towards Deshan's chest. Similarly, the claw marks of the black dragon were still powerful. Deshan's pupils shrank. He also saw the starlight that rushed towards Douluo just now, and also noticed the changes in Douluo afterwards. He estimated that it was probably an auxiliary skill performed by someone. He didn't think that anyone's auxiliary could be stronger than Biji. After feeling a little different from Douluo's determination, he coldly spat out two words: stupid. Although Douluo's attack was strong, it was not fatal to him. It only took some time for Biji to heal him. But why did Douluo dare to resist the Dragon God Claw? Or did he think that he could die together and wanted to sacrifice himself to resolve this crisis? Deshan's heart was full of doubts. The next moment, the mighty light of the Angel's Holy Sword slashed Deshan's body. The huge sword light shattered the scales of the black dragon, leaving a hideous wound on his body. Dragon blood poured down like a waterfall, and Douluo's full strength attack almost cut him in two. I was careless. This attack was stronger than I thought. If it weren't for Biji, I'm afraid it would really be a result of mutual destruction. As soon as this thought flashed through Deshan's mind, he saw the brilliant shadow of the Holy Sword appear again. Although Douluo was repelled far away by his attack, there was no wound on his body. How is it possible? Deshan's pupils shrank, and his face changed drastically. He suddenly remembered another person who resisted the Dragon God Claw unscathed, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's you, Amon." You figured it out." Amon climbed onto the roof, and the body of the auspicious beast was lying beside him. In front of Deshan, he dismembered it and took out a soul bone. This is a dark golden head soul bone, the size of a fist, with a dark halo on it. At this moment, a crisp childish female voice sounded, "Deshan, run, don't avenge me, the farther the better." As the top spiritual soul beast, the three-eyed golden lion, used some special method to leave a spiritual message. Amon was slightly surprised, and then he showed a wicked smile. "It's so touching, thinking about you as a friend before dying." Deshan's eyes were bloodshot, and his golden pupils turned golden red like lava. "Deshan, be careful," Bridget shouted. The shadow of the wings behind her quickly expanded, and the emerald green light shone, and dots of fluorescence formed a protective shield in front of Deshan to protect him. Douluo's attack, which had been charged for a long time, fell, and the shield was instantly broken. At the critical moment, the figure of the black dragon suddenly disappeared, and when it appeared again, it was already hundreds of meters away. In addition to the extreme darkness, Deshan also has the extreme space attribute. After being attracted by Amon's actions, and realizing that he did not have time to accumulate enough power to fight against Douluo's heavenly judgment, he was ready to use space ability to dodge. However, like the Dragon God Claw, Liu's attack also has the characteristics of locking, suppression, and blocking space. Even Dishan's extreme space attribute cannot be avoided in the first time, and will inevitably suffer certain damage. The shield given by Biji saved Dishan from being injured again, but Biji, who used most of her strength to protect Dishan, was found vulnerable by the demon bear Douluo, who slapped her on the shoulder. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she fell to the ground powerlessly. Dishan moved to her side, whipped the demon bear Douluo, who wanted to expand the victory with his tail, and ordered, "Retreat." If they continued to fight, they would probably all stay here. This battle was very abrupt for them, and they had no time to make any preparations. They were obviously just chasing the murderer who killed the auspicious beast, but they inexplicably chased to such a place where human masters gathered. Dishan stayed in the forest for a long time, and was a little unfamiliar with human society. He planned to go back first, carefully assess the strength of humans, and then make the next decision. Jin Crocodile was still worried about Liu just now, but he didn't expect the situation to suddenly reverse so much. He entangled with the Bear King tightly, risking his own injury, and was unwilling to be easily evacuated by the other party. "Since you dare to attack my Wuhan city, don't even think about leaving easily." He bit the bear's arm, and used a trick that all crocodiles can use, the death roll. The severe pain made the bear roar, and the huge force from his arm almost tore his arm off. The 10,000 Demon King left a large green mist on the spot, and thousands of branches gathered to form a fake body that was exactly the same as himself. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo sensed the 10,000 Demon King's intention to leave the battle, and stepped up their offensive. However, the clone of the 10,000 Demon King is not much weaker than himself. The large number of chains-like branches constantly hinder the actions of Yan Jin and subdue the demon, making it difficult for them to escape for a while. In addition, his poisonous mist corroded Walter's threads, temporarily eliminating the interference of this guy whose fighting methods were quite similar to his, and whose fighting vision was extremely vicious. A faint green light flickered, and dots of granular objects appeared in the sky. That was a large area of poisonous powder created by the 10,000 Demon King. Liu's expression changed. This kind of poisonous powder has limited damage to title Douluo, but it may pose a fatal threat to ordinary soul masters under the Soul Saint. Golden flames soared into the sky, covering the entire city. The sacred flames burned away the green poisonous powder. The goal of the 10,000 Demon King has been achieved. The ferocious beasts relied on their physical strength to be stronger than humans, and ignored the poisonous powder. When their opponents responded to it, they distanced themselves. Only Golden Crocodile is still in a stalemate with Mr. Xiang. The king of 10,000 demons came to Mr. Xiang, and with a flash of light in his hand, he cut off half of Mr. Xiang's arm. Many branches wrapped around its body, and pulled it back to Dishan. A golden sword light across the sky suddenly descended. Liu held the golden angel holy sword. Although his whole body was covered in blood, he carried incomparable power. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and this murderous intent seemed to have condensed into substance, making people tremble with fear and trembling. Even though Liu had few worldly desires, and was focused on waiting for the successor of the angel god to appear, he still rarely felt angry at this moment. Dishan dragged his seriously injured body to withstand Liu's angry blow for the 10,000 Demon King and Xiang Lord. He did not hesitate to use his spatial ability to open a passage to the depths of the Stardow forest. Ripples rippled in the air, and the ferocious beasts submerged one after another and disappeared. Before leaving, Dishan roared, "Just wait for me, human. I will definitely come back." The rippled space in midair gradually returned to calm, and the echo of Dishan's roar that resounded through the sky gradually disappeared. Liu glanced at the city that was less than half destroyed, as well as the Douluo palace that was affected and collapsed on the top of the mountain. A trace of complexity flashed in his eyes and soon disappeared, leaving only a calmness like an ancient well. He slowly landed at the city wall, and the 6 worshippers, Golden Crocodile, King Luan, Xiangxi, Guangling, Yan Jin, and Jiang Mo, followed behind him. Each of them was injured, either dissatisfied or looking at him calmly. He threw himself at Bibidong, who was still absorbing the soul ring point, and Amon was suspended in midair, leaping up the city wall on a pedal, made of soul power. With an undetectable smile on his face, a stream of light with starlight flew out of Kyandeoliu's body, returned to Amon's hand, and turned into a translucent worm with 12 rings and a star-like color. The insects kept swimming in the palm of his hand, leaving behind transparent and illusory shadows. From a distance, they looked like a swarm of insects. Amon gathered his soul power, and the time insect martial spirit disappeared in his hands. A very strange martial spirit, a very powerful soul skill. Kyandeoliu admired sincerely. Thank you for your compliment and this assistance. Amon bowed slightly. It's not for you. If it were any soul master encountering this situation, I would take action. Kyandeoliu shook his head with a smile. Soul masters cannot give in to soul beasts on the matter of soul rings, but defending the interests of soul masters and promoting the development of soul masters is the purpose and principle of Wuhan Palace. He looked at Amon and continued, my child, are you willing to join Wuhan Palace? I'm already old, and the future of Wuhan Palace depends on young people like you. Does old mean that there is still nearly 1,000 years left in the 1100 years of life? Amon complained in his heart. He deliberately glanced at Bibidong, then shook his head and said, no, I'm already the Duke of the Xiandao Empire. I can't let go of what I have now. Kyandeoliu naturally noticed Amon's expression, thinking that he was worried about Bibidong and the current relationship between the Empire and Wuhan Palace, and shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to interfere too much in these matters. Even though his granddaughter Kyan Rinxa seemed to be quite interested in becoming the queen, he only supported her with the mentality of watching a child play. Since Amon was unwilling, Kyandeoliu would not force him. He turned his gaze to Bibidong and said coldly, I don't want to have a next time, Soul Master. At least you shouldn't bow to the Soul Beast on issues of principle. Remember your identity. You are the Pope of the Wuhan Palace. Since you have worn this crown, then you must bear the responsibility. Lift its weight. Bibidong looked at Kyandeoliu coldly, with a trace of hatred in his eyes without saying a word. Chapter 183 Heads and 6 Arms. I'll leave this to you, Kyandeoliu said to Bibidong, Yuguan, Gui Medi and others afterwards. He took the worshippers back to the worship hall. Before leaving, Yan Jin said to Amon, although the Grand Priest did not hold you accountable, you hid information from the depths of the Stardao Forest and deliberately led such ferocious beasts to Wuhan City, causing damage to the city and the casualties of Soul Masters. We will not forget it, Jiangmo said. Regarding the matter of Emperor Shan, we will also hold a meeting of elders to discuss countermeasures. You can also come to participate. This is also the intention of other worshippers. Amon raised his right hand, pinched his monocle, and chuckled. I will do it. After a long time, Bibidong finally absorbed the Titan Ape's soul ring. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes, but she quickly covered it up. She stood up and stared at Amon. How dare you play tricks on me? Amon spread his hands. How dare I? Didn't you get 100,000-year soul ring? What's going on with that black dragon? You've never mentioned it before. Bibidong said coldly, I don't know either. I was shocked when I saw that ghost thing. Fortunately, I always expect leniency from my enemies, so I managed to escape with my life. Amon pretended to be innocent. Bibidong couldn't refute and responded, our deal is over. Amon nodded. Well, it's over. Subsequently, Bibidong began to organize personnel to rescue the injured, count casualties and property losses, and formulate a repair plan for the damaged city walls. Amon's true form and Lei Yan were walking on the street, and the latter suddenly asked, Mr. Amon, why don't you kill the black dragon? You can do it, right? Hearing Lei Yan's question, Amon chuckled. In the situation just now, it is indeed possible to kill him, but why bother? Killing him will do me no good. After all, the ultimate spatial attributes. He is also qualified to be one of my future soul rings. Is that kind of monster just qualified to be a soul ring? Lei Yan's heart was filled with waves as expected of Mr. Amon. Even the terrifying black dragon is the same as an ordinary soul beast in his eyes. There is no difference. It is just a hunting target when obtaining the soul ring. I regard Dishan as a threat to the survival of the country. A powerful enemy is coming. Lei Yin thought to himself. Amon suddenly stopped and said with a smile, "Sister Yu has absorbed the soul ring. Let her come out." They came to a secluded and uninhabited place, and Amon unfolded the soul barrier to cover up his breath. As the starry sky-like colors lit up, a small ball flew out of Lei Yin's hand. The sphere expanded rapidly. The 3,000 insects of time that made up the sphere were swimming in the air, and then turned into a stream of light, and returned to Amon's body. Yan Jin exuded powerful soul power fluctuations, and the huge energy in the Red King's soul ring pushed her level from level 70 to level 76, even surpassing Lei Yin. Amon smiled and said, "Tell me what you have learned." "I have checked the body of the Red King, and there is no soul bone left. But according to common sense, it is impossible for a ferocious beast with a cultivation level of close to 300,000 to survive. The one who created the soul bone is in your hands, right? Hey. After I absorbed the soul ring, this thing came to me on its own." Yan Jin smiled brightly. "I'll show you how awesome it is." There was a flash of red light, and 2 pairs of arms covered with thick, short red-black hair grew out of Yan Jin's back, near his shoulders. The palm is black, and the 5 fingers are not human-like, with sharp claws at the end. The pair of arms that grew out of Yan Jin's original arms held a lava spear in his right hand and a dark red rock shield in his left hand. The pair of arms that originally grew out from under the arms hold a blazing white ball with red light in the right hand, and a red ribbon in the left hand. "This is an attached soul bone?" Lei Yin asked in surprise. "There's more." Yan Jin closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there were 2 heads growing on the left and right sides of his neck. Both heads have short black-red hair on their faces, and their faces are slightly raised forward, somewhat similar to the heads of the 3-headed red demon mastiff. 3 heads and 6 arms. Amon felt a little surprised. "Did you move the Red King's head and 4 claws to your body?" At first, Yan Jin's 2 pairs of arms covered with short black and red hair gave him a sense of sight of the goddess of the night, but now he feels more likeness. Although soul beasts that are more than 100,000 years old must have soul bones, it is very rare for 2 soul bones to appear at once. Is this the so-called stupid blessing? Amon muttered in his heart. Yan Jin turned his head, looked at the dog heads on both sides, and said with some disgust, "It's a dog. Why isn't it a cat? If you don't want it, you can give it to me." Lei Yin's face was filled with envy. "Does your weapon soul's true body have any special abilities?" Amon asked again. Yan Jin immediately replied, "It's the same as Lei Yin's. It's elemental, immune to physical attacks, and energy attacks can be offset by consuming soul power. In addition, the temperature of my magma seems to have increased a lot," she said with some uncertainty. Amon nodded. "The 3-headed red demon mastiff itself has flame attributes close to the ultimate fire. You absorbed the Red King's soul ring, and it is expected that the temperature of the magma will increase." Yan Jin suddenly looked at Amon maliciously, with a look of eagerness on his face. "Even if you absorb a soul ring, I remember, Amon, you are still the Soul Emperor." Amon knew that she was itching for trouble again, and smiled warmly. "If you want to do it, do it. It's just right. I also plan to help you eliminate some hidden dangers." Is it here?" Yan Jin looked at the hill in the center of the city. Knowing that this was in Wuhan City, he was worried that there would be trouble if he took action. "It's okay. The noise won't spread. It will be over soon." As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying pressure like a deep sea suddenly descended. Yan Jin knelt on one knee, supported the ground with her hands, and looked up at Amon with difficulty. Her pretty face was pale and her eyes were full of fear. She said in a hoarse voice, "What is this? Soul pressure? You should have seen how others look when facing me, but you have never felt it yourself." Amon replied. In the past, when using this trick, he used the time worm parasitic on Yan Jin to steal the soul power expression acting on her, so she had never really felt Amon's power at this moment. Yan Jin felt Amon's terror more deeply. She knew that this was just the tip of his iceberg, a small part of his strength point, and with Amon's character, the hidden and unknown power might far exceed what he showed. Okay, I surrender." But Amon did not stop immediately. The pressure on his body became stronger, and Yan Jin's body began to tremble. She felt as if she was about to be crushed. Every muscle was trembling, and every bone was making a bang. Because of the heavy load point suddenly, her body suddenly became lighter, and she looked at the dog heads on both sides of her neck with some surprise. At this moment, she felt that her extra head and extra arms were like fingers and arms, as if they were originally part of her body. Yan Jin suddenly felt that the dog head became familiar. After all, it was her head. Amon restrained the pressure and smiled. It seems that you have completely integrated the external soul bone. Completely integrated. Yan Jin was a little confused. Before the external soul bone is completely integrated, it can be peeled off just like ordinary soul bones. But after it is completely integrated, it will not fall off, even if the soul master is killed. The value of your 2 soul bones is so great that even a super Douluo would covet them. Amon explained. I was scared to death. I thought my sister's behavior angered Mr. Amon, so Mr. Amon wanted to teach her a lesson. It turned out that he was trying to help my sister completely integrate the external soul bones and solve their hidden dangers. Mr. Amon really looks cold, but he is actually very gentle to the people around him. Lei Yin's heart was relieved. By the way, what should we do next, Mr. Amon? Lei Yin asked. I'm afraid that black dragon will not give up. Wait. Amon pinched his monocle and said softly, wait for the Wuhan Hall to do a good job of the aftermath and hold a meeting of elders. Their decision will affect our response. They walked and talked, and Yan Jin looked around. There were many collapsed houses in Wuhan city that were affected, and Yan Jin felt that the city suddenly became unfamiliar. Amon, is this really Wuhan city? She asked, looking at the collapsed Douluo Hall on the top of the mountain. Yeah. What happened? Did the Empire's army attack here? Yan Jin looked confused. Although Amon told her the complete plan, she didn't listen at all. She only remembered the part about herself. After killing the Red King, she had been absorbing soul rings in the soul bone space, so she didn't know what happened later. Lei Yin had no choice but to explain what happened to her. What? There are such terrible soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest. Yan Jin was surprised, and then said with some disappointment, I didn't see the black dragon. What a pity. So, when Mr. Amon told you the plan last time, what were you listening to? Lei Yin rubbed his forehead. Yan Jin responded, I listened very seriously, killing the Red King and absorbing soul rings. Amon smiled and said gently, not bad, at least I can remember what I should do. Yan Jin scratched the back of his head. Lei Yin had no expression on his face and silently complained in his heart, Mr. Amon, have your expectations of my sister been so low? Yan Jin suddenly said seriously, Amon, is there anything I can do? You and Lei Yin both contributed to this hunt, but I did nothing. Even the Red King was killed with your help, but I got the most. What price should I pay? Amon's mouth corners were raised, revealing a smile. There is one thing that needs to be corrected. I must be the one who gained the most. As for the price, we will talk about it later. Chapter 181 Discussion of the Ferocious Beasts. Star Forest, Lake of Life. Dishan, who had transformed into a human, was holding his chest. There was a wound diagonally downward, almost splitting him in half. He was sitting on a rock. His face was pale, his lips were bloodless, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. BG stood behind him, her hands exuding emerald green light, and little bits of fluorescence penetrated Dishan's body, making his wounds gradually become shallower. Her complexion was also very poor, and the palm from Demon Bear Douluo was not pleasant. Moreover, she was constantly treating the ferocious beasts, and her own vitality was a bit excessive. Let's stop here. My injury will not get worse. Bridget, please rest for a while. Dishan said softly, but your wound has the remnants of the angel's power, so it will heal very slowly. Bridget expressed concern. Recover yourself first, and then give me treatment. If you consume too much vitality at one time, your foundation will be damaged. Dishan shook his head, looked at Xiangjun, 10,000 Demon King, and ZG standing in front of him, and said, the auspicious beast is dead, and so is the Red King. The human was obviously well prepared, otherwise it would be impossible to kill both of them. Before I rush back, the King of 10,000 Demons looked ugly. Although he had disloyal feelings towards Dishan, he never thought of harming the auspicious beast. What did the Lord say? ZG asked. Dishan shook his head, with a hint of self-blame on his face. My lord has not awakened. It may be that the change in luck in the Stardow Forest affected her recovery and worsened her injuries. Well, the lord has actually woken up before. She said she would kill the human who absorbed the auspicious beast soul ring at all costs. Xiao Wu walked over and said weakly, kill the person who absorbed the auspicious beast soul ring. A wry smile appeared on Dishan's face. The best opportunity has been missed. How easy is it to find that guy who never uses his true body to act, and whose avatars are all over the world, and even if it is found, it is difficult to kill. Rule-based skills that can be immune to all attacks are too difficult to deal with. The Thousand Demon King's green eyes suddenly stared at Xiao Wu and said coldly, how did the news about the auspicious beast spread? In the past 1,000 years, it has been moving around the Lake of Life. Even if it leaves, it will be accompanied by the Red King. Everyone who has seen it should be dead. And in the past 100 years, it has not even stepped out of the core area. I remember that since you came back from human society 3 years ago, the Stardow Forest has become unstable, right? And how did Amon accurately locate the location of the auspicious beast at that time? Kill the Red King in such a short time? And what about killing auspicious beasts? His movements were so fast that even Dishan had no time to rescue him. The Red King is not weak. Even if I want to take it down, it will take a lot of effort to be able to kill it so quickly. Apart from sneak attacks, I can't think of anything else. Possibility. Besides, before the sneak attack, the Red King may have been plotted and was in poor condition. Tell me, did you pass on the information about the auspicious beast? Colluded with humans and killed the auspicious beast and the Red King on Xiao Wu's chest. The lovesick red petals with darker circles trembled slightly. Dishan looked at Xiao Wu, exuding a touch of coercion. What the King of Demons said made sense, and his tone was slightly cold. I need an explanation. Xiao Wu turned pale with fright and murmured, I don't know. He just snapped his fingers, and the Red King fell to the ground. Then Yan Jin suddenly appeared and killed the Red King. Then the auspicious beast also died. It was so fast that I didn't even react. HMPH, are you kidding? Or do you think we are all fools? Just snap your fingers and kill the Red King? If he has such strength, none of us who chase him will be able to come back alive. The 10,000 Demon Kings neared. There was indeed no trace of a battle at that time. Who was Yan Jin? Dishan asked. They are Amon's companions. They participated in the Soul Master competition together and were our opponents. Xiao Wu replied quickly. Your opponent? ZG looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. In a competition held by humans, you are competing on the same stage. She really didn't understand that this stupid rabbit was worthy of being the opponent of a human who couldn't even defeat the Emperor and Heaven. Well, the rules are like that. Xiao Wu didn't know how to explain this. She still didn't understand what level of Soul Master Amon was. Although she acted like a titled Douluo everywhere, she always felt that something was not right. Is there really someone who could reach the realm of a titled Douluo at such a young age? Did you know that he has a skill that makes him immune to any attack? Dishan suddenly asked. That maybe my soul skill was stolen by him. What? Is that your skill? At this moment, even Dishan couldn't help but look at her with admiration. Does he still have the teleport skill? Dishan nodded. That's mine too. Sure enough, it was that bastard who did it. Xiao Wu finally confirmed this and said with some excitement. Doesn't that mean you helped that human being? The 10,000 Demon King snorted coldly. I didn't mean it. Xiao Wu muttered softly. But after all is said and done, there is one thing that cannot be explained, and that is why the auspicious beast was exposed. The King of 10,000 Demons exuded coldness. How about killing this rabbit? Maybe after killing her, Amon's soul skills will become ineffective. And hasn't this guy been talking about her human lover for the past 3 years? No matter how you think about it, it's a big deal. Suspicious. MO. If you want to kill Sister Xiao Wu, you must step over my body first. The Azure Bull Python stopped in front of Xiao Wu and protected her with its huge body. It's just a soul beast of 100,000 years old. The 10,000 Demon King made a move, and thousands of branches stretched out like chains. In the blink of an eye, the azure ball python was tightly tied up. Just when the branches like chains were about to penetrate Xiao Wu's body, the emerald green glow protected her. Baji. The 10,000 Demon King frowned. Let her go. After all, her companions died in the battle with humans, and the soul rings also delayed some title Douluo for us. Otherwise, our pressure would be even greater. Before there is solid evidence, we should not attack her just for this reason. Baji said gently, you are too kind. This will hurt you sooner or later. The 10,000 Demon King restrained his killing intent, and he also had some respect for Baji, who was kind and principled. Emperor Xian pondered for a moment, and said to Xiao Wu and Xian King Niu Mang, you go, don't show up in the Xingdao Great Forest again. Ji's words reminded Xiao Wu of the sacrifice terming, and her eyes turned red. She and Xian King Niu Mang nodded to Ji, and then left the Lake of Life. The huge snake body of Xian King Niu Mang twisted and twisted, shuttling between the tall trees. Sister. Xiao Wu, where are we going? Xian King Niu Mang had never left the Xingdao Great Forest, and was suddenly expelled by Emperor Xian, and was a little confused. Xiao Wu missed Erming, and thought of Tangsun who had no news, and she couldn't help but feel sad. She pursed her lips and said, go to Fasno province, in the forest near the Holy Soul village. Sanjay may go home. I hope he won't go to the Xingdao Great Forest to find me. It's really dangerous for humans now. The Xian King Niu Mang listened to the place name reported by Xiao Wu, and his expression was blank. It didn't know the way. I'll show you the way. This way. Xiao Wu sat on the huge bull's head and commanded. To the territory. Night City. Duke's mansion. Amon's original body raised his right hand, stroked his monocle, and smiled. Holy Soul Village? Oh, interesting. Under the connection of fate, he can receive messages from his clones anywhere at any time. Through the time worm parasitizing on the love sickness heartbroken red, he learned about the arguments of the beasts and Xiao Wu's dynamics at the first time. However, after Xiao Wu left the Lake of Life, I couldn't grasp the movements in the depths of the Stardao Great Forest, which was a troublesome matter. Ordinary crows, baboons, etc. would be a bit conspicuous if they entered that area. Amon muttered softly. Xiandao City, the Imperial Palace. Emperor Zuyi received the intelligence from the secret line in Wuhan City, and his eyes showed doubts. 5. Soul beasts attacked Wuhan City and destroyed a small part of the city to hunt down Duke Amon. What is Wuhan City? That is the holy land of soul masters in the world, where masters gather. What soul beast is so bold as to attack Wuhan City? If several secret agents had not sent similar information at the same time, Emperor Zuyi would have thought that a secret agent had been found out, and the person who found the secret agent was joking with him. Do you think this is true? Emperor Zuyi looked forward. Zhu Beng and Zhu Crossing looked away. They didn't understand politics, so they just kept silent. I don't know how Grandpa is doing. Is he okay? Zhu King had a worried look in his eyes. Seeing that Emperor Zuyi was looking at him, he said, the authenticity of this matter is questionable. After all, everyone knows what kind of place Wuhan City is. It is necessary to send a suitable person to verify it. If such a soul beast really exists, some cities near the Xingdao Great Forest must be on guard. Zhu Yi nodded and said softly, King, then this matter will be left to you to arrange. Anyway, many things related to the Wuhan Hall are handled by you. Zhu King nodded. Yes. Walking out of the palace, Sixu and Shalong appeared behind Kyan Ringsu. Miss, have you received any news from there? What is the situation? Kyan Ringsu asked. Sixu replied, Salus just received news. It's true. The black dragon that led the soul beasts to attack Wuhan City is named Dishan, the king of the soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest. The purpose is to kill Duke Amon, who killed the auspicious beast. The great priest believes that it is not wrong for soul masters to hunt soul beasts, so he fought a big battle with Dishan and finally repelled him. But Dishan doesn't seem to give up and may come back. In addition, there is an emerald swan among the soul beasts, which is extremely suitable to be your 9th soul ring. The great priest asked you to focus on improving the soul power level. Kyan Ringsu nodded. I understand. Chapter 182 Soul Guidance Civilization and Ancient Evil Dragon. Wuhan City, Pope's Hall Point in the Grand Hall, a long table was placed in the center. On the innermost side of the hall, a lifelike angel statue looked down with mercy and compassion. Bibi Dong sat closest to the angel. The worshippers and ordinary elders were on both sides of the long table. Zhu King sat on the worshippers' side. She came as a representative of the Xiandao Empire. Amon sat opposite her. Bibi Dong glanced at Douluo, who nodded. She then said in a soft but majestic voice, I believe everyone has understood this incident. The fierce beast, a kind of rarely known soul beast, is showing its fangs to us. Although we repelled their attack some time ago, the threat has not been lifted. The king of soul beasts, Dishan, is still eyeing us. We need to unite and take strong measures to face this crisis. Soul rings are essential items for every soul master's growth. And hunting soul rings is also the natural right of every soul master. When this right is threatened, our Wuhan Hall, as an organization that defends the interests of soul masters, should stand up. After a pause, she looked at Amon across the Zuking River and said, Duke Amon, now, I hope you can tell me everything you know without concealment or distortion, about the auspicious beasts, about Emperor Shan, and about the information about the Stardao Great Forest. Amon stood up, bowed slightly to everyone, and said with a smile, the vast forest, the boundless sea, the vast sky, the dark underground. There are still many places in this world that we have not set foot on, and there are also many things that we have not understood. We humans are not the only rulers of this world. Soul beasts, whether in the forest, on the snowfield, or in the sea, are mostly scattered, so we usually ignore their threats. In most cases, they do not pose a threat, because soul beasts are also divided into many species: tigers, goats, wolves, deer. They are hostile to each other, and feed on each other, and it is almost impossible for them to unite. There is only one exception, that is, the birth of fierce beasts. Soul beasts will die after 1,000 years, if they do not choose to transform after 100,000 years. This statement is actually not completely accurate. When the 1,000 years come, they will face the heavenly tribulation. If they survive, they will be fierce beasts, and can continue to live. When their cultivation reaches 200,000, they will face the second heavenly tribulation. Khan Douluo's pupils shrank. Could it be? Amon nodded. Yes, the second heavenly tribulation can also be survived. Every 100,000 years of fierce beast cultivation will usher in a heavenly tribulation. Although the challenges faced by each heavenly tribulation will become greater and greater, as long as they survive, their strength will become stronger and stronger. That black-eyed golden dragon king, I have seen records about it in an ancient book. It is a terrifying existence that has cultivated for more than 800,000 years and survived 8 heavenly tribulations. In fact, I didn't know he was in the depths of the Xingdao Great Forest, otherwise I wouldn't dare to provoke him. I miscalculated this time. I thought that the 4 soul beast kings, Yan Jin, Yao Wang, Ziji, and Kai Wang, were already the masters of the 4 areas of the Xingdao Great Forest. I didn't expect that they would submit to one existence together. Amon's face showed a lingering fear. Walter glanced at him and was half believing and half doubting. Douluo whispered, no wonder. No wonder. I thought the different strengths of the fierce beasts were due to their races, but it turns out there is this difference. Douluo traveled around the world when he was young and also encountered fierce beasts and fought with them. He knew that the strengths of fierce beasts were also very different. He had also seen relevant records in ancient books, but he only knew that a 100,000-year-old soul beast could become a fierce beast after passing the tribulation and live to 200,000 years. He was not clear about the details. Amon raised his right hand, pinched his monocle, restrained his usual smile, and said seriously, I think everyone knows about soul guides, right? That is the technology of the lost ancient civilization. But why did such a brilliant civilization suddenly perish? According to my speculation, it is probably related to fierce beasts. That Black Dragon King is likely to be the culprit of the destruction of ancient civilization. Hearing Amon suddenly talking about soul guide technology, the Wuhan elders present, as well as Kan Ringsu, showed a look of sudden enlightenment on their faces. Amon's words sounded very reasonable. Bibidang asked with a hint of doubt. How do you know these materials that even the Wuhan Hall has not recorded? Amon smiled lightly and replied, in fact, I come from a very ancient hidden family. Ancient? Hidden family? Bibidang was skeptical. The spirit hall investigated Amon's information and knew that he was born in an ordinary family in a remote village in the Frostleaf city of the northern province. But Amon said it with a solemn oath, and since he arrived in the northern city and contacted Walter, he has been very mysterious. His performance in the Soul Master competition was amazing. Although some things were exposed, it seemed that there was more hidden. Until now, it is still shrouded in confusion, which makes people afraid and puzzled. So Bibidang also tends to believe what he said. Amon suddenly changed his expression and said in a solemn tone, have you ever heard of the Amon family? Zhu King thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, forgive me for my ignorance, I have never heard of it. She smiled and asked gently, Duke Amon, won't you introduce your family? A family that can produce such an outstanding person like you, Duke, should have once shone brightly and left a strong mark in human history. Amon shook his head. Since the family has chosen to hide in the mountains, then I naturally cannot disturb its peace. Although I parted ways with the people because I wanted to regain the glory of the past, I respect their choice. Put your family's affairs aside, what about the auspicious beast? What is the auspicious beast? Why does Dishan care about it so much? Douluo asked. Auspicious beast. Although the truth may be more complicated, you can simply understand it as a soul beast's cultivation accelerator. As long as it exists, the growth rate of soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest will double, and the probability of fierce beasts surviving the heavenly tribulation will also double. Amon responded with a chuckle. The entire Xingdao Great Forest, all soul beasts. Yan Jin couldn't help but take a breath. No wonder the soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest seem to grow faster. It turns out that it's not my illusion. In recent years, we have organized people to clean up the outer soul beasts more and more frequently. Walter said. Wuhan City is right next to the Xingdao Great Forest. In order to keep the road open and the safety of ordinary people who come here to do business, as well as low-level soul masters, the Wuhan Hall will organize people to regularly clean up the soul beasts outside the forest. Walter remembered that 50 years ago, when he first joined the Wuhan Hall, it was twice a year. Now, it has increased to 4 times a year, and the number of people dispatched each time is also increasing. Although it seems very slow and inconspicuous, it also shows a fact that the number of soul beasts is increasing, and the overall strength of soul beasts is growing. No wonder the soul beast king wanted to hunt you down like crazy. Douluo looked strange. You dared to hunt this auspicious beast as a soul ring. I'm afraid you have already prepared to be hunted down by the fierce beast, right? Amon showed a slightly helpless smile. Yes, but I didn't expect that the one who came to hunt was actually the black dragon. If it was other fierce beasts, then our plan would be perfect. Their hunting would only allow His Majesty the Pope to gain more soul rings, and using the auspicious beast as a soul ring is also very beneficial to me. This is originally a win-win situation, so that's the case. It seems that I misunderstood him before. Bibidang thought secretly in her heart, but the current situation seems not bad. I accidentally found the trace of the ancient evil dragon. Amon said in a somewhat brisk tone. Why do you say that? Yu Guan asked. Amon stroked his monocle. The Soul Beast King, the evil dragon that destroyed the ancient kingdom, the auspicious beast that accelerated the growth of soul beast cultivation. These are connected together. Can't you think of anything? You know, fierce beasts can command ordinary soul beasts. The Black Dragon King Dishan can probably command the soul beasts of the entire Xingdao Great Forest. Thinking of a possibility, Zuking and Douluo both showed solemn expressions on their faces. The former couldn't help but say, Dishan is quietly accumulating strength, wanting to repeat the destruction of the ancient kingdom, counterattack humans, and let soul beasts become the masters of this world again. The elders of the Wuhan Hall were either solemn or horrified. No one could tell how many soul beasts there were in the entire Xingdao Great Forest, but it was definitely far more than the number of human soul masters. If it is allowed to develop, humans may really face a crisis of life and death in the future. Indeed, if this is the case, it is not a bad thing to discover his conspiracy in advance. The number of soul beasts must be reduced. Yan Jin said firmly. Yan Jin himself also knew some of the situation of the fierce beasts and knew that they had destroyed some kingdoms, but even if he heard about the fact that the entire human civilization regressed, he would be shocked. Because he knew only a little about the fierce beasts, he was the one who believed Amon's words the most among all people. Because what Amon said was completely consistent with the few words he knew. HMPH. I have said it before, those who say that we should protect soul beast resources and not kill them indiscriminately are all nonsense. There are so many soul beasts, it is a good thing to kill more. The demon said coldly. Golden Crocodile nodded. It is too early to consider that soul masters may not have soul rings in the future. At least it is not something we should consider at this stage. The overall strength of mankind has not yet formed a crushing trend against soul beasts. It is too arrogant to say that we should protect soul beast resources. Khan. Rinxu secretly guessed in her heart. Could it be that the Amon family is actually an ancient family passed down from the previous era, and the era when they were active was the era when the Soul Guide civilization was developed, until the Black Dragon King Dishan launched a soul beast counterattack against humans, which led to a technological gap and a decline in civilization. The once prominent Amon family also fell in that disaster. Amon called the Black Dragon Dishan the ancient evil dragon because he hated him. He wanted revenge, to kill Dishan, the culprit who caused the destruction of ancient civilization, and restore the glory of the Amon family. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. Xingluo City. Amon's words stirred up 1,000 waves, and all kinds of speculations emerged in everyone's mind. Even Walter believed most of what he said. Because with the knowledge and calmness that Amon has always shown, it is not like what a civilian in a small village can have. If he is the last descendant of an ancient family, then it makes sense. Most of the truth, plus logical lies, plus the persuasive effect brought by the second soul skill swindler. Amon successfully created the Amon family that is still fictitious in everyone's mind. At the same time, it also laid the main tone of the meeting. Unite all forces to weaken soul beasts, Yan Jin suddenly said, when Wuhan City was first established. It was located next to the Xingdao Great Forest. In fact, it was guarding against something in the forest. I have had similar guesses, but I have never been sure. This statement strengthened the credibility of Amon's words. Zhu King said, I will report the content of the meeting to my father, Bibi. Dang pondered for a moment and said, such a conclusion is too shocking. This is a major crisis for the entire human race. I would like to invite the rulers of the two empires to discuss the matter of dealing with soul beasts together. Second, Amon was the first to leave the meeting hall of the Pope's palace. After he left, the spirit hall held another internal meeting. Everyone, what do you think of what he said? The destruction of the Soul Guide civilization, the ancient evil dragon Emperor Shan, and the hidden family. Bibi Dong asked. She was very unsure of her judgment of Amon, because this person was too complicated and changeable, too cunning and unpredictable. I tend to think that what he said is true, Yan Jin said, but before we went to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt beasts, we also thought so, and sent people to investigate. In the end, we attracted the revenge of the Black Dragon King Dishan, and almost died in the Xingdao Great Forest. Who knows if he has hidden any key information? I suspect he has known about Dishan's existence for a long time. Gui Mei was reserved. Yan Jin pondered for a moment whether what he said is true or not. The threat brought by Dishan and soul beasts does exist. There is no doubt about that. Xingluo Empire. Xingluo City. This is the capital of the Xingluo Empire. Compared with the prosperity of Xiandao City, although there is a large flow of people here, the style is more cold and hard. The thick city walls are generally black, and the city walls are heavily guarded. Teams of patrol guards are fully equipped with armor and swords and guns, and they keep patrolling back and forth. The whole Douluo city gives people the feeling that it is more like a military fortress in the Douluo Empire. Soul Masters also have a special preferential channel to enter the city, but the difference is that they need to be inspected and questioned by the guards like civilians, and it is not a formal inspection like Cheyenne Point Douluo. Empire is martial, and the entire country is in a semi-war state almost all the time, and there is a military style in its management. Stop, who are you? The guard guarding the VIP channel looked at the two strange-looking men who were slowly walking over, and said coldly. The man walking in front was wearing a spotless white robe, with long black hair hanging down to his ankles, handsome face, eyes with a hint of golden luster, exuding a faint sense of oppression, making people dare not look at him. Another middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance was half a body behind him, with dark green eyes and dark green hair. The hair was very long, dragging behind him like a long carpet, but these hairs were not stained at all, but flashed with dark green fluorescence. The shine exuded a little momentum, which frightened the Soul Master captain guarding the city, and made him dare not move, and cold sweat flowed on his face. They did not try to stop them, and watch them enter Douluo city. Strong people have privileges wherever they go. If they don't, it means you are not strong enough. Although most Soul Masters must be inspected before entering the city, they definitely do not include top Soul Masters who can immobilize people with their aura point. After watching the two walk away, the team leader did not dare to delay, and immediately reported the matter to his superiors walking on the street. The King of 10,000 Demons said calmly, "Is this the capital of one of the two great empires of mankind? It doesn't look very good, Emperor." Cheyenne shook his head. "This is the norm for human cities. The Wuhan city we attacked before is a special case. If every city is really like Wuhan city, then our soul beasts would have been kept in captivity by humans long ago." A team of soldiers in armor stopped in front of them, and the leader said respectfully, "I wonder if you two are free. My master wants to see you. Lead the way." Emperor Cheyenne responded indifferently. They followed the soldiers and came to a simple but majestic aristocratic mansion. A well-dressed and pretty maid led the two into the house and into a pavilion in the front yard. An old man in luxurious but not complicated noble clothes sat in the pavilion with a pot of steaming tea in front of him. "Two guests, please sit down." The old nobleman gestured. Cheyenne sat opposite him, while the King of 10,000 Demons stood behind him, looking like an attendant. "I am Zhu Wancheng, the Minister of Defense of the Douluo Empire." The old man first introduced himself, and then said, "Because I'm also responsible for maintaining the security of Douluo city, there are powerful strangers who come here, so I have to ask a question. I hope you don't mind, since Cheyenne chose to enter the city in such a high-profile way by directly intimidating the guards. He naturally considered that he would be found, or in other words, this was exactly his purpose. He shook his head. "If you don't mind, just ask." Zhu Wancheng poured a cup of tea, pushed it in front of Cheyenne, and asked slowly, "I basically know about the powerful people with surnames in Douluo city and the surrounding areas. There is no one who matches your characteristics. I don't know what your surnames are. Who and where are you from?" Star Forest, Dishon, Star Forest, King of 10,000 Demons. Hearing Star Forest and the next two names, Zhu Wancheng's hand holding the teacup froze, and the expression on his face became a little stiff. After he stepped back, he took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said in as calm a tone as possible, "Are they the two people I know?" Cheyenne smiled softly and said, "It seems that you have received information about what happened in Wuhan city. Take me to see your emperor. I have something to say to him." Zhu Wancheng straightened his clothes. He felt that he might offend the two Soul Beast Kings next, which would allow him to leave more decently. "I refuse. It is impossible for me to bring dangerous people like you to see His Majesty," he said righteously. "Don't worry, because worrying is useless. If I want to do something, no one in your Star Luo Empire can stop me. I can come to see you first, and then convey my wish to meet him through you. This is proof that I have no malicious intentions." "Yes," Cheyenne responded calmly. "Can I ask your majesty for instructions first, and wait for your majesty's answer? Zhu Wacheng said. Okay. Dishan nodded. Tell him that I'm here to seek cooperation. Zhu Wacheng hurried to the palace point in the garden of the palace. He met Dacheng, the contemporary emperor of the Star Luo Empire. This is a tall, middle-aged man with a majestic face. There is a faint scar on the left side of his face. This scar does not destroy his overall temperament, but adds a bit of heroism to him. At this time, Dacheng was wearing casual clothes and sitting on a chair with a relaxed expression. Next to him, there was a charming beauty. Fourth uncle, why are you here? The beauty holding Dacheng asked. Yurao, can you leave with the others first? I have something important to tell his majesty. What's the big deal? You even want to avoid me? Zhu Yurao glared at him and walked away with the other serving maids. What's going on? Dacheng Hua's tone was slightly dissatisfied. Zhu Wacheng looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that no one was there, he whispered, Your Majesty, the King of Soul Beasts in the Stardao Forest has come to seek your cooperation. What? Dacheng Hua's expression changed slightly, and the trace of dissatisfaction in his heart that was disturbed disappeared without a trace, leaving only confusion and solemnity. Beast God Dishan? Why did he come to me? I don't know, but it doesn't seem to be malicious, at least not yet. Your Majesty, this matter is very important, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. After all, he is a soul beast, Zhu Wacheng reminded, and at the same time he was explaining his behavior of sending Zhu Yurao away just now. I understand. Dacheng Hua nodded seriously. He closed his eyes and meditated. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, Go and invite all the worshippers, tell them what happened, prepare them for battle, and at the same time, mobilize as many good generals as possible. Wait. Forget it, don't make any preparations, just ask Dishan to come over. At first, Dacheng Hua was thinking about his own safety, but after thinking about it, he felt that confidentiality was more important. Dishan came to seek cooperation, which must involve huge interests. He was an ambitious monarch. Although some quick success measures in the early years not only failed to make crossing Luo become stronger, but had the opposite effect, affecting internal stability. But he did not give up his original ideals and still worked tirelessly. With his efforts, the domestic situation gradually improved, and the overall national strength began to rise. After getting the information about what happened in Wuhan City, he had a hunch that the continent's structure might undergo drastic changes. This was a challenge, but also an opportunity. For an ambitious king like him, cooperating with soul beasts is not an unacceptable thing. Interest is the driving force behind his actions. Moreover, the Xingluo royal family has been dissatisfied with Wuhan Palace for a long time. If Wuhan Palace had not repeatedly blocked it, the Xiandao Empire would have been annexed by them. Yes. Zhu Wacheng accepted the order and retired respectfully. He returned to the mansion, looked at Dishan and the King of 10,000 Demons who were sitting quietly in the pavilion, and said, You two, His Majesty has agreed to meet with you two. Please move. Dishan nodded and motioned to Zhu Wacheng to lead the way. Chapter 184, The Alliance of Xingdao and Xingluo. In order to let as few people as possible see Emperor Shan and the King of 10,000 Demons, Zhu Wacheng specially prepared a carriage. This is a special carriage that can only be used by the Emperor of the Xingluo Empire. Sometimes it is also arranged to pick up and drop off distinguished guests, and there is no inspection when entering and leaving the palace gate. As for the soldiers who welcomed Emperor Shan and the King of 10,000 Demons to his mansion before, and the two teams of city guards guarding the city, they have been gagged and arranged to guard a remote and uninhabited place. He did not do things to the extreme, and gave them enough treatment when sending them to remote areas. The carriage stopped in the back garden of the Xingluo Palace. There were only 4 people on the scene: Emperor Shan, the King of 10,000 Demons, Dacheng Hua and Zhu Wacheng. In fact, there were 2 royal clan elders hiding in the dark, all of whom were at the level of titled Douluo, and Dacheng Hua himself had the strength of Soul Douluo, and carried the royal treasure on him. It is difficult to imagine the great power they possess without really facing the extreme Douluo. Dai Chenghua felt that his protection should be enough to delay for a while. Emperor Xian used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings and found the two titled Douluo in the dark. He didn't care and just smiled at the heroic man in front of him. The two kings sat opposite each other and the king of 10,000 demons and Zhu Wacheng followed behind. I wonder what the beast god is doing here? Dai Chenghua asked. I believe you have learned about what happened in Wuhan City, right? Emperor Xian asked back. I know a general idea. I only know that you attacked Wuhan City and I don't know the details of the whole thing. Emperor Xian explained. Then I will briefly explain it. Duke Amon joined forces with the people of Wuhan Hall to kill the Red King and the auspicious beast. You can understand the status of the Red King among the soul beasts as the general of your empire, and the auspicious beast is like my child. Please accept my condolences. Emperor Xian stared at Dai Chenghua and said softly, so I want revenge. Revenge on that bastard Amon. I don't want to be an enemy of humans. The best proof is that your soul masters have been hunting soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest for years, but I have no reaction. I don't care about those soul beasts with low intelligence, but I can't tolerate the death of the auspicious beast and the Red King. Just like you can't tolerate the assassin who assassinated the prince to be at large, I can't tolerate the murderer who killed the auspicious beast to escape punishment. Dai Chenghua pondered for a moment and said, since you, the beast god, want to cooperate with our Xingluo empire, what is the specific way of cooperation? What can I get? After all, you are soul beasts, and I'm a human. If our connection is discovered, I will lose a lot of support. Dai Xian's handsome face showed a smile. Before I came here, I studied your human society. I know that the Xiandao Empire is the enemy of your Xingluo Empire. The Wuhan Hall is also your enemy in a sense. Because of their obstruction, your Xingluo has repeatedly lost the opportunity to unify the continent. Amon is also your enemy. With the support of the Xiandao Empire, he forcibly occupied the land that you believe belongs to Xingluo and is disputed with Xiandao. These three are also my enemies. Since we both have the same enemy, we are natural allies. Dai Chenghua seemed to be a little moved. After thinking for a while, he asked, why do you say that the Xiandao Empire is your enemy? Do you also have a feud with the Xiandao royal family? Dai Xian shook his head. That's not the case, but Amon is the duke of the Xiandao Empire. If the Xiandao Empire is willing to hand him over to us, then I will naturally not be hostile to them, but this is obviously impossible. Just as you worry, the alliance with me will lose the support of domestic soul masters, and the Xiandao royal family naturally has such concerns. If he directly hands over a duke, the consequences will be more serious, since they won't hand over Amon. They are my enemies. After a pause, Dai Xian spoke out the cooperation plan that he had prepared long ago. I will raise a beast tide to attack the cities of the Xiandao Empire, and at the same time, lead the beasts to besiege the Wuhan city and hold the Wuhan Hall. I need you to attack the Xiandao Empire at the same time, also using Amon as the reason. If the Xiandao Empire is willing to compromise and hand over Amon to either of us, then the war will stop. If they are still unwilling, then the war will continue until Xiandao is destroyed or they are forced to compromise. During the war, I can mobilize a group of soul beasts to assist you as mounts for your soldiers and former cavalry. You can declare to the outside world that this is secretly cultivated and tamed by your royal family. During the war, all the gains on the battlefield belong to you. How much land you can swallow up in Xiandao depends on your own ability, because you have enough reasons to attack Amon. You can avoid being suspected of being in league with me by soul masters to the greatest extent. After all, you took advantage of the beast tide when Xiandao was facing it. Although you may be criticized, it is harmless, as long as there is no solid evidence. The soul masters of your Xingluo empire will not easily change their positions. Dai Chenghua was very tempted. He had always been eyeing the Xiandao empire, but because the gap between the two countries' national strength was not big, he had been suppressing his ambition point. But if Xiandao was attacked by the beast tide and suffered heavy losses, and the Wuhan Hall was dragged by the beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest and could not interfere with the war situation, he would be sure to tear off a piece of fat meat from the Xiandao Empire. It is not impossible to even unify the continent directly, fulfill the long-cherished wish of the kings of all dynasties, and become the greatest emperor in the ages by then. Even if the spirit hall had freed up its hands, it would have been powerless to turn the tide point. Although the spirit hall was special, how could it possibly fight against a unified empire? The fact that they could develop to this point was inseparable from the mutual hostility and mutual restraint between the two empires, and the price of all this was to turn Duke Amon, who had originally stood on the side of Xiandao, into an mortal enemy of the Day royal family. This was a sure win business, no matter how you looked at it. Although Duke Amon was powerful and had unlimited potential in the future, he was only one person after all, and it would take time for his potential to be realized. Wouldn't it be enough to make him have no future? By the end of the war, whether the Xiandao Empire compromised or the Xingluo Empire completely annexed the Xiandao Empire, Amon would have no place to stay in the human world or the soul beast world. Dai Chenghua thought for a long time and finally said slowly, "I agree. If our Xingluo Empire unifies the continent, I will also designate the Xingdao Great Forest as a restricted area for humans, and prohibit soul masters from entering it to hunt soul rings." In order to make Dishan help the Xingluo Empire more wholeheartedly, Dai Chenghua also took the initiative to make such a promise. "If the Xiandao Empire is not grateful, I'm also happy to see such a result." Dishan nodded with satisfaction. "Then, this negotiation will end here. After a while, I will let the 10,000 Demon King bring soul beasts that can be used as mounts. He will cooperate with you on the battlefield." Dishan pointed at the 10,000 Demon King. The 10,000 Demon King nodded to Dai Chenghua and Zhu watch and point afterwards. Dishan waved his hand, and a ripple spread in the space. He walked in, and the 10,000 Demon King followed closely. When their figures disappeared, the ripples in the space slowly calmed down. This move made Dai Chenghua's pupils shrink. Two figures in gorgeous clothes suddenly appeared behind Dai Chenghua. "Uncles, what do you think?" Dai Chenghua said to the two old men with a little respect. "These are the elders of their Day royal family, all of whom have the strength of titled Douluo. Even if he, the Emperor of Xingluo, sees them, he cannot neglect them." The title Douluo on the left, wearing a green shirt, shook his head. "I can't see through him, but the spatial ability he showed at the end proves that he is difficult to deal with." The title Douluo on the right, wearing blue clothes, had cold sweat on his forehead. He said with lingering fear, "Just now I wanted to try his strength, but I was locked by a key. Just the key that locked me made me feel afraid to resist. The strength of this soul beast king is probably far beyond our imagination. Your Majesty, your situation just now was actually very dangerous. If he wants to harm you, I'm afraid that even the royal treasure, the red flame ring, can't protect your safety." "What?" Dai Chenghua's face changed, and a series of thoughts flashed through his mind. The cooperation has not officially started yet, and he has been thinking about how to deal with Dishan after he unified the continent, left Xingluo City. The king of 10,000 demons asked in confusion, "Why do we have to unite with humans?" That Dai Chenghua is probably not well intentioned, and he will definitely not fulfill his promise. Dishan shook his head. "It doesn't matter, as long as we can join forces to deal with Amon. You should have experienced the weirdness and difficulty of that bastard in the past 3 years. Killing him is the first priority. Only when he has no place to stay and becomes everyone's enemy can we find an opportunity to kill him. In addition, although raising a beast tide can put pressure on humans, it is also a serious act for our Xingdao Great Forest. We can't consume too much manpower, especially now that we have lost the auspicious beast. It would be best if we can make them humans fall into internal consumption." Emperor Xian looked at the calm lake and continued, "Go to the forest and find a few soul beasts that are suitable for human mounts. It will be up to you then. Be careful and don't let your guard down even against our allies. Humans are the most untrustworthy. I need to go to Wuhan City to hold back that human extreme Douluo, so I may not be able to take care of you then." The king of 10,000 monsters nodded. "I will. The best way to unite the internal forces is to create an external enemy. Although the king of 10,000 monsters had always been rebellious in the past and always wanted to overthrow Emperor Shan and take the throne himself, at this moment, he was willing to obey his orders and complete his instructions seriously, rather than pretending to obey them. Point in the matter of avenging the auspicious beasts and regaining the fate of the Stardao Great Forest. The soul beasts in the Stardao Great Forest were unprecedentedly united. Soul beasts with a cultivation base of more than 1,000 years all stopped opposing each other against their instincts. Tigers no longer eat sheep, wolves no longer eat rabbits, and even sheep and rabbits no longer eat grass. However, those soul beasts that were 10 or 100 years old and ordinary plants and animals suffered, because soul beasts need food after all. Since the upper and middle layers stopped internal consumption, the price would naturally need to be paid by those at the bottom of the food chain. This is definitely a disaster for them, because those powerful soul beasts usually eat other soul beasts with soul power, and now they suddenly switch to ordinary food. Their appetite will be amazing. Chapter 185, Beast Taming Sect. Zuking returned to Xiandao City and reported the results of the discussion in the Pope's palace to Emperor Zui. Zui frowned. He looked at Zuking and asked, "King, what do you think? Should we respond to Wuhan Palace's call and send people to discuss setting up an alliance against soul beasts?" King smiled slightly and replied, "I think it shouldn't be." This answer was somewhat beyond Zuyi's expectations. He knew that his son had always had a good impression of Wuhan Palace and had always taken the overall situation into consideration, but he did not expect that he would oppose the reasonable proposal put forward by Wuhan Palace at this moment. King explained, "The influence of Wuhan Palace among soul masters is already amazing enough. The summary of this incident is that a soul master killed an important soul beast, and the soul beast came to take revenge. If Wuhan Palace takes the lead and promotes the alliance, then it means that Wuhan Palace protects the soul master's right to hunt soul beasts. This will further increase the prestige of Wuhan Palace among soul masters. It is not conducive to the rule of the empire, so I suggest that Duke Amon be the host. Let him ask for help from Wuhan Palace, Xingluo Empire, and us in his own name. In this way, our three parties' status in this incident will be equal, and Wuhan Palace will not be able to gain fame." Yi was satisfied with Zuking's rational judgment. He pondered for a moment and said, "It's a very reasonable method, but will Duke Amon be willing to cooperate with us?" King smiled confidently. Since there was such a proposal, of course she had already prepared it. If he is smart, he will not reject our proposal at this time. Because Dishan's goal has always been him, and he will be the biggest beneficiary after the establishment of the alliance. With him as the initiator, he can also occupy more the right to speak. Moreover, he is a Duke of Xiandao after all. What's the attitude of Wuhan Palace? King replied, "Actually, it was the Pope of Wuhan Palace who attacked a ferocious beast first, and Dishan went to rescue him, which gave Duke Amon the opportunity to take advantage. So they are also the objects of Dishan's hatred. After Amon is dealt with, it's their turn. So Wuhan Palace also has urgent needs. Where's the Star Luo Empire? Although Wuhan Palace has gradually become the biggest threat to Xiandao Empire, Zuyi still has many concerns about Xingluo Empire, which has repeatedly attempted to annex Xiandao. They may or may not agree, but their attitude towards Wuhan Palace should be consistent with ours. If they don't agree to establish an alliance, they will definitely be targeted by Wuhan Palace afterwards. Then, I'll do what you said." Zuyi nodded and approved the suggestion made by Zuking. After getting the approval of Emperor Zuyi, Zuking rushed to Tudo territory as soon as possible in order to promote the alliance before Wuhan Palace officially issued the call. When Amon met her at the Duke's mansion and learned of her purpose, his expression became strange. "You are really completely committed to your identity as Prince Xiandao. However, this is exactly what I want." A smile appeared on his face. "As a Duke of the Empire, I naturally stand on the Empire's side, and this matter started because of me, and is in my best interest. I have no reason to refuse." Hearing Amon's answer, Zuking nodded with a smile, and said in a soft voice, "Then I'll just wait for the good news." Amon immediately sent people to send invitations to Wuhan Palace and various sects in Xiandao. After all, the time for his rise is still very short, and he does not have such great appeal. Except for the Wuhan Palace, the Xiandao royal family, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, which had a close relationship with him and knew his strength. Other sects might not betray him. Therefore, the Xiandao royal family also sent letters to the forces other than Wuhan Palace. Half a month later, the sect conference was held in the night capital. This meeting was not so much held by Amon as it was held by the Xiandao royal family. The Star Luo Empire didn't send anyone over, and neither did the Haotian sect. This is not too unexpected. The former has nothing to do with the Spirit Beast siege incident, while the latter has closed the sect and is hiding from the world. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family split into two branches after Yu Yuansen's death. One group stayed in the Douluo territory and accepted Amon's rule, while the other group, mainly direct descendants of Yu Yuansen, left for another country. The branch that stayed in Douluo's leadership elected a new head, Yu Yuansen's cousin Yu Yuanqiu. Of course he didn't dare to ignore Amon, and because he was closer, he was the first to arrive. Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, was present in person under the protection of Sword Douluo. The representative of Wuhan Palace is Bishop Platinum, Walter representative of the Xiandao royal family, Zuking. The leader of the Elephant Armor sect, Hu Yansen. Titan, the leader of the Force clan. The principalities and kingdoms affiliated with the Xiandao Empire also sent people. At the meeting, Amon will announce the information discussed in advance with Wuhan Palace and Xiandao royal family and inform them of the threat posed by the ferocious beasts. The news about the ferocious beast caused an uproar. Almost everyone thought that the 100,000-year-old soul beast was already the most powerful soul beast. They did not expect that there would be even more terrifying existences above this. They thought that those who attacked Wuhan City were just 100,000-year-old soul beasts with extremely powerful combat capabilities, but they didn't expect that they turned out to be even more special beings. A soul master hunted for a soul ring and was retaliated by a soul beast. This was a major event that all forces had to take seriously. After some negotiations, the Soul Master Alliance was established to deal with the threat of soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest. It was agreed that no matter what the situation, if a Soul Master was retaliated for hunting soul rings, the local area must not compromise with the soul beasts, must not expel the Soul Master, and must work together to deal with the soul beast attack. Afterwards, Zuking required each force to send a certain number of soul masters to the city near the Xingdao Great Forest to assist the local army in guarding the city. The representatives of these forces began to shirk their responsibilities one by one until the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family expressed their opinions one after another, and then they reluctantly made a promise to send some people. A border fortress of the Xingluo Empire. The tall and thick city walls are built of black boulders. Each rock is a strictly selected stone, tightly spliced together. Like an indestructible barrier, there is a deep moat under the tower, and the surging river water provides a natural barrier for the fortress. The moat is about tens of meters wide and several meters deep. Arrow towers and watch towers are regularly arranged on the towers. On the watchtowers, the sentinels with strict military appearance and solemn expressions perform their duties and always look into the distance. Under the sunshine, the stone walls of the pass flicker with cold light, giving people a solemn feeling. This is Xingdao City, known as the gateway to the Xingluo Empire. Not far in front of it is the soil of the Xiandao Empire, and it is also the bridgehead for attacking the Xiandao Empire. There are not many areas where the Xingluo Empire and the Xiandao Empire's royal territories intersect, and the middle is basically separated by the kingdoms and principalities under the jurisdiction of the two empires. Xingdao City happens to be one of the few intersections of these direct territories. So it is particularly important. The most elite army of the Xingluo Empire, the White Tiger Army, is stationed here. At this time, a middle-aged man in bright silver armor stood at the gate of the city, staring at the distant horizon. He is not tall, with a long face, a birthmark on his forehead, eyebrows raised, eyes slightly small, and a low nose bridge, which makes him look a bit funny. He is the commander of the White Tiger Army. Wei Zhao Wu, General. Wei, what are you looking at? A young man with long golden hair, double pupils, and cold eyes came over and asked. Next to him, there was a beautiful girl with a hot body and a cold temperament. Third, Prince, I'm waiting for someone. Wei Zhao Wu stared into the distance, waiting for someone. Who is it that requires you, the great general of the empire, to wait in person? Daemubei's face was puzzled. After parting with his companions at Shrek Academy, he returned to the Xingluo Empire with Zhu's Yuking points due to his good performance in the Soul Master competition. He received more care from Dai Chenghua. After he proposed to go to the army for training, he was assigned to the White Tiger Army. However, Davis and Zhu's Yuan status plummeted. They were seriously injured by Yan Jin in the Soul Master competition, and a lot of resources were consumed just for treatment. Moreover, so many people in the team were defeated by one person, which made his talent no longer optimistic. Many officials who originally supported him began to waver, subconsciously distanced themselves, and began to wait and see. Although Shrek Academy was also defeated by one person, they at least made it to the end, defeated the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and obtained the qualification to participate in the championship. And the one who defeated them was Duke Amon, who was already famous in the Spirit Master world. Although defeated, it was still glorious. Here it comes. Wei Zhao said lightly. Daemubei followed his line of sight and showed astonishment in his eyes. Noticing the change in his expression, Zhu's Yuking also looked up at the distance and was also stunned. Because what was rolling in was a group of soul beasts. In the center was a huge ground ankylosal lizard with a group of flaming lions on the left and a white bone mammoth on the right. In the sky, there were even Sahel dragons and groups of two-legged flying dragons. A sharp alarm sounded. Although they had been notified in advance that a friendly army would arrive today, this did not quite fit the definition of friendly army in any way, so the lookout chose to blow the alarm. After hesitating for a moment. Wei Zhao frowned. Pass the order. That's a friendly army. Don't panic. The alarm stopped. The Soul Beast army stopped about 100 meters in front of the city wall. Even the most elite White Tiger Army soldiers couldn't help showing some fear when looking at the huge beasts. Wei, General Wei, is this a friendly army? Daemubei asked a little stutteringly. Yes. Wei Zhao nodded. A hell dragon fell from the sky, and the huge dragon head slowly drooped. The ordinary looking 10,000 Demon King walked down from the dragon head, and he restrained his iconic, carpet-like long hair. The dark green eyes looked at Wei Zhao and whispered, General Wei, the demon eye is here to keep the appointment. Okay. Looking at the group of soul beasts full of power, Wei Zhao's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Master of the demon sect, let me introduce you. This is the third prince of our Xingluo Empire, and also a strong contender for the future throne. Your Highness, this is the master of the beast taming sect, Mr. Demon Eye, a powerful titled Douluo. Wei Zhao introduced the two parties. Beast taming sect? Is there such a sect? Daemubei showed a puzzled look on his face. Aren't soul beasts very arrogant? How can they be kept in captivity by humans and even obey orders? The 10,000 Demon King showed a slightly evil smile. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. This is the unique skill of our sect, don't you know? Soul beasts can also communicate. I don't control them forcefully, but treat them as my friends and my family, so they are willing to fight for me. Daemubei couldn't help but think of Zhao and nodded. P.S. In the original work, Tang San took Xiaobei and the Demon Soul Great White Shark Clan to fight the evil Demon Killer Whale Clan. Although it was a divine test, it already had the meaning of taming beasts, so it was not abrupt for the 10,000 Demon King to package himself in this way. High level soul beasts will not be kept in captivity by humans. This is what Yu Xiaogang said to Tang San. Character cognition does not represent the setting of the work, and there may be errors. Chapter 186 Beast Tide. After accepting the existence of the beast taming sect, Daemubei couldn't help but ask, General Wei, what is the demon sect master doing here? Such a large army of soul beasts consumes a lot every day. Is there enough food in the city? The Xingluo Empire would definitely not mobilize the army for no reason. He had a vague guess about what was about to happen, and his mood was quite complicated. The Xingluo army has always had only one goal together, to attack the Xiandao Empire. He has a great affection for the Xiandao Empire. His teachers, classmates, and friends are all in Xiandao. It is the experience of the Xiandao Empire that gave him hope of turning over, if possible, He doesn't want to be an enemy of Xiandao Point. The king of 10,000 monsters smiled and said, don't worry about that. These little guys come here only after they are full. Soul beasts can last for several weeks after a big meal. After a few weeks, food will naturally be available. Wei Zhao Wu confirmed Daemubei's guess. Your Majesty has decided to use military force against the Xiandao Empire. This time, it will not be a small fight. It is likely to be a war that will destroy the country. What? Even though he had guessed it long ago, Daemubei was still shocked by the news, a war that will destroy the country. He thought in his heart and looked at Zhu Zuking, and they both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. How could such a war suddenly start? Are we sure we will win? And won't the spirit hall intervene as before? Daemubei asked hurriedly. Due to being in the military camp all the time, the news was relatively closed, and Daemubei didn't know what happened in the spirit city. The spirit hall. Humph. Wei Zhao Wu snorted coldly and didn't continue talking. Xiandao Empire, Harjandaz's kingdom, Nanfeng City. This is a small town located at the northern foot of the Xingdao Mountains. At the southernmost end of the Harjandaz's plain point on the other side of the Xingdao Mountains is the famous Xingdao Forest Point. The clear and wide Jerry River flows through the plain, bringing sufficient water here. The warm and humid climate provides an excellent growth environment for crops. Nanfeng City and some surrounding cities have become the granary of the Harjandaz's kingdom point at the same time, due to its proximity to the Xingdao Mountains. There are also hunters, mercenaries and other people who rely on hunting wild beasts and soul beasts in the mountains for a living point. Although located on the border of the empire, its superior geographical environment has prevented this small town from experiencing war for more than 100 years. It is impossible for the Xingluo Empire's army to cross the Xingdao forest to attack here. There are not many soldiers in Nanfeng City, only enough to maintain public security in the city. Have you heard? War is about to break out. On the city wall, several idle soldiers exchanged gossip. War? With the Xingluo Empire? It's been peaceful for so long. Are they going to fight again? Said an older soldier. Not with Xingluo. I heard that the soul masters are going to fight with soul beasts. Said a short, dark and thin soldier. What? Soul masters and soul beasts? What's so strange about this? Doesn't it happen every day? Yesterday I saw a soul master carrying a wild boar soul beast he killed into the city. No. It's not the kind of hunting by one person or a few people, but like a war between two countries. Many people are fighting with many soul beasts. The dark and thin soldier gestured exaggeratedly. Hahaha, you are joking again. How is that possible? I heard from the nobles that the beast god, the noble lord among the soul beasts, wants to counterattack humans and establish a soul beast empire. Ah, there are noble lords among soul beasts. Does it live in a big house? Maybe it has 2 beautiful wives. Hahaha. The guards on the city wall laughed. A soul master with better eyesight suddenly pointed in the direction of the Xingdao Great Mountain Range and saw a black line approaching in the distance. He asked in confusion, what is that? The guard stood up and stared at the city wall for a long time until the black line approached. They could see the true face of the black line. There were thousands of soul beasts lined up in a row. There were spiders, ants, centipedes, snakes. The Xingdao Great Mountain Range was a dangerous place that was difficult to climb for the human army, but for some soul beasts with amazing climbing ability who could walk on vertical mountain walls as if they were on flat ground, this was not an obstacle point. Although the Harjandaz's kingdom also sent people to participate in the Soul Master Conference held in Douluo territory, the intelligence of the ferocious beasts still did not attract enough attention from them. Subconsciously, they thought that there was a mountain range between them and the Stardao Great Forest, and they would not be attacked by soul beasts. The soldiers shouted in fear. Alarm! Sound the alarm quickly. Where is the soul guide that can sound the alarm? No one could answer this question. They were relaxed for too long. Until the soul beast army had approached the city. Nanfeng City still failed to organize an effective counterattack. The not so tall city walls could not stop the soul beast army at all. One soul beast after another climbed up the wall and entered the city. The invasion of soul beasts brought a panic. Help, what a big spider. Someone shouted in fear. Some soul masters were still ready to fight, but when they saw soul beasts emerging from the city wall one after another, they lost their fighting spirit and ran to the other side of the city gate. Yan Jin floated in the air, looking coldly at the panicked city, and said indifferently, "Kill it." The soul beasts attacked one after another, whether they were men, women, old people, children, ordinary people, soul masters, or nobles. They were all their targets. The cries for help, screams, and the swallowing sounds of soul beasts were all mixed together, and the horrible scene was like hell. The soul masters who escaped to the other side were not spared either. As soon as they left the city, they saw the soul beasts that surrounded the city tightly and were torn to pieces in fear. On top of the tallest building in the city, a man with a monocle on his right eye looked at all this with indifference. ETSK, and whispered to himself, "In this era, human power seems to be far inferior to soul beasts. If it weren't for the fierce beasts who have the ability to control soul beasts of different races, humans might not be the opponents of soul beasts." The huge shadow cast down. The young man turned his head and saw the terrible giant bear with fierce eyes looking at him. He smiled. "This time before he finished speaking, he was beaten into meat paste by the bear's paw as big as a millstone. Yan Jin has already understood that to deal with this ghost thing, he should not be allowed to speak, otherwise his mood will definitely be affected. Into Douluo territory, Amon used his knuckles to touch the monocle, and the disturbance of fate made him realize that another Amon was sacrificed. Before the sacrificed Amon died, he left the message he wanted to convey in Amon's fate. The main body plucked the illusory grey-black misty thread of fate like plucking the strings of a harp, taking all the conveyed messages from its own fate and integrating them into its mind. Has it started? Beast Tide. Yan Jin crossed the Xingdao Great Mountain Range to attack the Xiandao Empire. D. Xian and BG will inevitably confront Douluo in Wuhan City, so where are the 10,000 demon kings and ZG? When all the fierce beasts are dispatched, where will Xian Mengai's silkworm be? There is another important point. What is the current state of the Silver Dragon King? Can he take action? After thinking for a moment, Amon cast his gaze towards the direction of the Xingluo Empire with a deep look in his eyes. In Wuhan City, Douluo looked solemnly at the east. The sky darkened rapidly. Although it was noon, the sky on that side was already shrouded in darkness. It was not the dark clouds that were rolling, nor was it a simple change in the weather. It was a silent, dead darkness, and a neat black color spread towards Wuhan City. There seemed to be a curtain in the sky, covering the sunlight and plunging the whole world into darkness. The various soul beasts were slowly approaching the direction of Wuhan City. They were not moving fast, but their goals were very clear. They moved forward in a fan-shaped manner, almost in sync with the darkness in the air. Indistinctly, accompanied by the breeze, the faint fishy smell from the soul beasts had reached the top of Wuhan City. Close. The city gates, and ordinary people without combat power should stay at home and not go out. If conditions permit, they can hide in safer places such as cellars. Bibi Dong's gentle voice rang in everyone's ears as her soul power spread. She came to the city wall and stood side by side with Douluo. "I thought you wouldn't come," Douluo said calmly. "If I had to decide, I would still choose to negotiate peace, but since you are all ready to fight, I naturally can't just sit back and watch. At least there is one thing I agree with, the ferocious beasts are our common enemy." Bibi Dong replied softly. The soul beasts began to run wildly at the last moment, and the earth trembled. They quickly dispersed and surrounded Wuhan City. A large number of soul masters from the Wuhan Hall came to the city wall, scattered in 6 directions, and looked solemnly at the dense army of soul beasts not far away. Although the high-end combat power of the title Douluo level is not as good as that of the Wuhan Hall, the soul beasts have an absolute advantage in the number of middle and low levels. A huge black dragon appeared and disappeared in the black curtain of the sky, and a thunderous voice sounded. "Human, I will say it again for the last time, hand over Amon, otherwise, I will make you leave the whole Wuhan City without a single person. No matter how many times it is the same, my answer is always the same. You want to fight, then fight." Douluo's voice was calm and his tone was firm. "Humph, stubborn. Emperor Shan issued the order to attack. All kinds of soul beasts roared and attacked the city. The soul masters also launched a counterattack. The tall and thick walls of Wuhan city brought a certain sense of security, making many soul masters less nervous. Douluo flew into the sky and faced Emperor Shan. Colorful lights bloomed on the walls and skills fell on the soul beasts one by one, causing them huge casualties. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and set her eyes on the sky. After absorbing the soul ring of the Titan giant ape, her soul power level increased by 1 level. After absorbing the soul bone, it increased by another level. At this time, she has reached level 98, the same as the golden crocodile. Relying on the immortal body, she has room to intervene even in the confrontation between the two powerful men in the sky. Of course, it might not be a good look to intervene now, when both sides are in their prime. She decided to keep her soul power and wait for Emperor Shan's state to decline, and then return all the shame he brought last time. Chapter 187 War. The bad news of Nanfeng city spread, and the entire Haagen-Dazs kingdom fell into panic. The city of tens of thousands of people did not even have a single survivor, and was devoured by a group of terrifying and ferocious arthropods and reptiles. After receiving the intelligence, the kingdom immediately asked for help from the Xiandao royal family. In fact, this intelligence was discovered by Amon under their guidance. Otherwise, according to the corruption and incompetence of the officials of the kingdom, the Soul Beast army would have marched straight in and turned the people in Haagen-Dazs city into food. When the gate of the palace was about to be breached, the king would not realize that the Soul Beasts had already wreaked havoc in his territory. Marshal Jialong, who was hailed as the pillar of the empire, was ordered to lead the most elite Xiandao royal knights, the temporary ordinary army, and thousands of soul masters sent by various sects to support the battlefield. The Bear King's offensive was temporarily stopped. The well-trained hundreds of thousands of troops carrying sophisticated equipment could completely fight the Soul Beast group that had no organization or discipline. Although they barely maintained harmony with each other under the control of the Bear King, there was no way to talk about cooperation and coordinated operations. They should be thankful that they did not hurt their own people during the melee. The Bear King wanted to rely on his own tyrannical strength to force his way out, but facing the legion level attacks launched by many soul masters, he did not dare to act recklessly. Those joint attacks were enough to seriously injure or even kill him. Imperial Marshal Jialong showed his excellent military qualities for an army of hundreds of thousands of people. Just ordinary transfer and dispatch is a very complicated matter, which tests the organization and management ability of the generals. However, Jialong coordinated the relationship between the various legions in a short period of time, put the right people in the right positions, and let the complex Soul Master team play its due role. After a few days of stalemate in a city, the Bear King suddenly retreated. It did not fight with Jialong's army, but turned to attack other human cities. Jialong was too slow to react and stop the attack. 2 more cities were breached, and the residents in the cities became food for soul beasts. This army of arthropod and reptilian soul beasts led by Yan Jin is absolutely terrifying. They don't need supplies. The humans along the way are their food. They don't need roads. Even the steepest cliffs can be walked on flat ground. Jialong had to face a very serious problem. That is, his army was far less mobile than Yan Jin's Soul Beast army. He fell into an extremely passive situation. If they blindly pursued, they might encounter Soul Beast traps in the wild. Although they were currently victorious and had an advantage, the advantage was not great. But if they didn't pursue, they would also fail Zhu Yi's entrustment. Allowing soul beasts to wreak havoc in the country would bring great losses to the Xiandao Empire. However, the good news is that the people who are now being threatened by soul beasts are not the people under the direct territory of the Xiandao royal family, but the kingdoms that already have a rebellious heart. Their weakening will help the stability of the Xiandao Empire. By the way, where is Duke Amon? Isn't he the target of the soul beasts? As long as he appears, the soul beasts will not attack other places anymore. The military minister of the kingdom of Haagen-Dazs saw the current situation and was anxious. He couldn't help but say that he wanted to use Amon as bait. In fact, his proposal was useless at all. Even if Amon stood in front of the Bear King, it would not even look at him. Unless killing the other party was just a byproduct, it would never spend more effort. Because he had killed too many people, he was numb. The ultimate purpose of Emperor Shian's beast type this time was not to kill one or two of Amon's clones, but to make Amon a sinner of mankind, and make everyone hate him. Only when he was not tolerated by the whole world, and had no place to hide, Emperor Shian would be sure to find all his clones and kill him truly and thoroughly. The mighty army of soul beasts walked in the human territory with death and fear, while the army that was supposed to protect the human territory was still hesitating in place. Another human city was massacred, blood all over the city, and corpses were scattered all over the ground. In front of spiders, ants, centipedes, snakes, etc. These soul beasts with special perception abilities. There is no place to hide. Even if you hide in the most secret cellar, you will eventually be discovered, dragged out, and die under the hideous mouthparts or fangs. However, this time, the Bear King did not leave the soul beasts time to thoroughly clean up the city. After all the people in the open were killed, he took them away. This is not its mercy, but it needs these living people to spread despair and fear. They don't need to worry about whether this will cause opposition between all humans and soul beasts, resulting in counterproductive results, because Douluo has united with them. Bang. The Minister of Military Affairs of the Kingdom of Harjandazes slammed his fat hands heavily on the conference table. Assholes, aren't you here to deal with the soul beasts? Just watch them wreak havoc and do nothing. Jen Long's face was not very good, and he tried to speak in a calm tone. I understand your feelings. It is not what we want for things to develop like this, but I can't let the soldiers die in vain. Marshal, the 7 Treasures glazed sector's reinforcement. A soldier came in to report. Please, come in. Jelong's face showed surprise. The visitor was an old man with neat silver hair, dressed in white, and exuding a sharp aura. Sword. Douluo, Yan Jin, the sect master heard that you encountered some troubles here, so he asked me to come and help. Yan Jin said calmly, you came at the perfect time. We are now having a headache because of Mr. Xiang's tactics. Jelong stepped forward quickly. The military situation is urgent, and I don't have time to clean up the situation for Sir Sword Douluo. I hope you'll forgive me. It doesn't matter. I can do whatever I'm told, but it depends on your orders. Sword Douluo nodded. I wonder if Sir Sword Douluo is sure to stop Mr. Xiang? Jelong asked. Yan Jin frowned slightly, thought for a moment and then said, if I fight alone, I will definitely die, but with the help of the disciples of the Kibeo glazed sect, although I'm not sure of defeating him, it will not be a problem to barely entangle him. Then, what about me? A slightly older voice came from behind, and countless white threads gathered into a human shape. Walter? You're not in Wuhan City? Yan Jin was confused. Walter smiled. I have a hunch that Wuhan City is probably just a certain direction where the soul beasts are attacking. They will attack from other places, so they didn't go back, because Walter himself is a person who does very extreme things. He will also take the extreme behavior of the soul beast into consideration, bypassing Wuhan City, and go directly to massacre civilians. In fact, he was already present when the soul beast massacred the second city, but he did not rush to save people impulsively and kept waiting. He didn't show up until Sword Douluo arrived, and he felt confident joining forces with Sword Douluo. I can completely entangle Mr. Xiang. We can let the Soul Master set off first to stop the soul beasts. Your cavalry will follow closely, and finally the slowest infantry will take advantage of the Soul Masters. When the cavalry is fighting the soul beast, rush to the battlefield, Walter suggested. Jelong nodded. That's exactly what I meant. One thing you need to pay attention to is that the distance between the Soul Master, cavalry, and infantry cannot be too large. This is still a restriction, but it is much better than before. The auspicious beasts are the carriers of the power of destiny in the Stardow forest. When Amon absorbed the soul rings of the auspicious beasts, he suffered the backlash of the power of destiny, so he simply swallowed the fate of the soul beasts together. Now, there is a trace of destiny connection between him and every soul beast belonging to the Stardow forest. He could feel that 2 strong destinies were in the direction of Wuhan City. One was in the Harjandaz's kingdom of the Xiandao Empire, One was in the Star Luo Empire, and the other was deep in the Stardow Forest Point. In addition, there is a vague giant that flickers in and out of the Star Forest Point. The first three are Dishan, BG, and Yan Jin. The one in the Star Luo Empire is probably the 10,000 Demon King. The one in the Stardow Forest is ZG. The last behemoth, is it the Silver Dragon King, or the Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm? Amon thought in his heart. The string of fate was touched, and the clone sent news. He suddenly raised his head, looked towards crossing Luo, raised his hand to stroke his monocle, and whispered to himself, interesting. Then, he called Yan Jin, Lei Yin, and Rommel. Lei Yin, Yan Jin, follow me to Luan City. Rommel, you can find a place to hide yourself, preferably in a remote place, where no one knows you. Small town, maybe I'll have to play hide and seek with others for a while. Is there anyone powerful targeting us? Yan Jin scratched his head. Well, I and Lei Yin can run away. If Rommel is discovered, he probably won't be able to run away. Xiandao City, which was facing away from Zingayao City, was now surrounded. They didn't even have time to convey the news of the Star Luo Empire's invasion before they were besieged by the White Tiger Army riding armored dragon lizards, flaming lions, and bone mammoths. The number of the White Tiger Army is small, less than 20,000 in total, and the number of those riding soul beasts is even less. Only about 5,000. But this is the best of the best. Although Shanghai City on the Xiandao Empire side also had 10,000 troops stationed there, which was more than enough to defend the city, but with the addition of the variable spirit beast, the situation was completely different. After Wei Zhaowu asked the White Tiger Army to surround Shanghai City, but failed to persuade him to surrender. He immediately began to attack the city. The two-legged flying dragons and hell dragons in the sky made the advantage of the Xiandao soldiers' war useless. The terrifying monsters with wings kept swooping down, grabbing the soldiers with their feet, and immediately flew upwards, and then release your claws, and let it fall from the sky. The number of wyverns was small, but they also brought great chaos to hellish dragons of it and spewed out purple flames, setting the city wall on fire. The purple flame seemed to be inextinguishable. If it sticks to a little bit, it will immediately burn all over the body. The soldiers can only turn into charcoal exuding the fragrance of meat, while wailing and screaming. An extraordinarily huge white bone mammoth slammed its body against the thick city gate. After a few hits, with a dull roar, the city gate collapsed inwards. The White Tiger Army filed in, and started a brutal massacre. Chapter 188 Amon in action. Damubei watched a white tiger soldier swing a knife at a child, and his mother rushed forward to protect him with her body, falling into a pool of blood. The soldier looked at the woman lying under him, with only coldness in his eyes. He raised his knife again, aiming at the child he had not killed just now. Stop. Damubei couldn't help but speak out. The soldier glanced at him, and knew that this was the third prince of the empire, but he was not as respectful as usual, and just asked lightly, what do you want? The third prince, he's just a child. So what? He's just a child. There's no threat. The soldier showed a trace of contempt. The general's order is not to leave anyone alive. If His Royal Highness the third prince just wants to say this, please get out of the way, and don't interfere with my execution of the military order. As he said that, his knife fell again, and Damubei couldn't help but stepped forward and slapped the knife away with a palm. Wei Zhaowu came over and asked, what happened, General? Wei, why did you raise your butcher knife against women and children? We have obviously won, haven't we? Damubei asked excitedly. We only won this battle, but the war is not over yet. This undeclared war is to maximize the destruction of the defense force of the Xiandao Empire before they react. The White Tiger Army is a sharp blade, but it is thin and fragile, and its numerical disadvantage is its biggest disadvantage. We don't have enough people to stay and control the city. In order to avoid the news from being leaked, killing everyone is the best option. Wei Zhaowu explained coldly, otherwise, if we let these people leave and let other cities be prepared, we will have more than 10 times the casualties. If we want to attack the city again, Your Highness, since you have spoken, the life of this child is in your hands. It is up to you to decide whether to kill or not. But please remember that you are the Prince of Xingluo. Daemube took the steel knife handed over by Wei Zhaowu in a daze, looking at the child who was crying loudly on the spot. A little at a loss, a young man wearing a black classical robe and a pointed soft hat watched the soldier swinging the butcher knife at his own kind, and the soul beasts behind him were gnawing on the corpses, eating happily, with no expression on his face. Did you see it? This is what you did. The king of 10,000 monsters appeared behind him at some point, maybe. The salmon smiled, but it doesn't seem to touch me that deeply. As long as there are living beings, the struggle will never stop. Compared with large-scale deaths and disasters, perhaps the brilliance of individuals, hearts or emotions can move me more. The branch pierced through Amon's chest, and the eyes of the 10,000 Demon King gradually became gloomy. He had some doubts. Even if the Xiandao Empire surrendered, it would be difficult to kill this elusive guy. Even if humans and soul beasts strangled him together, no one survived in Shanghai City, including the child who was temporarily rescued by Daemube. Point in the choice of killing or not killing, Daemube escaped. He dropped the knife in his hand and fled outside the city. He knew that this was tantamount to killing the child, but he was the third prince of Douluo after all. The soul beasts were full and the white tiger army set off again after a short rest. Next, they will attack Liuan City and then march straight to Tudo territory to join the Douluo army that came to Xiandao from Xinghu Principality. In Liuan City, the generals guarding the city looked at Amon, who suddenly came here with surprise, and asked him why he came. After learning that Shanghai City fell and the White Tiger army was heading straight for Liuan City, he was shocked. Don't worry, I will help you. Of course, you have to be prepared and ask for help from the royal family. I can only stop 1 or 2 masters, and you will have to deal with ordinary soldiers by yourselves. Start our great forest. A long sword condensed by soul power in Amon's hand scattered. In front of him was a dismembered giant toad. He bent down and picked up a piece of shiny and lustrous bone from the corpse. After he obtained the soul ring of the auspicious beast and reached level 70, the upper limit of the clone was also improved from the original level 50 to level 60. While those fierce beasts who shouted and killed him were making trouble in human territory, he dispatched a large number of clones to enter the Stardao Great Forest to hunt. Before, he had more than 16,000 clones and lost a lot in the hunting of auspicious beasts. Now there are about 10,000. 3,000 were used as backup, scattered all over Xiandao. 500 were in Liuan City to prepare to deal with the 10,000 Demon King, and 500 were in Wuhan City to prevent Douluo from being defeated and ready to assist him at any time. There are more than 6,000 Amons who have entered the Xingdao Great Forest. Every Amon can use the Dream Stealer skill, and the efficiency of brushing soul bones has been greatly improved. From the original special clones that only stole the original body skills can be used, to now each clone can use it at the same time. The efficiency has increased by thousands of times. Xian did not take all the soul beasts with him. There are still enough prey in the forest for Amon to upgrade, but it is more troublesome to find than before. 1 by 1, Amon wandered in the Xingdao Great Forest. They were like evil ghosts seeking their lives. All soul beasts, regardless of age or race, would be tortured to the point of mental breakdown and killed as soon as they met them. In this process, the levels of the Amons continued to improve, and they also harvested a large number of soul bones. He got more than 1,000 in one day, which exceeded the total number he had obtained in the past 3 years. Amon chuckled lightly, and illusory threads of fate exuding grey-black mist appeared in his eyes. Following the most solid one among them, he activated the skill of stealing Fireman, and with the cooperation of the main body next, he stole the ability of the Trojan of Destiny. Then, he immediately followed the same line of destiny, and activated the Trojan Horse of Destiny, stealing the destiny of the original body. When Amon steals Amon's destiny, he will not be restricted by the fact that he can only steal the destiny of a soul master whose level is lower than his own. At this moment, Amon's original will immediately covered the will of the clone, and the clone's level was immediately raised to level 70, and the clone became the original body. With the transfer of the fate of the body, the original spirit body and the attached soul bones it carried were also transferred to the new body. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the soul bones that the clones kept sending. Wisps of grey airflow eroded and assimilated these soul bones of different qualities, and finally turned them into a grey-black, slightly illusory liquid, which was integrated into the body of the worm of time point. After absorbing a large amount of soul bones, the quality of Amon's external soul bones also continued to improve, gradually reaching a certain limit point. That is the dividing line between 1,000,000 years and 100,000 years, and it is also the dividing line between gods and humans. It seemed that he had hit a bottleneck. No matter how he absorbed new soul bones, the quality of the attached soul bones never improved. Amon thought for a while and decided to try to work out a miracle with great force to see if he could rely on the huge number to make his soul bones break through this limit point. So he accelerated the pace of hunting soul beasts. In the next few days, tens of thousands of soul beasts died tragically in his hands, and thousands of soul bones were delivered to the main body point. When Amon absorbed a soul bone again, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and bursts of thunder came from the dark clouds. A vast coercion shrouded the sky over the star forest, and an aura full of destruction spread. It was a terrifying power that seemed to be able to annihilate all things. All the spirit beasts in the Stardow forest trembled under this pressure. Even if they knew that the target of the terrifying power was not themselves, they were still too frightened to move. Some soul beasts that had just caught prey stopped motionless, curling up and looking at the dark clouds in the sky in fear. Even the prey that had just escaped death forgot to stay away from the terrifying predator and also prostrate themselves on the ground. At the bottom of the lake of life, in a dark cave, fluorite emitting green light brings a little light. ZG felt heavy in her heart. She looked up at the rocks above and felt heart palpitations, as if a disaster was imminent. Is this a great catastrophe? A giant silkworm baby bound by countless light bands squirmed hard and let out a strange cry. Great calamity? ZG frowned in confusion. Don't you understand this? My brother also experienced it back then. Cheyenne Meng Ice Worm said a little proudly, and then it said in a gloating tone, this is a catastrophe that will be triggered when a soul beast breaks through 1,000,000 years. I'm afraid your Stardow forest will change hands. A 1,000,000-year-old soul beast. ZG was horrified. Although Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm, a 1,000,000-year-old soul beast, is now here and being eaten by them as food, ZG does not dare to despise it in the slightest point, because the huge size alone is enough to make people feel frightened. That is a creature that is not at the same level as the hundreds of thousands of years old soul beast. As long as the Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm has any attack power, the name of the beast god will have to be changed. Amon looked at the Cheyenne Mei that was locked on him with an expression of some confusion, TSK, and whispered softly, I'm not a soul beast. Could it be said that all things related to soul beasts, after their body reaches the level of God, will it cause an attack on the rules? He very decisively transferred the soul bone to a newly separated clone, and then used the clone hundreds of kilometers away to steal the fate of the original body and transfer the status of the original body. Afterwards, he paid close attention to the situation here through the thread of fate, and at the same time, maintained a high degree of vigilance, ready to cut off the connection between the clones and the main body at any time, to prevent the attack of the tribulation from affecting the main body. According to fate. The power of heaven and earth awakened the Silver Dragon King, who was sleeping deep in the Stardow forest. She scanned Amon with her mental power tiredly, knowing that this was the person who had stolen the power of destiny of the Stardow soul beast. The cold eyes were full of confusion. Amon was obviously a human being, so how could he usher in a great catastrophe against the soul beast? Under this great catastrophe that may pose a threat to the gods, she did not dare to take action at will, but quietly observed the progress of the situation. Dark clouds continued to accumulate in the sky, and the thunder became louder and louder, but it never fell. The Silver Dragon King waited for a long time, but did not see any progress. He couldn't help being mentally exhausted, and fell asleep again. Chapter 189, 1,000,000-year-old external soulbone. In the cave, ZG stared at Cheyenne Meng Ice Worm and asked, tell me, how did you survive the great disaster? ZG has now survived 2 natural disasters, each time with a narrow escape. Even if she had the blessing of an auspicious beast, she has no confidence to survive the next natural disaster, let alone losing the auspicious beast point. As soon as he heard that Cheyenne Meng Ice Worm had the experience of surviving the great calamity, he immediately came up with the idea that, even if there were differences between soul beasts and soul beasts, there could always be something to learn from. Cheyenne Meng Binkan hesitated and said nothing. Z Ji appeared in her true form and transformed into a dark purple dragon. She opened her big mouth and viciously tore off a small piece of flesh and blood from the Cheyenne Meng Ice silkworm. Say quickly. There was a bloody gap in the crystal clear silkworm's body, which healed quickly. Ouch. Cheyenne Meng Ice Worm let out a scream. Don't bite. Don't bite. I said it. That's all I said. He hesitated for a while and then said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's groan, I was so frightened that I fainted. When I woke up, the calamity was gone. Maybe it thought I was dead. Anyway, it didn't fall. G, who had transformed into a human form again, wiped the liquid from the corner of her mouth and was stunned. Can this still happen? Amon, who had just split out, with half a soul power and half a soul share, looked at the increasingly intense aura of destruction in the sky with a dull expression. He adjusted his monocle and took out a dark golden, fist-sized head soul bone from the space ring. This was the soul bone left by the auspicious beast. Amon has been hesitating whether to use it as nourishment for the monocle or whether to absorb it in a normal way. Now, he decided to take a gamble. Although it seems that the calamity neither strikes nor dissipates, it seems that it is stuck in a bug and is unlikely to take shape. But it is not an option to always bear such a big dark cloud. On the premise that it has nothing to do with his life safety or the next major strategic plan, Amon is still very adventurous. Moreover, the reward from completely upgrading the external soul bone to a million-year quality was worth the slight risk he would take. The grey soul power circulated. Under the erosion of this power, the dark golden skull was also dyed grey. Then, the soul bone gradually melted and merged with himself. The clone cannot absorb ordinary soul bones normally, but this kind of soul bone that has been corroded and assimilated by the spirit attached to the martial soul can, because the essence of the clone is the separated part of Amon's martial soul, which is the separated martial soul point. After assimilating the soul bone of the auspicious beast, the special fate attribute was also inherited by Amon's external soul bone. Like the fusion of ordinary soul bones, no skills are attained, but Amon's externally attached soul bones have the characteristic of not being bound by the rules of the world and can be improved without limit. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, the heavenly tribulation disappeared, and the aura of destruction that filled the entire world receded, making all the soul beasts feel relieved. An Amon clone next to the main body immediately stole the Trojan of Destiny from the main body, and then activated the ability of the Trojan of Destiny to steal the fate of this clone, allowing the spirit bone to be transferred with it. The main body assimilates this clone, and the soul loss caused by the split clone is made up, and the martial soul bone returns to the main body. The clones in the Stardao forest rushed out of the Stardao Great Forest almost at the same time. It was not like he hadn't noticed the terrifying spirit that the Silver Dragon King had swept across the entire Stardao forest just now. Of course, it was impossible for him to leave a large number of clones in such a dangerous place. Disappeared? The Cheyenne Meng Ice silkworm in the cave looked up blankly, with confusion in its small eyes. The great calamity has not fallen yet. Is he another poor scumbag with weak fighting ability? Alas, I still want to see Dishan beaten until his teeth are all over the floor. When ZG heard this, her eyes lit up, and she rushed out of the cave without any hesitation, transforming into a huge purple-black dragon. A million-year-old soul beast like Cheyenne Meng that fights against the five scum is an excellent food. It can compensate to a certain extent for the ferocious beasts losing their auspicious beasts and slowing down their practice speed. The majestic dragon rushed out of the water, like black lightning piercing the sky, and large splashes of water splashed, like a flower blooming in the middle of the lake. She soared high into the sky, swooped down again, flew close to the tree crowns, and flew several kilometers away in an instant. She came to the center of the catastrophe just now. After scanning the surroundings, she didn't find any suspicious soul beasts. After circling for a long time, she reluctantly roared and turned back point. After escaping from the star forest, the Amons who were in different locations and doing different things stopped what they were doing. With a trace of ritual, they all crushed their original monocles at the same time and returned from the void. He took out a crystal monocle point. Look at this transparent lens. It is hard yet tough. The round arc is so graceful, simple and stylish. Point Amon put on a new monocle and adjusted his position differently, feeling extremely happy. Point the monocle brought about by millions of years of soul skills makes a difference. When you wear it, the soul skills provided by a million-year-old soul bone can almost be described as magic skills. Point now. Even if he doesn't use the invincible golden body and only relies on his own substantial soul power to defend, he can still make most ordinary titled Douluo helpless. Of course, if there is only a single Amon clone of the time worm, when facing a titled Douluo, although it can resist for a while, it will inevitably end up being defeated in the end. Points due to the Silver Dragon King's mental scan, Amon became more cautious and did not dare to underestimate the Stardow Forest, because of the departure of the ferocious beasts. Was that Cheyenne Meng or Silver Dragon King? And Amon said uncertainly, both are possible. Should we go and test the waters first? Both Cheyenne Meng and Silver Dragon King are excellent targets and may bring the power of blasphemy. No, it's too early and not suitable at this stage. It will be much easier to complete the next goal first and then make arrangements. Amon conference was held, and each clone expressed his own opinions, and finally concluded, in order to avoid bringing unknown influences, temporarily do not alarm the existence that represents a huge destiny hidden in the Stardow Great Forest. Point the result of the referendum of all Mengs did not agree to copy the old bottom of the Stardow Great Forest now, but did not oppose continuing the hunt. Point it's just that it changed from the previous blatant. Only a small number of clones were sent in each time, and a small-scale, high-frequency hunting method was adopted. This method is far less efficient than the beginning, but it is safer after a day of raiding. The White Tiger Army rode the soul beasts to the foot of Luan City. Point and Amon sat on the top of the city wall, his hands on the arrow slits, his legs hanging in the air, not looking like a duke at all. Point to hell dragons flew and circled in the air, roaring, which aroused the fear and anxiety of the soldiers guarding the city. Point the king of 10,000 demons, standing on the top of a hell dragon, looked at the Amon below, with a hint of coldness in his dark green eyes. You are really everywhere. It seems that what Deshan said is right. If we don't force humans to compromise and let them strangle you together, I'm afraid we really can't find your original body. Cheyenne and the other fierce beasts always thought that Amon's clone was a problem, but there must be an original body. As long as the original body can be killed, the problem can be completely solved. Point letting humans look for Amon's traces together can greatly increase the probability of finding the original body. Point what they don't know is that after obtaining the Fate Trojan Horse ability, Amon's original body can be transferred to the clone at any time, and even if he is careless for a while and doesn't have time to transfer, the original body will revive him. The clone. Their efforts are in vain after all. You are very confident. It seems that the multiple deaths of my clones have left me with a weak impression in your minds. Amon pinched his monocle and said with a chuckle. Point the pupils of the 10,000 demons shrank. What does that mean? Could it be that this time it was not a clone, but the real body? He was so lucky that he forced his real body to show up so quickly. No, I can't believe a single punctuation mark in this guy's words. But what if this is the real body? He looked at Amon in doubt, with deep vigilance in his eyes. You know, the Red King also died at the same time as the auspicious beast, although the other party probably used some unconventional means. According to the description of the soft-bone rabbit, the 10,000 demons king didn't dare to take the risk. Point since he could kill the Red King, then the other party might use the same means to kill him. The only one who was sure that he would not be afraid of such means was Deshan. Otherwise the other party would not have to escape at all and would just kill all the soul beasts that hindered him. Point therefore, the 10,000 demons king cautiously did not do it himself, but glanced at Wei Zhao Wu, who understood. Point he waved his hand and issued an order to attack the city. A melodious horn sounded with an exciting melody. Point the White Tiger Army soldiers had already jumped off the soul beasts on the battlefield, they would only affect their performance. If they sat on the soul beasts, the role of these cavalry was actually just to ride soul beasts to the battlefield, giving others the impression that these soul beasts were tamed by the Douluo Empire. The two-legged flying dragons swooped down from the sky. Looking at the terrifying beasts, the guards of the Douluo Empire showed fear on their faces. This kind of soul beast is particularly ugly, with jagged sharp teeth exposed outside the lips, a pair of big eyes like dead fish, and tumors of different sizes on the head. Meteor. Volcano. A delicate cry sounded. The heat wave erupted, and the rolling magma seemed to be endless, and the entire wall was printed red. Volcanic bombs flew into the sky, dense as raindrops. The speed of the flying dragon's dive was already amazing, and it was caught off guard, and crashed into the volcanic bomb with an equally amazing speed, and fell from the sky with wailing and screaming. Looking at the familiar moves, Daemubei's eyes flashed with hatred. And he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Yan Jin, ZHU." Zuking, who was beside him, couldn't help but tremble. The psychological shadow left by the Soul Master competition has not been eliminated. PS. Regarding Xian Meng's age, the age of soul beasts is cultivation, not survival time. Being squeezed by the fierce beasts, Xian Meng should not have improved in the past 10,000 years. He said, "Only the gold pattern on my body can calculate the time I exist, so I set it to Xian Meng's cultivation to 1,000,000 years, but the gold pattern only grows according to the survival time, and the racial talent of hiding the breath is also acquired over time. At the same time, this is also its special talent to hide from the rules of the world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 193. Headed Red Demon Mastiff. Some of the hot magma hit the flying dragon and fell with it, while some did not hit the target and continued to fly into the sky. The sky was painted red, as if it was burning. The magma fell like a meteorite, and the heat wave crossed the sky, dragging a long tail flame behind it. ZHU Wacheng's pupils shrank for a while, and he shouted, "Avoid," because they were scattered throughout the battlefield. The attack power of a single volcanic bomb was not strong, but the dense scene like raindrops was really amazing. Moreover, the proportion of soul masters in the White Tiger army was not high. Most of them were well-trained ordinary people. Some soldiers raised their shields, while others held their weapons across their heads. Even if the White Tiger army was all wearing armor, it was difficult to resist the high-temperature liquid that splashed like water after falling and flowed into every corner of their clothes. Their clothes were ignited, and because of the restraint of the armor, they could not take them off in time, so they could only turn into a fireman, wailing and screaming and losing their voice. The thick-skinned ankylosaur lizard and white bone mammoth felt a tingling pain in their backs and felt a little uncomfortable. They shook their bodies and had no further reaction. The smart soldiers got under the stomachs of these soul beasts and used their bodies to avoid them. There were also some unlucky ones who were trampled into meat paste by the restless soul beasts. Yan Jin, dressed in red, walked up to the top of the city with a bright smile on his face. You know how powerful it is now. Her ability is very effective on the battlefield. Yan Jin stepped on the battlement, jumped off the city wall, and came to the crowd. Looking at this young and beautiful woman, the soldiers of the White Tiger army showed fear on their faces. The overwhelming magma rain just now was her masterpiece. Don't be afraid. She must have little soul power left after using that move just now. Or Thousand-Man Captain encouraged. Follow me. He is a soul master. His martial soul is a long halberd, and he rides a fiery lion under his crotch. He is one of the few officers who can fight with soul beasts. The 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, lit up at the same time, and the invisible momentum began to gather. He, the fiery lion, and the cavalryman who rode the red Kirin horse and charged with him seemed to be condensed into a whole. A faint shadow enveloped them. It was a halberd with 1,000-pound momentum, moving forward unstoppably. The neat sound of horse hooves, the roar of lions, and the roar of soldiers sounded at the same time. Die. The Centurion shouted angrily. Yan Jin just watched their charge with interest and then stretched out her palm like solidified fat. The white palm pressed against the tip of the long halberd swung by the Centurion. Her hand sank suddenly, her body jumped high with this force, raised her slender right leg, and chopped it down with force. The base of the leather boots was imprinted hard on the Centurion's shoulder, and the terrible force directly smashed half of his body. The fiery lion, his mount, also vomited blood and fell forward. After a few twitches, she fell silent. Yan Jin lifted her messy hair and said disdainfully, "Soul power. Do I need to use soul power to deal with you?" She did not use any soul power just now, but only used her skills to the extreme. She is already a soul saint, and with the help of Amon, she absorbs soul rings by a large margin every time. She has also eaten the earth dragon golden melon, and has 4 soul bones. All these conditions add up to her physical strength, which is close to that of a titled Douluo. This gives her the foundation for charging without relying on soul power, and the fighting skills she has developed since childhood allow her to grasp the opportunity accurately. After covering her hands with a thin layer of magma, she rushed towards the White Tiger army who were still hesitating. There is one thing that the captain was right about. The meteor shower just now was indeed a huge consumption for Yan Jin. It not only consumed all the magma stored in her 5th soul ring, but also consumed half of her soul power. Although they were frightened by Yan Jin's series of performances, the White Tiger Army's soldiers still roared and came forward. For these warriors who were generally just ordinary people or 1 or 2 ring spirit masters, Yan Jin almost killed them one by one. She shuttled between the battlefields, and her limbs were the most terrible weapons. Easily taking away lives a ground ankylosaur as it lowered its head and hit Yan Jin with its head. Covered with round shield-like bones, Yan Jin grinned and pushed it back with his head without hesitation. 2 figures of different sizes, one big and one small, collided, and in the end it was the huge ground ankylosaur lizard that was knocked over. Whether it was the enemy or the friendly army, they were stunned for several seconds after watching this scene. Among the Xiandao soldiers on the city wall, there were originally many young men who admired this beautiful and heroic girl, but at this moment, the image of the goddess in their hearts collapsed, and was replaced by the image of a bull-like female man. Even the 10,000 Demon King glanced at her in surprise, thinking that the proportion of soul beast blood in her body should not be low. Damu Bei's 5th soul skill lit up, and a black soul ring emerged. Facing this great enemy, he immediately used his strongest skill, White Tiger Demon God Transformation. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Yan Jin subconsciously used a big fire breathing to hit the back. The scene at the Soul Master competition 3 years ago was almost reproduced. Damu Bei thought that he had made great progress over the years, and he should not be completely powerless against Yan Jin. But when the fist made of magma grew bigger and bigger in front of him, he realized that he was wrong. The gap did not narrow, but even bigger. The blazing fist made him feel hot, even before it touched him, and the all-round increase brought about by the White Tiger Demon God transformation seemed to have no effect. He failed to avoid Yan Jin's casual counterattack, and was punched away. He used his soul power to break away the lava that stuck to his body. He glanced at the burns on his arms and his expression was gloomy. "Who are you?" Yan Jin felt that the person in front of him looked familiar, but couldn't remember which one it was. He scratched his head and asked with some confusion, "Have you forgotten? 3 years ago, the Soul Master competition." Damu Bei's face was gloomy. The enemy he cherished so much, the opponent who almost disfigured Zhu Zuking, actually forgot about him. This kind of disregard is more humiliating than the abuse and ridicule. Yan Jin tilted her head, but still couldn't remember it. She nodded. "Forget it, it's the same. I never remember Zhu's name anyway." The aura belonging to the Soul Saint burst out unabashedly, and the 6th soul skill lit up. The magma that was originally scattered throughout the battlefield gradually lost heat, and all the fire element gathered towards the embers. The searing hell. This is a domain type skill. Its effect is to gather the surrounding fire element to form a sea of fire. The flames burned blazingly, and the terrifying high temperature burned the soil around the embers, turning it into flowing lava. All soldiers who came near her were burned to ashes almost instantly. Originally, after this skill was activated, it required a large amount of soul power to be continuously consumed, but Yan Jin's fourth soul skill, thermal energy blocking, controlled the flow of heat, making the consumption of maintaining the field extremely small. Staring at the ember standing in the sea of fire, like a queen of flames, Mu Bei couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. This huge gap almost made him lose confidence in continuing to catch up. Mu Bei, don't worry, I will accompany you. Zhu King hugged Mu Bei from behind, and a dazzling light lit up. The two of them used martial soul fusion skills and transformed into a huge ghost white tiger. Yan Jin's eyes lit up, and he felt that their movements of martial soul fusion skills were very impressive. He turned around and shouted to Amon, who was sitting on the city wall. Amon, I also want martial soul fusion. Amon glanced at her, ignored her, and then turned his attention to the king of 10,000 demons. Yan Jin was a little disappointed, and then with dissatisfaction, he used the big fire breathing to blast the huge netherworld white tiger away, and curled his lips. The level of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace 3 years ago was only a little bit better at most, and you still want to deal with me just because of that. She looked at the 10,000 demon king standing on top of the hell dragon, with a look of eagerness on her face. Amon, can I fight this? She pointed at the king of demons and asked. The king of 10,000 demons sneered. Is there anything wrong with her brain? She's just a soul saint, he said to the other hell dragon beside him. Go and play with her. Amon stroked his monocle and said in a somewhat uncertain tone, I was fine this morning. A hell demon dragon swooped down at the command of the 10,000 demon king, spitting out dragon breath with corrosive power. Yan Jin's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately wrapped himself in layers of magma. The fire is actually poisonous. The hell demon dragon's claws swung forward and scattered the magma ball wrapped in rock embers with one claw point. It looked at the scattered magma with some confusion, but did not find any trace of Yan Jin inside. Suddenly, a pool of magma moved, slowly condensing into the form of Yan Jin. This is Yan Jin's 7th soul skill, elemental transformation. Elementalization allows Yan Jin's body to assimilate with the magma, turning it into a fluid like magma, making it immune to physical attacks. If you are attacked by soul power, you can offset or significantly reduce the damage caused by the attack by consuming your own soul power. Big fire. Yan Jin, whose body was half made of lava and half made of flesh, waved his fist and hit the head of the hell dragon. The latter just staggered, shook his head, and immediately launched a counter-attack. The dragon's tail whipped out like a whip, scattering the rock embers again. Lian, what's the origin of this thing? Yan Jin's body slowly took shape, and the lava on his body gradually receded, returning to its original appearance. That's the hell demon dragon, a very powerful dragon-like soul beast, probably around 70,000 years old. Lei Yin replied, 70,000 years, is it equivalent to a contrap? Yan Jin's expression became serious. She took a deep breath, and while activating the elemental transformation, she used the two attached soul bones from the Red King. A huge 3-headed magma dog appeared. Then, the red color of the magma disappeared, and red and black short hairs appeared one by one on the giant dog's body. Under the influence of the external soul bone, Yan Jin's true weapon soul behaved like a true martial soul. She transformed into a 3-headed red demon mastiff. Looking at the familiar appearance, that was no different from the Red King. The Demon King's face turned pale. Are those the Red King's soul rings and soul bones? Did this kid kill the Red King? You're going to be killed anyway, so the soul ring can't be wasted. Amon looked at the king of 10,000 demons, twitching the corners of his mouth and showing a smile. Chapter 191 Faith. The king of 10,000 demons looked gloomy. He didn't have a very good relationship with other fierce beasts, but seeing his former colleagues turned into human spirit rings and spirit bones in the blink of an eye, he couldn't help but feel angry. A faint green light appeared behind him, and thousands of slender chain-like branches emerged, stretching towards Yan Jin like tentacles. A flash of lightning flashed, and the extended branches were broken. The king of 10,000 demons raised his hand to defend. He took a step back slightly, moved his slightly numb arm, and looked at Lei Yin. who looked more fierce after merging with Amon's clone martial spirit, with a slightly condensed look point after merging with Amon's martial spirit. The appearance and aura displayed by whoever is in charge will be slightly different. If Lei Yan is in charge, then the feeling will be closer to Lei Yan point at this moment. The electric current on Lei Yan's body was sizzling, and the whole person was shrouded in a silver white light ball with blue, looking like a god who controls thunder and lightning. Lei Yan's first soul ring is soul power condensation, the second soul ring is energy storage, the third soul ring is elemental, pseudo, and the fourth, fifth, and sixth soul rings are all enhanced voltage, which makes his attack power extremely enhanced. The disadvantage is that the soul power is consumed very quickly, and he can't support it for too long. But relatively speaking, if Amon provides soul power assistance, then he can show extremely amazing destructive power, and even the 10,000 Demon King has to treat it with caution. The three-headed giant dog wrestled with the hell dragon. The hot magma and the dark purple dragon breath constantly collided. The sharp teeth embedded in the body, and the fangs tore the flesh and blood. The constantly agitated soul power set off gusts of wind, and the two giant beasts rolled from one end of the battlefield to the other, and then rolled back. After biting the hell dragon to death, Yan Jin finally fell into a state of soul power exhaustion. She breathed slightly, and said in her heart, "Martial soul fusion." This time, Amon did not refuse her. The time worm that had long been parasitic in her body merged into her martial soul, allowing the exhausted soul power to quickly fill up. Another hell dragon, which was originally intended to be the mount of the Demon King, fell on the city wall to assist the Douluo army in attacking the city after the battle between the 10,000 Demon Kings and Lei Yan, and was trapped by Amon in a sphere, condensed by materialized soul power after the external soul bone was upgraded to 1,000,000 years. Amon's materialized soul power had become incredibly tough. No matter how hard the hell dragon struggled and bit, it was difficult to break the thin barrier. Bibi Dong, who was watching the battlefield on the wall of Wuhan City, frowned slightly. She found that the sixth soul skill of her second martial soul, eternal creation, was lost again. Scanning the crowd, that seemed a little chaotic coming and going. She didn't see a certain bastard who made people angry, but she knew he was hiding in the crowd. After Amon stole Bibi Dong's soul skill, Amon, who was far away in Wuhan City, stole it through the connection of fate. After killing the hell dragon trapped by him in a few strokes, he returned the eternal creation. "Thank you, it's really useful." Amon's voice sounded in Bibi Dong's ears. "Damn it, I'll kill you sooner or later." Bibi Dong thought bitterly in her heart. This was not the first time. After their transaction ended, Amon would steal her soul skills from time to time, and then return them immediately after a while. This kind of mischievous behavior without any signs, seemingly impulsive and confusing, made Bibi Dong think that Amon was playing a trick on her when Lei Yan and Yan Jin were showing their power on the battlefield. Amon also felt a power that was as illusory and elusive as fate gathering on them. Although it was so weak that it was almost imperceptible, it did exist. This is faith. War and disaster, the more painful and desperate they are, the more dazzling the light of salvation is. Originally, the defenders of Wuhan City felt desperate when the two-legged flying dragons launched an attack. They could not fight against those powerful soul beasts at all. The fact that Shanghai City was completely massacred, as Amon had told them before, deepened this despair, because there was no option to surrender. But Lei Yan and Yan Jin were like light that cut through the darkness, bringing them hope. Things took a turn for the better. Lei Yan and Yan Jin took on most of the pressure on the front side, and greatly interfered with the organization and dispatch of the Douluo army. They gave the Xiandao defenders and the people of the whole city the possibility of survival. Therefore, the two became the spiritual sustenance of the Xiandao defenders. The White Tiger army had begun to attack the city, and the Xiandao army also fought desperately. After they really fought with the White Tiger army, they realized how elite the other side was, and at the same time they understood how much pressure Yan Jin and Lei Yan had shared for them, and their faith became more devout. The power of faith should have been discovered and touched by the extreme Douluo, but Amon relied on the special nature of the time worm to detect it in advance. Although it cannot be used for the time being, he can collect and store it. When he promulgated the Theft Act, he had already vaguely sensed some of it. However, because they were too rare and too loose to be caught, Amon did not collect many points when Dishan chased him to Wuhan City and was severely injured by him and Douluo. Amon let him go. In addition to the fact that Dishan could be his 8th soul ring, he also had a new plan. Temporarily point the escaped Dishan would most likely set off a beast tide, which would bring fear and despair, and the deepest fear and despair could bring the most devout faith when redeemed. Amon originally planned to perform on stage when Wuhan City was besieged, try to collect some, and then study the difference between faith in Douluo world and faith in weird mystery point, but the operation of Emperor Shan and crossing Luo Empire turned the beast tide into a war that swept the entire Douluo continent. This was something Amon could not have predicted, but it didn't matter. He just needed to seize the opportunity, find a place that was beneficial to him, and then reap the benefits. So he pushed Yan Jin and Lei into a prominent position and made them the brightest stars on the battlefield. When the time were merged with Yan Jin or Lei Yin's martial spirit, the faith directed to them was also directed to Amon to a certain extent. Yan Jin and Lei Yin had not yet reached the level of extreme Douluo and could not sense and absorb faith. So these gathered faiths fell into Amon's hands. The battlefields in several directions were stalemate, and the war was deadlocked. Emperor Shan did not confront Douluo head on in Wuhan City, but kept driving soul beasts to harass, dragging most of the power of Wuhan Hall. Xiangjun fought a guerrilla war with Giant Douluo, Walter, and Marshal Jelong in the Harjandaz's kingdom. It kept moving with the main force of soul beasts, attacking human cities, and evacuating when the army arrived. At the same time, it also gave up the leadership and control of some soul beasts, allowing them to scatter and attack villages and small towns with weak defenses everywhere, making the Harjandaz's kingdom miserable. Goran organized a team of soul masters to clean up the scattered soul beasts. This made the human side lose the advantage of organizational strength on the front battlefield. Soul master teams often suffered casualties when hunting soul beasts. When Walter counted, he was surprised to find that the number of soul masters who died in the cleanup operation was more than the sacrifices caused by the direct collision with the soul master army. Amon, Yan Jin, and Lei Yin blocked the offensive of the 10,000 Demon King and the White Tiger army in Luoan City. A few days later, a shocking news spread throughout the world. The Xingluo Empire officially declared war on the Xiandao Empire. The reason was that Amon seized the Blue Dragon territory and assisted the fugitive Javid in killing the nobles of the Xingluo Empire. Decheng mobilized the whole country and gathered 1 million troops, passing through Xinghu Principality and heading directly to Blue Dragon territory, which had been renamed Douluo territory. In the official documents of Xingluo Empire, Blue Dragon territory has always been Blue Dragon territory. They do not recognize the identity of Duke Amon, nor the name Douluo territory. A large number of troops were tied up in the Harjandaz's kingdom by soul beasts. It was difficult for the Xiandao Empire, which was caught in multi-line operations, to mobilize an army that could compete with the Xingluo army. Emperor Zuyi summoned ministers to discuss countermeasures. He faintly revealed an attitude of compromise with the Xingluo Empire and asked the ministers whether the Xingluo Empire could withdraw its troops if they handed over the people. The answer given by Zuking was no. He believed that the Xingluo Empire was ambitious and would not stop, even if it lost the excuse to start a war. But Zhu Beng and Zhu Crossing believed, yes, as long as Amon was handed over and Douluo territory was returned, the Xingluo Empire would stop and the relationship between the two countries would be restored. The two sides argued fiercely and there was no consensus. After arguing for a long time, Emperor Zuyi felt particularly troubled and hesitated to make a decision, but asked people to mobilize the troops that could be mobilized and prepare for the expedition. That night, Emperor Zuyi suddenly fell seriously ill and fell into a coma. The Crown Prince Zuking took over the power forcefully, suppressed all kinds of dissatisfaction, and resolutely stated that he would not make concessions to the Xingluo Empire. She asked the nobles of the Xiandao Empire to take out their private soldiers, form a large army, and fight a decisive battle with the army of the Xingluo Empire. The Northern Marquis Alia Fixili took the lead and expressed his support for Zuking. A series of northern nobles such as Count Ross, Count Tixin, and Count Lyon had followed closely. After someone took the lead, the rest of the nobles did not dare to defy the trend, so they had to express their opinions one after another. Zhu King decided to lead the army in person and rush to the battlefield. She had confidence in herself and believed that she could repel the attack of the Xingluo Empire. At that time, with her great prestige in the army, she can directly ascend the throne and become the emperor. Even if Zhu Yi regains consciousness, she will not be able to stop her. There is a clone of Amon in Xiandao City. After the incident in the palace, the Amons in various places knew the news at the first time. In Liuan City, after a little thought, Amon summoned Yan Jin and asked her to go to Tudo territory to assist the upcoming Zhu King to resist the Xingluo army. In a battlefield without such a powerful master as the 10,000 Demon King, Yan Jin can perform more powerfully and more dazzlingly, and also bring more faith to Amon. Chapter 192, Food Deficient Killing City. Half a year has passed, and the war between the two empires continues. The battle between the Soul Beast and the Wuhan Palace is still going on. Dishan and BG are still confronting Yan Douluo in Wuhan City. In addition to the extremely fierce offensive for a period of time in the beginning, the Spirit Beast's attack frequency dropped a lot later, but they became more cunning. They no longer just charge stupidly, but start using various tactics. Some Spirit Beasts can emit heart-rending roars, and they roar collectively from time to time at night, making the Spirit Masters restless. There is a skunk-like Spirit Beast that spreads its stink unscrupulously upwind, letting the pungent smell drift into the city on the wind. Some Spirit Beasts can fly and throw all kinds of random things from the air. At first, it was stones, bones and other hard objects that could cause a certain amount of damage. Later, after realizing that throwing these objects was not very effective against the Soul Master, these flying Soul Beasts began to throw fesses. Although the damage was not high, it caused more chaos among the Soul Beasts. An ordinary baboon with a white circle on its right eye looked extremely eye-catching. Although it is just an ordinary beast, it seems to have a high status. It is protected by specialized 10,000-year Soul Beasts when traveling. This is a staff officer appointed by Bridget, and many strange strategies come from it. Although many of the strategies seemed a bit childish and had more element of mischief, they successfully fulfilled the requirements of tiring the enemy given by Dishan without causing too much loss to the Spirit Beasts themselves. This method, which will not cause much harm to both parties, is more in line with Bridget's wishes. After the initial fierce attack, and finding that Wuhan City could not be captured, Dishan and BG changed their goal to holding back Wuhan Palace. This prevents them from intervening in the war between human empires. The long war has brought serious impacts, not only the losses on the frontal battlefield, but also the various negative reactions caused by it. Production activities were hindered, food output decreased, and food shortages began. Also affected was the murderous city hidden in the dark underground, known as the Paradise of the Fallen. The Dark Moon, exuding cold brilliance, hangs low in the sky, constantly seduce the desire for killing, and bloodthirsty in people's hearts. In the outer city of the Killing City, in front of the black building where food was distributed, a skinny man with sunken eyes, apathetic, looked at the thumb-sized rice bowl in his hand, knelt down and begged, "Please, give me more." The woman in black gauze who was responsible for distributing the food said coldly, "Get out of here, that's all. Don't block the people behind you." But in the past 6 months, the food you have given me has been decreasing. Don't talk about you. There isn't enough food in the inner city. To be able to give out such a small amount is already a mercy from the great king of slaughter. You should accept it with gratitude. The skinny man looked at the plump and fair-skinned messenger in front of him, and his Adam's apple rolled. He suddenly rushed towards the opponent like crazy. The woman in black gauze was thrown to the ground without noticing. Her clothes were torn to pieces and she screamed, "What are you doing? I represent the great king of slaughter. If you dare to attack me, you will be sentenced to death." The man didn't care. He opened his mouth and bit the other person's chest. Those lining up behind barely hesitated to join in the atrocity. For the fallen in the Killing City, the same kind is also a kind of food. Under the threat of hunger, they have gone crazy, and all the king of killing and capital punishment have been put aside. As long as they can eat enough now, it doesn't matter what happens in the future. A tall man, his whole body wrapped in a scarlet cloak, stood in the eternal night, quietly looking down at the city below. His face was pale, his eyes were blood red, and two sharp fangs were vaguely exposed in his mouth. The king of slaughter watched his envoy being eaten by the beast-like crowd, and looked at the chaos in the slaughter city. Instead of getting angry, there was a trace of enjoyment and intoxication in his expression. Ah. It's the breath of depravity, the breath of killing, the breath of death. Such chaos, such fighting. This is the real city of killing. It's a pity that, if you want to maintain the existence of this city, basic order is indispensable. But when it happens that there is a war above and there is not enough food, it is not a bad idea to indulge once. Ha 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 ha. The cold, terrifying and slightly crazy laughter echoed in the darkness for a long time. German. Sparrow glanced at the sky thoughtfully, with a stern expression. German, it's time to eat. Hulina's figure came from downstairs. Seeing that there was no movement upstairs, Hulina sighed helplessly, walked up with the steamed buns, and placed them on the table. It's normal food. I got it with great difficulty, Hulina said softly. German pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses he was wearing, and coldly uttered one word. Sick. It's true that I'm sick. When there was enough food before, everyone looked down upon it, and had to drink Bloody Mary. Now that there's not enough food, everyone is proud to eat normal food, and even kills people for it. Hulina he nodded and agreed. Hulina looked at German with a smile in her eyes and said softly, eat quickly, don't waste it. This time I got a big bag of food, which should be enough for us to eat for a few days. Don't worry, I will go out and get more tomorrow and try to stock up for a month. I mean your eyes are sick. If you have time, you can go to the basement to have a look. It will save you a lot of time. German pushed open the French window and stood on the balcony overlooking the street. Hulina clenched her fists and walked down the second floor without saying a word. Two groups of people were fighting for a bag of potatoes. A young man with blue hair and handsome face walked out from a corner, and a dark hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. He rushed into the crowd, waving the hammer. The dark hammer seemed to carry an unstoppable force. If it was touched a little, the lightest would be broken bones, and the worst would be death. After doing all this, the blue-haired young man bent down to pick up the bag of potatoes. He seemed to notice that someone was watching him. He looked at German on the balcony in the distance, and a rather fearful expression appeared on his face. He carried the potatoes and left without looking back. Heh, interesting. German stretched out his right hand and pinched the upper and lower edges of his right eye lens, with an interested look on his face. As if realizing that this was not in line with his personality, he quickly restrained his expression and returned to his sternness. Hulina came to the basement and looked at the full warehouse of food. She felt like a fool for running around to get normal food in the past few days. She recalled what Amon said, it can save you a lot of time. So, what he meant was that there was still enough food, so there was no need to work too hard for it and run around. German was indeed a gentle person, but his mouth was sometimes a little bit venomous and annoying. Hulina thought secretly in her heart. She took a deep breath, returned to the second floor, and asked curiously, have you anticipated this situation a long time ago? Be prepared. Chapter 193 Jacob. In the dark space, the blue and purple lights never changed, and the dark moon in the sky lasted forever. A crow with white circles under its eyes cleverly avoided the humans who wanted to capture it as food, and landed on a woman who exuded a charming aura. Seeing the crow, Hulina, who had just walked out of the killing field of hell, tried her best to restrain the murderous aura on her body, but she had lived in the killing city for a long time, and the murderous aura accumulated over the years was too huge, so she couldn't completely restrain it. Sorry. Hulina apologized to the crow on her shoulder, but the crow seemed to be unaware of the murderous intent, and it tilted its neck to comb its feathers. 3 years also allowed Hulina to grow up and become a hell messenger that people feared. She had won 99 games and was about to become a 100-win champion and qualified to leave the killing city. She suddenly thought of German Sparrow, the man with the same face as Duke Amon, who always had a cold expression but a gentle heart. If it weren't for his help in the past 3 years, I'm afraid I would have died countless times. It's a pity that German didn't have enough wins. to leave the killing city with her. This made her feel a little complicated, and she even occasionally thought that it would be nice to live with German in the killing city point. But when she thought of the worry and expectation on her teacher's face when she sent her in, she would extinguish this thought and bury it in the deepest part of her heart. Lena said to the crow on her shoulder, "You go back first. I have something to do today." The crow turned his head and looked at her, revealing a deep meaning in his eyes, just like his owner German sparrow. Lena was a little flustered by it and couldn't help but say, What's wrong, Gal?" The crow didn't answer, flapped its wings, and flew high into the sky, disappearing into the darkness. Lena watched it merge into the darkness, exhaled lightly, and walked towards another man who impressed her in her memory. In an ordinary stone house, a handsome man with blue hair ate a piece of bread. In the slaughter city at this moment, this ordinary food is extremely precious, and only the strong are qualified to enjoy it. He is such a strong man. King Shura Tangsan, another person who has won 99 victories and is about to challenge the championship. Tangsan ate very slowly and carefully. Only at this time, he felt that he was not assimilated by those humanoid creatures that could only be regarded as beasts, and was still a normal person. Bang bang bang. Some rough knocks on the door sounded. Tangsan took out the clear sky hammer at the first time. In this slaughter city, no one is undefeated. Even the title Douluo is just an ordinary person with a stronger body. He can get to this point, and he is stronger than others because of his skills and caution. "Who?" Tangsan said coldly. "It's me, the messenger of hell." Lena reported her nickname. "Open the door yourself and explain your intentions." Tangsan tried his best to restrain his murderous aura. He knew very well that everyone in this killing city was abnormal. Even if they had not killed anyone, they would slowly accumulate murderous aura. If they killed someone, the accumulation would be faster, and every time they killed someone, the murderous aura on their body would surge a few points, as if the murderous aura of the person being killed had been transferred to themselves. If they did not control their own murderous aura and connected with the murderous aura of others, the two would uncontrollably raise murderous intent towards each other. The stronger the murderous aura of both parties, the stronger the murderous intent towards each other after the connection, and finally fight to decide life and death. He had watched Lena's game and believed that he was not afraid of her. In a fight of life and death, his chances of winning were more than 90%, but he was very afraid of the man named German Sparrow. The place where the man lived was a forbidden area in the inner city of the killing city. All those who dared to make trouble there would not survive. Tangsan had seen him with his own eyes, smiling and carelessly killing 2 soul Douluo easily. Although he had 2 soul bones, and the city of slaughter did not prohibit soul bone skills, this trump card did not bring any sense of security when facing that person. When German participated in the hell slaughter field and obtained the qualification to live in the inner city for the next year, even he had to retreat temporarily. So Tangsan tried his best to restrain his murderous aura, so as not to be connected with the murderous aura of the Hell Messenger and fight with each other. Lena kicked the door open, and at the same time quickly retreated and dodged to the side. Tangsan made almost the same action. Staying alert in front of anyone is the first survival rule in the city of slaughter. Lena raised her hand to indicate that she had no ill intentions, and slowly walked into the house. Tangsan also put away the clear sky hammer and carefully distanced himself. Looking at Tangsan's restrained murderous aura, Lena was slightly surprised. She knew that the man in front of her was also as murderous as herself, but the other party's condition seemed to be much better than hers. "Explain your intentions," Tangsan said coldly. "Mr. 3574, I'm here to cooperate with you. You've already won 99 games and are about to become a 100-win champion, right?" Lena didn't know Tangsan's real name, so she called him by his number in the slaughter city. Because Tangsan absorbed the blue silver king spirit ring, his appearance changed drastically, so Lena didn't recognize the man who had defeated them in the finals. "Ah, you kidding? You don't know the rules of the hell killing fields, right? Only one person in the same field can survive. Is there any possibility of cooperation?" Tangsan had a hint of doubt in his eyes. "We will not meet in the game. As long as there are more than 50 games, according to the rules of the killing city, we will not meet in the hell killing ground." When I say join forces, I mean joining forces on the Hell Road. Hell Road. Tangsen frowned. He had heard this statement from the residents of the killing city, but no one had ever been able to tell him more specific information. All I know is that Hell Road is the biggest secret in the killing city, and only the young champion has the right to know. Ulina nodded. When the Hell Road opens, there is no limit on the number of people. You should not be a fallen person. Like me, you are a person who comes here to experience. By now, our experience has almost reached the final stage. The Hell Road is the biggest difficulty we all need to face, and only by uniting can we have a greater chance of overcoming it. Tangsen was suspicious. Why should I trust you? Who knows if you will stab me in the back? Who? Lena smiled. If I read it correctly, you are from the Clear Sky sect, and the Clear Sky hammer cannot be faked. I'm from the Wuhan Palace, and my name is Hulina. My teacher is the contemporary Pope of the Wuhan Palace. To prove my sincerity, I can tell you all the information the teacher told me. If I can get out of the road to hell and become the god of death, I will be able to gain the right to have a free way out of the killing city. The entrance to Hell Road is at the killing fields of hell. The blood and souls of all those who die there will be devoured by it. This is also the source of power that opens Hell Road. The murderous aura we have accumulated over the years is actually a kind of protection. Only with a strong enough murderous aura can we not be affected by the ferocious aura on the road to hell. In addition, if you can get through the Hell Road, you can get an additional rare domain skill. Generally speaking, that is only possible when the Soul Master reaches the title Douluo realm, the 9th soul skill. In one's own domain, one's own strength will be amplified, and the enemy's strength will be suppressed, and the effect is very terrifying. Moreover, the talent domain will increase with the improvement of one's own strength, and the killing god domain will increase with the increase of murderous intent. I've said it. You decide for yourself whether you want to join forces or not. Tang San's eyes were serious and he asked, why do you know so clearly? German told me. Hulina smiled slyly. Tangsen held his chin and thought for a moment. Since you told me so much, I would like to remind you that Bloody Mary is poisonous. The more you drink, the more toxins will be in your blood. It's likely to affect your journey through hell. Is the blood poisonous? Yes, actually toxins come from the air, but they will be concentrated in people's blood. If you drink someone else's blood, part of the toxins accumulated in their blood will be transferred to your body. Tangsen nodded seriously. Hulina's face became extremely ugly. Tangsen threw out a pill. This is the antidote. It can remove the toxins in your blood. If you want to cooperate with me, then take it. Otherwise give up. I will not cooperate with someone who has hidden dangers. Let's go through hell together. Hulina took it, hesitated for a moment and said, I'll eat it when I go back. San nodded. It doesn't matter. I can tell whether your poison has been cured anyway. The last question, who is German? What is his relationship with Amon? San had always been very concerned about that face that looked exactly like Amon. In the beginning, he once thought it was Amon. Have you seen Amon? Hulina had a suspicious look on her face. I met a very terrifying opponent before I came in. The two of them looked exactly the same. Tangsen responded, you two are so close, so you should know their connection, right? Who? Lena took a deep breath and replied, German told me that they all come from an ancient hidden family called the Amon family. The Amon you know is probably his younger brother Jacob. He is a betrayal of the family. By German left the family just to hunt down his brother. He once investigated that Amon entered the killing city, but he didn't expect that it was a trap. Amon didn't come here at all, just to use this place to trap him. Live in Herman, trapped. Tangsen was confused. Yes, German is very strong. Very strong. Jacob, the one you know, Amon knows him very well, so he has never thought about killing German, just for the sake of the killing capital. He just wants to give yourself time to grow. As she said that, Hulina showed a guilty look on her face. If it weren't for my dragging him down, he would have gone out long ago. How could Amon, who was so powerful that even his own father was afraid of him, who could compete with the title Douluo, be so afraid of a person? Tangsen couldn't help showing a look of horror. He took a deep breath to calm down the turmoil in his heart. As Long as you remove the toxins from your blood, I will agree to join forces with you. Let's make an appointment. We will finish the remaining battle together, and then we will explore the mysterious Hell Road at the same time. Tang San said, okay. Hulina nodded. Chapter 194 The King of Killing. Hulina did not leave immediately, but looked at the antidote in her hand. Hesitant to speak. She hesitated for a moment, and finally said, I want another antidote, but I don't know what to exchange it for. Tang San glanced at Hulina, and immediately realized that this was for German. He smiled and threw another pill. Give it to you. No need to pay any price. At least from now on, until the end of the Hell Road, we are partners, partner. Hulina chewed on this word, and looked at Tang San with a little more recognition. Thank you. She put away the pills, and took out a large bag of food from the ring-shaped Space Soul Guide. Normal food is getting harder and harder to find. This is my thank you gift. Although it's not much, it can at least help you save time to go out to find food, and use more energy to prepare for the impact of the Hell Road. Tang San's eyes softened a little. Thank you. This is exactly what I need now. 4. Drinks like Bloody Mary, or food. Tang San can drink it without changing his face, but it doesn't mean that he can accept it from the bottom of his heart. In the past, he had drunk a lot, but that was in front of others, to disguise himself and make himself look no different from other people living in the Slaughter City. Given a choice, he would of course prefer to eat normal food. These days, he has spent more and more time snatching food. And sometimes he even has to risk going to a place close to where German lives, and snatching food will kill people, which is not conducive to his restraining his murderous aura, and his already precarious spirit will further slide into madness. The reward given by Hulina is exactly what he urgently needs now. After saying goodbye to Tang San, Hulina walked on the empty street, looking at the Slaughter City, which was more depressed and desolate than before, and suddenly felt that there was not much difference between here and the outside world. Except for the chronic poison with addictive ingredients that permeated the air and was everywhere, and the eternal dark moon in the sky that cast a cold glow and always aroused people's inner desires. Although this place is known as a city of lawless and degenerate people, in fact, the rules that are not there refer to the laws and social rules of the outside world. The city of killing has its own rules. A crow with white circles under its eyes flapped its wings and landed on her shoulder. Its dark pupils were deep and mysterious, just like its owner, German Sparrow. You didn't leave, little crow. Hulina smiled. Are you worried about me? The crow has no name. It is German's pet. Hulina has always called it little crow. The crow made a hoarse and low cry, which made the surrounding residents tremble in their hearts. This crow is also famous and even called the messenger of death. Except for those who are starving, no one dares to approach it. Because in the past 3 years, German has used countless corpses to prove his importance to it. As long as someone takes action against it, he will come out from nowhere and kill those people one by one. The white villa was painted with the same color as the blue and purple light in the city of slaughter, and it looked eerie and strange. German Sparrow looked at the tall and thin man who fell from the sky and landed on his balcony. His eyes remained as cold as usual. What's the matter? He said in a somewhat cold tone. Let me introduce myself. I'm the King of Slaughter, the ruler and manager of this city, and the great master of blood and corruption. The man wrapped in a scarlet cloak, dressed like a big bat, and vaguely revealed two sharp fangs in his mouth while speaking in a chanting tone. King of Slaughter? What do you want to talk to me about? German Sparrow did not change his expression, as if he was not surprised at all by the identity of the man in front of him. You are very good. You can still remain calm when you see the great master of killing. Amon looked at this big bat and liked it, no matter how he looked at it. Even his arrogant look was a little cute. He looked at the other party as if he was looking at his own soul ring. The King of Slaughter was completely unaware and continued to talk to himself. Mortal, now you have a chance to serve the great King of Slaughter. Feel lucky, feel proud, and feel proud. German pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and looked at the other person from top to bottom, as if considering where to cut. The King of Slaughter said self-indulgently, German, I have heard of your name. You are a very good hunter. Now, the great king of slaughter orders you to participate in the hell killing field and kill the 2 people who are about to become the 100 win champions. The city of slaughter does not allow the birth of 2 more gods of slaughter, which may lead to disastrous consequences. Those who can use soul skills freely in the city of slaughter will act recklessly and destroy the rules of this city and the rules set by the great king of slaughter. 4. The safety and stability of the city of slaughter. They must both die. After you succeed, I will grant you the identity of a guide. With this identity, you can return to the earthly world for a short time. Of course, your range of activities cannot be too far from the intersection. Take this task with gratitude, otherwise, the great king of slaughter will grant eternal rest to those who disobey. German. Sparrow had a blank expression on his face and sharp eyes. Have you asked for my opinion? Why do you think I would be attracted by your conditions? Why do you think I would be willing to kill my companions in order to become a guide? The blood-red eyes of the king of slaughter stared at German with a hint of doubt in his eyes, as if wondering why someone would dare to speak to the great king of slaughter like this. However, thinking that he still needed the other party to do things for him, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, "Are you talking about that woman? This is not a problem. There are many messengers of the king of slaughter in this city. They are all young and beautiful women. You can enjoy them at will." The king of slaughter saw that Amon still did not respond and couldn't help frowning. "Mortal, don't push your luck. I have given you enough favorable conditions. Do you want to refuse this honor and refuse to serve the great king of slaughter?" German. Sparrow slowly raised the corner of his mouth, raised his right hand, pinched the right half of the gold-rimmed glasses, and said with a smile, "No, I'm honored to work for the great king of slaughter. Of course, I will also ask for the reward I need. Thank you for your generosity, very. But, I hope you don't disappoint me." The king of slaughter turned into a bloodlight and soared into the sky. Amon watched with interest as a self-satisfied big bat disappeared into the endless darkness and whispered to himself, "Heh, I think the reward you give me will satisfy me." "Yes, it will." "German, I'm back." Hulina's brisk voice sounded. She came to the second floor and saw German Sparrow sitting on the sofa with his body slightly bent and his hands clasped naturally. "You're back, and you're about to leave?" German suddenly said. Hulina's expression was slightly stiff, and she said a little unnaturally, "Yes, yes. Sorry." She looked down at the ground, not daring to look into German's eyes. "That's great. Help me take this guy out. After all, he has been with me for so long, and it's not good for him to stay here." German raised his arm horizontally, looking at the crow resting on his forearm and said, "Oh, okay." Hulina said hesitantly, "Relax. Don't be so sad. I'll be out soon, very soon." German smiled. "Or do you think I can't finish the 100 games that even you can finish?" "No, of course you can." Hulina said affirmatively. But what she was worried about was another problem. German's reputation was too great. Everyone in the inner city knew him. From the time she met him until now, she had never seen him injured. Even the smallest scar had never happened. No one dared to sign up for the competition when German participated in the hell killing field, which would greatly extend the time he would be out. By the way, Bloody Mary is poisonous, and the air here is also poisonous. The reason why we crave Bloody Mary is because the addictive toxins in it are working. Hulina reminded. She took out a pill given to her by Tang-san. "This is the antidote. I have tried it. It is fine and works very well." After taking the pill given by Tang-san, Hulina felt relaxed all over, and the restlessness in her heart eased a lot. "Have you ever seen me drink that stuff?" German had a hint of smile in his eyes. Hulina was slightly stunned. "Oh, you've never drunk it? Did you know it a long time ago? Well, I've also reminded you to drink less of this stuff." Lena then remembered that German had indeed said so to her a long time ago. At first, she had not touched Bloody Mary for a long time, but the toxins contained in the air gradually eroded her body, making her unable to calm down. It was not until she drank a glass of Bloody Mary that she felt a moment of peace. Since then, she has gradually sunk and can no longer leave Bloody Mary. "Sorry, I'm disappointed, right?" Hulina was a little disappointed. "You've done well enough to be able to survive for more than a year under the erosion of toxins. I'm different from you. These little tricks don't work on me." This is a lie. Amon does not have a physique that is immune to toxins. He will also be eroded, and his inner desires will be aroused. But he was able to restrain himself. This little temptation was nothing compared to the depravity and madness contained in the endless mumbling he felt when he was meditating. But, thank you very much. German took the pill and said softly, you should take good care of yourself these days, and stay in good condition. The road to hell is not easy. I have something else to do, so I'll go out first. German got up and walked downstairs. Chapter 195 Snow Swan Kiss. As soon as Tangsun went out, he saw a man in black clothes, with neatly combed hair and gold-rimmed glasses, standing in front of him. Looking at him sternly, the sharp sight of those black eyes made him feel numb, and he summoned a clear sky hammer at the first time. German Sparrow. Tangsun lowered his voice. Why did you come to me? To fight? German Sparrow didn't say much, just spoke coldly. Tangsun took a deep breath, his expression serious, his eyes fixed on the front, not daring to be careless. German didn't look like he wanted to kill anyone, which made him feel a lot more at ease. Was it because Hulina decided to join hands with me to break through the hell road and decided to test my skills, or was it because she had contact with other men and was a little angry? But because of the help I could bring on the hell road, she just wanted to beat me up to vent her anger, or both. Tangsun thought a lot in an instant. German moved, his soul force burst out, and he rushed forward. Tangsun's pupils shrank, and he said in his heart, so fast. He swung the clear sky hammer from left to right. If German did not stop and change direction, then this hammer would end the battle. German did not stop, did not change direction, and seemed to have not reacted. But Tangsun's expectations were dashed. When the clear sky hammer was about to attack the opponent, German's soul force burst out again under his feet, allowing his body to move in the same direction at a speed equal to the clear sky hammer. The hammer body was relatively static for German. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the hammer body, pushing it hard. The clear sky hammer sank suddenly, and Tangsun almost couldn't hold it firmly. But German had already jumped high and stepped forward. Tangsun used the Ghost Shadow Phantom Step, one of the Tangsek's unique skills, to retreat quickly, and took out 9 arc-shaped flying knives as thin as willow leaves. The flying knives were like 9 phoenixes flapping their wings, drawing graceful arcs in the air. The Tangsek's hidden weapon ranked 8th phoenix, attracting 9 chicks. German simply burst out his soul power, attracted the airflow, and easily changed the trajectory of the flying knives, letting them pass in front of, behind, and above him. He crushed the ground with one foot, reached out to grab the flying stones, and then used his soul power to shoot them one by one. There were no overly complicated techniques, no artistic beauty when Tangsun used hidden weapons, only the simplest and crudest speed. The stones flew forward with a sharp whistle. Even though Tangsun had cultivated the purple extreme demon pupil to the 3rd level, he could only see vague shadows. After dodging a few stones in a somewhat embarrassing manner, Tangsun's face became more solemn. He knew that the action of German throwing the stones just now seemed simple, but in fact the difficulty was no less than his own Tangsek's unique skills. Although there is no complicated technique, it requires extremely high soul power control. Otherwise such a huge soul power, attached to a fragile stone, will only crush it into powder. He no longer holds back. The dark blue light in his eyes suddenly lights up, and a strong mental shock is sent out. At the same time, he activated the soul bone from Tangziro that Amon gave him, the right arm bone of power amplification. Although the soul configuration of German is the same as the main body, and it also has 100% in terms of mental power, it is still weaker than Tangsun, who has cultivated the purple extreme demon eye and attached the spiritual head soul bone. Even though the soul toughness has been greatly enhanced under the effect of the soul fixing grass, and it has good resistance to mental attacks, it is still seriously injured at this time. He immediately switched to a time worm, acting as if he was not affected by anything. Facing the hammer swung by Tangsun using the soul bone skill, he just raised his hand, and the materialized soul power condensed into a light grey transparent film on his palm. Bang! A violent collision sounded, and Tangsun stepped back several steps under the strong recoil, his blood surging, and he finally stood, Firm point. He looked at the relaxed and calm German with a trace of horror in his eyes. Not bad. German put down his hand and nodded. As if he had given up fighting point, he walked straight into Tang San's house and said calmly, "Come in." Tang San hesitated for a moment, but still followed him in. German sat on a hardwood chair. His sharp eyes swept over Tang San, pointed to another chair, and said, "Sit." Tang San sat down, thinking strangely. This is obviously my house. Why do you look like the owner? She has told me the matter. You are quite strong, slightly stronger than her, and a good helper. Tang San thought for a moment, and understood that the she German was referring to was Hulina. The King of Slaughter doesn't want to see 2 more gods of slaughter born, so he came to me and asked me to sign up for the Hell Slaughter grounds. In the competition, I will kill you 2 who are about to become 100 win champions. German suddenly said. What? Tang San stood up, and the chair slid back under his calf, making a clang sound. The previous confrontation made him realize that he had no chance of winning in front of German. You have also seen my strength. If I seriously participate in the battle, you will have no power to resist. Tang San's eyes were dignified. He noticed that German said you too, which means that Hulina was also the one that the King of Slaughter asked German to kill. German continued, in this slaughter city, even I can't beat the King of Slaughter, but I don't want to kill her, so I came to make a deal with you. I will participate in the Hell Slaughter field as the King of Slaughter asked, so that he can relax his vigilance, but I won't fight seriously. I will deliberately die in your hands. Then, the 2 of you immediately asked to open the Hell Road, to prevent the King of Slaughter from playing any tricks again. The real master of this Hell City is not the King of Slaughter, or in other words, the King of Slaughter is just a spokesperson chosen by the Slaughter City. He also has to follow certain rules, and is subject to certain restrictions, so he can't refuse your request. Tang San couldn't help asking, why don't you just refuse the request of the King of Slaughter, and not sign up for the Hell Killing Ground? German responded, because I want Hulina to leave here. If I don't agree, the King of Slaughter may deal with her in other ways. In this special environment, I don't have the power to fight against it. Tang San looked at German and was shocked. The other's face was still cold, but Tang San saw a determination from it. That is, the determination to sacrifice his life for the one he loves. He couldn't help but think of Xiao Wu. If Xiao Wu and I faced such a situation, could I do this for her? It should be possible. Tang San said with a hint of admiration. What can I do for you? German softened his tone a lot. First, kill me. I don't want her to do it. It's too cruel for her. Second, I could have killed you in the battle with you and continued to survive for a while. Even if the King of Slaughter wanted to deal with me, it wouldn't be too easy. But in order to help her in the Hell Road, I'm willing to let you kill me. In return, you need to help her as much as possible in the Hell Road. Of course, this is on the premise that you don't endanger your own life and you have spare energy. Tang San nodded and said seriously, I will try my best to help her leave safely. I swear. German continued. Third, this is another deal of ours, which has nothing to do with the previous 2. I need you to throw it into the Hell Road. As he said, he took out a snow white fairy grass. The fairy grass was crystal white, and each blade seemed to be dripping with water. It was slender and curved, and looked like a swan's neck. This is the Snow Swan Kiss, which has the characteristic of stimulating potential, but also stimulating negative effects, allowing viruses and toxins to grow thousands of times. Even if it sticks to it a little, it is fatal. Tang San was so scared that he quickly stepped back a few steps. Even if he was contaminated by breathing, he would definitely die. Snowy Swan Kiss. Tang San looked horrified. How do you have this thing? Tang San was shocked to see that German actually held it directly in his hand. But soon, he noticed that there was a transparent, almost imperceptible film on German's hand. It was this film that protected him from the invasion of Snowy Swan Kiss. It seems that you know its function, so I don't need to explain it specifically. German sounded in a flat, emotionless voice. It can destroy the Killing City. Such a sinful city should not exist. This is your award. He took out another pink herb with a faint and elegant fragrance. Fragrant. Kilo immortal product. Tang San couldn't help but exclaimed point he had seen this thing in Douluo's medicine garden, but unlike the original book, Douluo only allowed him to take away 7 herbs. In order to give his companions and teacher 1 fairy herb each, he had no choice but to give it up. Unexpectedly, he saw another one in this killing city. You have a wide range of knowledge. German showed a slightly surprised expression. I have some attainments in poison, so I have some research on medicinal herbs. Tang Sun looked at German with a little suspicion and asked, how did you get these 2 immortal herbs? He remembered that there were these 2 in Douluo's medicine garden, but after Douluo died, they all fell into Amon's hands. Now that German, who looks exactly like Amon, took out the same thing, he couldn't help but be suspicious. This is one of the baits my brother used to lure me into the trap. I snatched it from him. Unfortunately, he still ran away, and I was trapped here. German said with a little regret. So these are actually the 2 in Douluo's medicine garden? Tang Sun was a little surprised and thought with a smile he had been thinking about those immortal herbs for a long time, but he didn't expect to get some of them in this way, including the fragrant kilo immortal product he wanted most. Since you know this herb, it will be much easier. You should know its value. What do you think of my deal? German asked. Tang Sun hesitated. Why don't you let Ulina do it? German responded almost without thinking, because the slaughter city is connected to the spirit hall. If she is destroyed and exposed, it will affect her. After all, her teacher is the current pope of the spirit hall. I can't ask her to do something that will harm the interests of the spirit hall, which will put her in a dilemma. In addition, more importantly, that girl is too kind. Even if the people in the slaughter city are all fallen people who deserve to die, killing so many people will make her feel uneasy. Tang Sun opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopping. Kind. A woman who can win 99 games in the Hell Slaughter field is called the Hell Messenger, and can be described as killing people everywhere is not an exaggeration. You call her kind. Where are your coldness and IQ? Have they been squeezed out by love? Tang Sun couldn't help but complain in his heart. But he didn't argue about this matter. Since German thought Ulina was kind, then just treat her as kind. Anyway, it won't harm him, and he can also get an extra fragrant kilo fairy product. Tang Sun nodded, accepted the herbs, and said seriously, I agree, you are right. There is really no need for an evil place like the slaughter city to exist, and I hate it too. German left Tang Sun's residence and walked on the way back. He raised his right hand and pinched the right half of the glasses frame with his index finger and thumb respectively, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Heh, it's done. Chapter 196 Road to Hell. Outside the hell-killing field, Ulina looked at the non-standard cone-shaped building in front of her with a somewhat melancholy expression. She glanced at the side and behind her. The dark moon, which was emitting a cold and strange light, was still there, and the purple and blue candles on the street were swaying. When she was about to leave this killing city, she suddenly realized that she didn't hate it so much. No, it should be said that she didn't hate the time spent here so much. Is it because of that person? Ulina thought with mixed emotions in her mind. A figure wearing black clothes, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with meticulous hair combing, sharp eyes, and a cold expression emerged. Gap. The crow with white eye circles on its eyes circled a few times, and landed on her shoulder. Ulina closed her eyes, took a deep breath, restrained the complexity in her heart, and after adjusting her emotions, she said in a somewhat brisk voice, let's go, little crow. After that, she took firm steps and walked towards the hell-killing field. As she walked, Ulina felt panicky for no reason, as if she was about to lose something important. She couldn't help but speed up her pace and entered the building full of blood and violence in a distracted manner. When she saw the scene in the killing field, she was stunned. German was covering his heart with one hand, on which was a flying knife as thin as a willow leaf. His other hand grabbed Tang Sun's arm and said in a very low voice that only Tang Sun could hear, take her away safely. You can get a soul bone over 50,000 years old. I have told her the location. I told her that I will tell you the news when you get out safely. German. Ulina couldn't help but rush into the field. Tang Sun was exuding murderous aura at this moment. The 100th victory made his murderous aura surge, to the point where he couldn't control it. Seeing Hulina rushing over, he took the initiative to step back a distance. You killed him? Hulina stared at Tangsun with red eyes. Tangsun nodded calmly. Think carefully. Has he said anything to you recently? This is his own choice. Do you think, if he didn't do it on purpose, would it be me or him who fell to the ground? Who? Lena barely regained her sanity that was about to be devoured by anger and recalled what he said to her before coming to the hell killing field and found that it seemed that there had been signs since then. And the uneasiness and upset when she entered the killing field was probably because she felt a little wrong about these words in her subconscious, but she didn't think it through before. Ulina shed sad tears and sobbed softly. Tangsun said softly, he did it for you. What you should do most now is to cheer up. Don't let him down for the sacrifice he made for you. Get through the hell road and live well. It's not easy to say too much now. I can explain it later. I know. Hulina wiped her tears, and when she stood up, there was only determination in her eyes. At the beginning of the second match, Hulina vented all her anger on her opponent until she cut the throat of the last person with a dagger, and her murderous aura surged, and she felt much better. Congratulations, young hell messenger. Ashura King. A deep sharp voice suddenly came from all directions at this moment. The huge murderous aura accumulated in Tangsun and Hulina actually poured back and was forced into their bodies, making them both pale. Tangsun's heart tightened, and he was a little shocked. He thought to himself, is this the terrible strength of the King of Slaughter? No wonder even German had to sacrifice himself to give Hulina a chance to get out. If he targeted her, even a strong man like German would only die if he didn't obey. At the same time, he was somewhat fortunate that he had won enough games early on so that the King of Slaughter could not attack him directly due to the rules. This was the information revealed by Amon. In fact, what really made the King of Slaughter wary was Tang Heo and Bibidang behind them, not the so-called rule that he could not attack them. If he won enough games, the City of Slaughter is no longer the original City of Slaughter. The evil thoughts of the Rakshasa god have eroded the rules left by the Asura god. Especially after the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, which was originally the content of the god test, parasitized Tang Chen's body, broke through the restrictions set by the Asura god, and became the King of Slaughter. Some rules have become invalid. As the blood-red figure fell from the sky, the atmosphere in the hell slaughter field rose to the extreme. King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter. The fallen who were watching the battle shouted hoarsely, but did not stop at all, as if they were affected by some force. A crow with white circles under its eyes flapped its wings and slowly landed on Hulina's shoulder. The King of Slaughter glanced at the corpse of German lying on the ground and cursed in his heart. He focused his eyes on Hulina and Tangsun and said loudly against his will, I'm very happy to see the birth of two 100 win champions today. This is a grand occasion that has never happened in decades. Their powerful strength and murderous aura make your hearts tremble, right, my people? Yes. The King of Slaughter exuded a strange fishy and sweet smell, which intoxicated these fallen people. The King of Slaughter was suspended at a height of about 5 meters, looking down at the two people condescendingly. In order to commend you, I decided to make an exception and grant you the title of God of Slaughter. From now on, you can enter and leave the City of Slaughter freely. No need to go to the Hell Road. Tangsun and Hulina looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. If they don't go to the Hell Road, they won't be able to obtain the God of Killing domain, and German's sacrifice will become futile and meaningless. Hulina can't accept such a result. She said coldly, no, I hope to rely on my own strength to walk out of here and become a real God of Killing. The King of Killing looked a little ugly. The horror of the Hell Road is far beyond your imagination. I hope you understand that people only have one life, but there are always some things that are more important than life. Hulina looked at the body of German and said resolutely. Tangsun also spoke up. The purpose of my coming here is to pass the Hell Road. I hope you can allow it. The King of Killing looked solemn. He had broken through some minor rules and could ignore them, but he still needed to abide by some core rules. He said in a somewhat cold tone, then it's as you wish. There are people to accompany you on the road to hell, so you won't be lonely. If you can pass the test and become the new generation of god of killing, please say hello to your elders for me. A thick red mist suddenly released from the king of killing, and the huge breath forced Tangsun and Hulina to retreat. This extremely cold and evil power turned into red ripples, slowly spreading and spreading to the whole venue. The faces of the fallen and the audience showed excitement. They were curious about this mysterious road to hell, but they didn't know that those who had seen the road to hell, except the god of killing and the king of killing, were all dead. They, the audience, were the sacrifices for the opening of the road to hell. Tangsun and Hulina found that the red light released by the king of killing, although it put a lot of pressure on them, was not aimed at them, but went to the surrounding stands. The fallen who were cheering wildly became quiet as the red light landed on the viewing platform, and their eyes gradually became dull. The red light formed a huge barrier in the hell killing field, and screams of pain rang out one after another. The fallen frantically scratched their faces and bodies, with expressions of both pain and enjoyment on their faces, as if they could get infinite pleasure from the self-abuse pain. The skin rolled up, blood spilt, muscles blurred, bones exposed. They scratched their chests, tore open their abdomens, and took out their lungs, kidneys, livers, hearts and other organs one by one. Looking at this weird and terrifying scene, even Tangsun and Hulina, who had faced countless killings, couldn't help but turn pale. Only the crow who stayed on Hulina showed an interested expression, looking around without blinking. The blood spilled on the ground, gathered into streams, and flowed to the center of the killing field along the inconspicuous small pipes under the audience seats. Countless winding red liquids flowed into it like small snakes. The king of slaughter looked intoxicated, as if he was enjoying the scene in front of him. He said in a low voice with a slight smile, "It is their honor to be the sacrifice, to open the road to hell. These humble and lowly lives can become part of hell. Shouldn't they celebrate?" Blood appeared and engulfed all the corpses on the ground, including Germans. Grooves gradually appeared on the ground, and blood was injected into them, forming a huge blood red pattern. Tangsun and Hulina were both in the pattern, and it was difficult to see its full picture. They closed their eyes at the same time, and released their mental power to observe the surroundings. The pattern formed by the blood was a bird-like creature, but it looked a little strange, and was not as simple as an ordinary bad point. Just when they were puzzled by this, the bird's eyes lit up, and the released mental power was instantly shattered. A huge red light rushed into the sky, and everything around became blurred. The low, somewhat sarcastic voice of the king of slaughter echoed in his ears. "I wish you a pleasant journey on the road to hell." At the moment when his mental power was crushed, Tangsun finally figured out what the bird-shaped pattern looked like. A bat. It seemed to be a pattern of a bat. In the red light, Tangsun and Hulina felt empty under their feet. Everything around them became illusory, all their perceptions were blocked, and they could not control themselves, which made them feel terrified. The murderous aura on their bodies spontaneously gathered into a layer of light white shield to protect them, blocking the engulfment from the blood red light. After an unknown amount of time, accompanied by a violent shock, all senses were restored, and they regained control of their bodies. The blood light around them gradually faded. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 HERMAN and -039 S Gift. When Tangsun and Hulina woke up completely, they found themselves on a circular platform. The platform was only about 5 meters in diameter, not very big, and both of them fell to the ground. They woke up almost at the same time, their eyes falling on each other. Tangsun saw that Hulina was shrouded in a faint blood mist, and her eyes had completely turned blood red. Around her body, white ripples continued to intensify, and her body was convulsing violently, as if she was suffering from some great pain. He looked at himself again. In addition to the white ripples composed of murderous aura, there was also a faint blue halo closer to the body surface. Compared with the cold, evil, dead blood light, the blue halo is not strong, but it is full of the breath of life, blocking out the murderous aura and blood light. A crow with white earrings flapped its wings, flew from above, landed on Hulina's shoulder, and called out with a quacking sound. As the crow sounded, Hulina felt that her body suddenly became relaxed, and the increasing murderous aura seemed to be less oppressive on her spirit. Thank you, little crow. Hulina turned her head and looked over her shoulder with just one glance. She was stunned, and Tangsun was also stunned at the same time point, because they saw that there was also a layer of white ripples around the crow's body. The white ripples that resisted the bloodlight were transformed from the murderous aura they had accumulated after experiencing countless fights in the hell-killing fields and killing countless people. The same thing actually appeared on a crow, and it seems to be more solid than the two of them. I'm not as good as a crow, Tangsun thought in his heart. It was truly a pet raised by Mr. Herman. It was so extraordinary. Hulina secretly admired it. After a while, Hulina said in a hoarse voice, "You can tell me now what exactly Herman did." Tangsun nodded and told all the part about Hulina in the deal between him and Jamin. After hearing this, Hulina was silent for a long time, then wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "Let's go." Tangsun nodded. The environment on Hell Road was more dangerous than they imagined. Everything around them was a faint blood red. Beyond the 5-meter diameter circular platform under their feet was an abyss, a slender path less than half a foot wide and only large enough to accommodate 2 feet standing at the same time, leads to the unknown darkness, and this is the only way to leave the platform where they are. Looking at each other, Tangsun and Hulina couldn't help but frown. An idea flashed in Hulina's mind. I don't know what's below. Tangsun had no worries about the dangerous path. Although it was hanging in midair, with the help of blue silver grass, flying divine claw, and 8 spider spears, he was absolutely sure that he would not fall. Hulina was not so sure, and wanted to find another way out. Let me see. Tangsun was lying on the ground, with only his head exposed outside the round platform, looking down into the abyss. Blue light flickered in his eyes, and his vision penetrated the darkness, and saw an endless, calm, and deep pool of blood, or a sea of blood. He said to Hulina, "It's blood, maybe the human blood accumulated in the killing city over the years, which is Bloody Mary, or the sacrifice for this road." Hulina looked thoughtful, and after a while, she said, "It seems that this Hell Road is not only the path out of the Slaughter City, but also the core of the entire Slaughter City. I'm afraid it is also the energy source of the strange realm of the Slaughter City." Tangsun nodded in agreement and looked into the darkness in the distance. "This narrow road should be the so-called Hell Road, and it is also the only way for us to leave. The blood pool below is most likely also the chronically poisonous one in the killing city source. Do you have any medicine to prevent highly toxic poisons? Do you want to try walking from below?" Hulina felt very uneasy about this thin and narrow road. There are all kinds of poisons in the world, and no medicine can resist all poisons. Tangsun shook his head. The crow with white eye circles flew towards the narrow road. "It seems that little crow has the same opinion as you." Seeing this, Hulina said without hesitation, "I will listen to you. Do you have a rope? Each of the two of you can hold on to a section to facilitate rescue if something happens." Tangsun touched the flying divine claw on his sleeve, feeling a little reluctant to remove the rope on it, and he also didn't want to expose the blue silver grass in front of Hulina's eyes. His current identity is Tang Yin, a disciple of the Tang sect, not Tangsun, who has a grudge against the spirit hall. A rope fell on Hulina's head, and she couldn't help but be stunned. The rope was thrown to her by the white-eyed crow. Hulina's nose felt sore when she saw the crow's eyes, as if looking at an idiot. She thought of Herman again, and he always gave her such a look. She quickly gathered her mind, tried not to think about anything else, and focused all her attention on the road to hell. The two of them set out on the road, with Tangsun in front and Hulina behind, walking forward slowly. The crow with white circles flew over the two of them. In a world of deathly silence, every minute is torture, and the road to hell seems to be so long that there is no end in sight. The crow suddenly made a quacking call, and the call was rapid. "Be careful, there is danger ahead." Hulina understood what the crow meant, and warned. Tangsun's eyes were solemn, staring straight ahead. The red shadows were approaching quickly. There were hundreds of blood-red bats. They seemed to be miniature versions of the blood-colored patterns on the ground of the hell-killing fields. Each blood bat was about a foot long, but its huge wings spread out to more than 1 meter. The two were tied together with a rope, back to back, ready to fight the enemy. Little Crow, it's dangerous. Come back quickly. Hulina shouted. The battle began, and Tangsen revealed the blue-silver grass domain, causing Hulina to be surprised. Hulina carried Tangsen forward, while Tangsen leaned on Hulina's back, constantly throwing hidden weapons after the bat colony lost hundreds of bats. A larger blood bat suddenly called out, "Zizi," immediately. Afterwards, all the remaining blood bats began to make shrill and piercing chirps. Hulina's steps began to slow down and gradually stopped. She straightened up and let Tangsen's feet fall to the ground. She said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid we are in trouble." Tangsen quickly untied the rope around Hulina's waist, turned around and looked forward, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Under the narrow road directly in front, there was a huge guy hanging upside down. This is a dark golden bat, more than 4 meters long, with 3 heads, and a pair of huge claws tightly clasped on the narrow road. All the blood bats flew through the air quickly, and gathered behind the huge dark gold 3-headed bat. The dark gold 3-headed bat spread its wings with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, released its claws, turned around in a circle below, flew directly in front of the 2 people, and rushed towards them quickly. Under normal conditions, both of them would be absolutely sure of dealing with such a bat that was slightly stronger than an ordinary 10,000-year-old beast. However, the terrain at this moment was very unfavorable, and they could not use soul skills, so they both looked very worried. Dignified. The crow with white circles suddenly rushed out and hit the bat's head with lightning speed. Although he is an ordinary crow, Amon's soul power is still there, and his soul bone skills can also be used. He just used his condensed soul power to protect his body, and simply used his soul power to accelerate and hit him. Little crow, Hulina shouted anxiously. Then, in the eyes of the 2 people, the huge bat fell from the sky, and it was knocked unconscious by the impact just now. The crow with white circles landed on Hulina's shoulders again, as if it had done something trivial. Tangsen looked at the crow with a horrified expression. He had been wary of Hulina along the way, but ignored this little guy. But now it seems that it may be stronger than Hulina. At the same time, he also had a deeper feeling for Amon's power. What kind of existence is the Amon family? First, Jacob, who calls himself Amon, showed terrifying strength comparable to a titled Douluo in the Soul Master competition. And then there is Amon, who can hunt down such a powerful Jacob. Tangsen thought in his heart. On the road that followed, the 2 encountered 10 more blazing sun snakes. Tangsen used the 9-9 returns to 1 technique in the random cloak hammering technique, smashing the giant snake into several sections with 1 move. Hulina was speechless for a moment. There are 3 levels in total on the Hell Road. The dark gold 3-headed Bat King is the first level, the 10-headed fierce sun snake is the second level, and the third level is the invisible erosion of the spirit by murderous intent. Just like in the original work, Hulina asked Tangsen to knock herself out and entrust her life to him. Looking at Hulina, who fainted, Tangsen hesitated whether to kill her now. After all, this was his enemy, Bibi Dong's disciple. But he didn't do that in the end, but carried her on his back as agreed. When he was about to leave the road to hell, he took out a herb that was as white as a swan's neck. Can activate the highly toxic snow-colored swan kiss. He would throw it down and let it fall into the plasma, with a sneer on his lips. King of Slaughter, I hope you like the gift Amon left you. In Snow Swan Kiss, a small insect with 12 links and exuding starry colors faced this endless plasma with a strong evil aura and did not resist, allowing it to swallow itself up. The crow with white circles left Hulina's shoulder, flew into the darkness, and disappeared from Tangsen's sight. Tangsen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately stopped caring about it. This crow is so extraordinary that even I'm a little afraid of it. There is no need to interfere with whatever it wants to do. After the crow flew away, it fell into the pool of blood and disappeared without a trace. Northland, Frostleaf City. In an ordinary wooden house, Amon's body raised his right hand, stroked his monocle, slowly raised the corners of his mouth, and whispered to himself, "The previous mistakes have been made up for. Next, we will wait to close a net. I hope it won't take too long. I'm looking forward to your reward, King of Slaughter." Chapter 198. The biggest mistake. For Amon, 3 of the immortal herbs around the yin yang eyes of ice and fire are very important, and the rest are dispensable. Among them, the soul fixing grass he ate enhanced his soul's toughness and improved his resistance to mental attacks. It also strengthened the soul's ability to carry consciousness, allowing him to double the number of clones in a short period of time, which is equivalent to an extra year to accumulate clones. The other 2 are love sickness, heartbroken red, and snow swan kiss that was thrown into the blood pool under the hell road not long ago. The former is convenient for him to lay out on Douluo, and the latter is the key prop to destroy the slaughter city. In addition to the soul fixing grass, the other 2 can only play their due role when they are sent to Tangsun. Not leaving all the immortal herbs to Tangsun is Amon's biggest mistake so far. If Tangsun gets all the immortal herbs as in the original work, and his own personality cannot change much, it is almost inevitable that he will throw Snow Swan Kiss into the blood pool when leaving the slaughter city. Amon only needs to wait for Tangsun to pick the immortal herbs and enjoy the success, but he made a wrong decision, so he had to send his clone to the slaughter city to make up for it. He didn't want to get in touch with such a place that was closely related to the gods too early, as it might attract the gods' prying eyes and bring unnecessary trouble. But the blood red 9-headed bat king was an excellent soul ring choice corresponding to the parasite that he couldn't give up. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to take a little risk. In Amon's opinion, as long as it was not 100% discovered and attracted the intervention of the gods, it was worth taking the risk of using the clone. It should be noted that Amon himself could not obtain the killing domain. Otherwise it would be equivalent to labeling himself with a bright label and telling the Shura god his position. That's why he waited for Tangsun and Hulina to open the Hell Road, and just like the original work, he used Tangsun's hand to invest in the Snow Swan Kiss. This is the most concealed way to avoid being discovered. However, to be on the safe side, he also used a time worm to parasitize the Snow Swan Kiss as a backup when Tangsun failed to fulfill the agreement. If Tangsun did not abide by the agreement, then this time worm would emerge and throw the immortal grass into the blood pool. Tangsun did not break the agreement, so this backhand naturally did not come in handy. At the last moment, the crow who was about to leave also chose to commit suicide as the ending, so as to prevent the situation where the stowaway himself also obtained the killing field. Now, the seeds of destruction have been cast, and only time is needed to ferment. When the toxins in the blood pool are stimulated, the killing city will usher in the destruction, and the king of killing will have to come to the ground world. If it is in the killing city, it is impossible to use soul skills, and Amon has no good means to deal with him. But it is different in the ground world. As long as it is not a complete state of the limit Douluo like Douluo and Ishan, Amon can find more than one way to kill it. Although the last section of the Hell Road is not long, the difficulty exceeds the sum of the previous ones. Relying on the breath of life brought by the blue silver grass, Tangsun resisted the increasingly strong Murderosaur against himself. Finally, he carried Hulina on his back and rushed into the exit of the slaughter city, into a white light curtain. At this moment, he felt that he had entered a special world. The surroundings were a snow white void, and the 8-spider lance he used to climb the cliff was restricted by a special force and pressed back into the body. Hulina behind him didn't know where she went. In this white world, the whole body couldn't use any strength. The only feeling was cold. This coldness was not only from the outside to the inside, but also from the inside to the outside. It was not a real temperature change, but the chill brought by Murderosaur. The purest Murderosaur converged in the body. The Murderosaur constantly eroded the body, bringing the coldness deep into the soul, making the heart gradually stiff, and the perception quietly blurred with consciousness. Tangsun vaguely felt a huge domain, boundless, covering the entire slaughter city. This domain was much stronger than his own blue-silver domain. Being in it, he was like a rootless duckweed. I don't know how long it took. When Tangsun woke up from the pain, he felt like he had a dream. His body was lying in a field of blue-silver grass, and these blue-silver grass were transmitting a trace of light warmth into his body. All the pain was gone, only the whole body was comfortable, and the familiar soul skills came back again. When he wanted to turn over and sit up, Tangsun found that his left hand was a little heavy. When he turned his head, he saw that he was holding the clear sky hammer in his left hand. There was a white pattern on the top of the clear sky hammer. It looked like the blood-colored pattern on the ground of the Hell Killing Ground when the Hell Road was activated, but the color was different. Tangson tried to feel the white pattern, and in an instant, the surging white light quietly diffused with the clear sky hammer as the center, spreading out and turning into a colorless field. Even the blue-silver grass that he was closest to was trembling in this invisible airflow. The Killing God Field. This is the Killing God Field. As the field was released, Tang San's eyebrows were filled with an unconcealable murderer saw a point at this moment. An invisible murderer saw approached instantly, as if something invisible had hit the Killing God's domain heavily. Tang San's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly adjusted his body, looking in that direction vigilantly. This was a habit he had developed in the City of Slaughter for a long time. A few dozen meters away, a pretty figure stood there, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Hulina said, "Should I call you Tang Yin or Tang San?" She woke up before me. I also discovered my identity. This was the first thought in Tang San's mind, and a layer of cold sweat broke out involuntarily on his back, as if he had walked through the gates of hell. "As you like," Tang San said as calmly as possible. "The name is just a code name. I will always be me." "Where's the little crow?" Hulina asked the question she was most concerned about now. "I don't know. On the last section of the Hell Road, it flew away by itself. I don't know where it went." Tang San responded immediately. "That's it." A flash of worry flashed in Hulina's eyes. "By the way, German should have told you in the end, the reward for bringing you out." Tang San looked at Hulina and asked, "Or are you planning to renege on the debt after you found out that I'm Tang San, who?" Lena chuckled, but then revealed a hint of sadness. "This is a promise Amon made. I don't want that proud man to leave a stain at the end of his life. He asked me to tell you that if you tell Amon the news about German, you can ask for a soul bone that is no less than 50,000 years old as reward." "What?" Tang San couldn't help but frown. "Just by sending a message, you can get a 50,000-year-old soul bone." Tang San was half convinced. "That's what Herman told me. In my impression, there has never been a situation where the promises he made could not be fulfilled." "Who?" Lena said seriously. "Perhaps in the eyes of these two brothers, a 50,000-year-old soul bone is nothing." Tang San suddenly thought that when Amon finally came to him to reconcile, he threw out 2 soul bones in an understatement, as if he didn't even put the treasure that even the title Douluo desired in his eyes. "Is this the heritage of the Amon family? It is so deep that even 50,000-year-old soul bones can be used as random gifts. The 2 people who come out are outstanding people like Amon and German. How rich and terrifying must that family be?" No. People like Amon and German should be a minority in the Amon family, and they are the top elites among them. Otherwise, I'm afraid there would be no Spirit Hall and the 2 empires. Tang San thought in his heart. "Then, if nothing else, let's say goodbye. Next time we meet, I'm afraid we will be enemies. To be honest, I don't hate you, but you are the teacher's enemy, so naturally you are also my enemy." Hulina smiled sweetly. "Well, I don't hate you either, but your teacher is my enemy, and you are naturally my enemy too. See you next time. Maybe it's life or death, and I won't hold back." Tang San nodded. The 2 people walked in different directions and drifted away. Suddenly coming from the killing city to the normal world, Hulina felt happy from the bottom of her heart. Even the ordinary flowers, ordinary grass, ordinary trees, blue sky, white clouds, sunshine, everything seemed so kind. Compared with the gloomy and depressing place in the killing city, which is covered in blue and purple light all year round and full of black granite, the world on the ground is so gorgeous and colorful. However, that person is no longer there. When she thought that because of her, Herman would stay in that dark underground forever and never see this colorful world again, Hulina felt the urge to cry. I'm sorry. She squatted down by a creek, hugged her knees, and cried silently. "I'm really sorry, I lost the little crow." At this moment, she is not the cold and powerful hell messenger who kills people in the killing city, but a little girl who has lost her loved one, and lost the only relic left by her. Gap. A hoarse and low cry sounded. Hearing the hoarse cry, Hulina suddenly looked up, and found a crow with white eye circles. It didn't know when it stopped on a branch not far away, looking at her like an idiot. That look is so familiar, just like its owner. Little crow. Hulina burst into tears and laughed, shouting in surprise. The crow flapped its wings, flew down from the branch, and landed directly on her shoulder. Hulina felt her shoulders sink. Feeling the familiar weight, her mood suddenly improved a lot. Don't run around anymore. If you get separated, you'll be in trouble. Hulina warned. The crow made a quacking noise, as if agreeing. Of course, this crow was not the one in the ground, but Amon specially found a similar one to use as a substitute. Deep in the Zilin Mountains, in an inaccessible forest, a young man wearing a black classical robe, a pointed soft hat, and a crystal monocle on his right eye, was walking on the grass. He raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb respectively, and whispered, in order to prevent her from being too sad and grieving, I specially asked a clone to be my pet. Well, I'm indeed a gentle and kind person. I hope Bibi Dang doesn't mind Hulina bringing an extra little pet to the meeting in Wuhan Hall. Chapter 199. 4 people. In the dark void, a figure slowly appeared. Although there was no reference, one could feel the hugeness of his figure. He wore an armor covered with dark red magic patterns, and his body was surrounded by a dark red light, which was the color of dried blood. The dense blood wrapped around him, making it impossible to see his face clearly. The huge figure like a mountain made a sound like thunder. 2 more qualified people have appeared. In total, there are already 4 qualified people in that world. Haha, it seems that my god status will be thrown away soon. He chuckled, a hint of lilt in his voice. Mistress, a majestic voice rang in Tang San's ears, and Tang Heo was already standing quietly on the road ahead without knowing it. 3 years have made him look older. Tang San was keenly aware of the same qualities in the other party as his own, which was the aura of the god of death realm. That, do you also have the god of killing domain? Tang San's eyes were still cold. This was the sequel of the condensed murderous aura that could not be perfectly controlled. Tang Heo nodded and smiled. You did a good job. You didn't disappoint me. Follow me. Tang San quickly followed his footsteps. What you may not know in the killing city is that a lot of things have happened in the outside world in the past 3 years, which can be said to be unprecedented changes in hundreds of years. We want to take revenge on Wuhan Palace, and now is the best opportunity. You must grow up as soon as possible, otherwise it may not be that easy when everything settles. Tang Heo said as he walked. What happened? Tang Heo told Tang San everything that had happened in these years. The ferocious beasts appeared. The spirit palace was trapped. The spirit beasts massacred the city. The empire went to war. Tang San was stunned to hear these major events. He thought that the knowledge he had learned before was false, and couldn't help but ask, ferocious beast? Are there really such terrifying spirit beasts? Yes, this is the first time I know that there is such a monster in the Star Forest. Tang San suddenly asked anxiously, what about Xiao Wu? Is Xiao Wu okay? She is in a safe place now. You don't have to worry. By the way, mistress, tell me honestly, do you hate Amon? Tang Heo said seriously. Tang San recalled everything in the past. His hostility towards Amon was mainly due to his greed for possessing the fairy grass. Later, he was teased on the contrary, and Xiao Wu was accidentally exposed, and he replied, I don't have that much hatred. Many things come from myself. The most difficult thing for me to accept is his humiliation of Xiao Wu in the Soul Master competition. Tang Heo said in a deep voice, Duke Amon is a very terrifying figure, and almost every major event that has happened in recent years has been implicated in him, and it seems that his shadow can be seen on the battlefield in all directions. People can't help but wonder whether he intentionally led the situation to the current situation. You can hate him, but you must not show it. If you are not sure of killing him with one strike, you can only bury everything deep in your heart. Do you understand? Looking at Tang Heo's extremely serious expression, Tang San nodded, and after a moment's hesitation, asked, Dad, have you heard of the Amon family? I met a man in the killing city who looked exactly like Amon. He claimed to be his brother, a man named Gem Sparrow. He was because after chasing Amon, he was tricked and trapped in the killing city. The Amon family. Tang Heo pondered for a while and said, in recent years, information about the Amon family has also spread. It is said to be a very ancient hidden family, but because of Amon's activities, it has gradually appeared in the sight of other forces. Tang San nodded. What I learned from Jamin is similar. In fact, Amon was not originally named Amon, but Jacob. Amon is the name of the first ancestor of their family, and it is also the name of each generation of patriarch. After becoming the patriarch, he will change his name to Amon. There should be many secrets that we don't know. After a pause, he changed the topic and continued, is it time to tell me about the past? 3.5 years of hard work transformed Tangsen from a boy of less than 15 years old to a young man of 18 years old. His strength also made great progress, and he truly began to move towards the world of the strong. You are still far away from being able to truly stand on the top level of a soul master. You need greater improvement. Tang Heo's expression returned to its former cold and hard state. Then, when will I meet your requirements? With 2 major fields, Tangsen felt that he was already good enough. Tang Heo replied calmly, when you have washed away all your sins, restrained all your murderous intent, and completely mastered the realm of the god of death, I will tell you everything. Only then will you be initially equipped to face those things. The qualifications of those people. Wash away the lead. Tangsen chewed on this word, nodded, and then asked, do you know where Amon is? Jamin said that, if you tell Amon the news about him, you can ask for a soul bone that is no less than 50,000 years old from Amon as reward. Tang Heo's steps stagnated. Even with his calmness, he couldn't help but be moved by it. I don't know what's going on with the 2 brothers. Since you say so, you should think that this promise has a high chance of being fulfilled. But the key now is that Duke Amon's whereabouts are secretive. No one knows where he is. Where he is the target of the Black Dragon Emperor Shan, and all the soul beasts are hunting him. He is also the target of the Xingluo Empire. The Xingluo Emperor specially issued the star killing order for him and promised a generous reward. Therefore, he will not show up in a swagger and stay in one place for a long time. Tang San's eyes became strange, and he thought in his heart, Amon is really restless. He just got rid of German's pursuit and was hunted by the beasts in the Xingluo Empire. Could it be that he likes the feeling of being chased and beaten? Lina walked on the path in the forest. She didn't know where she was and could only move forward blindly. The crow with white circles under his eyes combed his feathers with his beak. The soul and the body influence each other. The soul controls the actions of the body, but the hormones secreted by the body will also subtly change the behavior of the soul. After parasitizing on this crow for a long time, this time worm has been greatly affected. Sometimes he can't even remember that he is a person. But this is not a problem. After all, it is just a clone, and the underlying logic will not change. If necessary, he can recover at any time under the inspiration of Amon's original body. Girl. A shrill voice sounded. Elder Ju. Looking at the figure in white, Lina shouted in surprise. Yu Guan smiled and said, congratulations, you can successfully walk out of that ghost place. You have proved your excellence. Come back with me. His Holiness the Pope will be very happy to see you return safely. Lina suddenly noticed that Yu Guan's white clothes were stained with a lot of blood, and her face changed. She knew that Yu Guan was a very clean person, and if it was not a particularly urgent moment, he could not bear to be dirty. Elder Ju, your clothes. What happened? Oh, this. Haha, I'm almost used to it. Don't worry, it's not my blood. Yu Guan smiled. You are still careful, girl. Yu Guan paused and said, this is what splashed when I rushed out of Wuhan City. It's just some blood, not bad. Caught out of Wuhan City? Lina was a little confused and didn't understand what Yu Guan was saying for a while. Could it be that Elder Ju betrayed Wuhan Hall? This thought just came up, and Yu Guan continued, you have to be mentally prepared. The current situation of Wuhan City is not very good. Although it is not critical, it is quite troublesome. Even the chief priest doesn't have a good solution. A few days later, Yu Guan brought Lina to the vicinity of Wuhan City. Be careful, you may run into those beasts next. You have to be mentally prepared. Although she was informed of some basic situations faced by the spirit hall early on, Lina still felt angry when she saw the group of soul beasts surrounding the spirit city. Focus and restrain your breath. I have notified Lao Gui to come out to pick us up. Don't be careless. If you are noticed by the beasts, even if we to title Douluo want to escort you to kill them, it will not be easy. Some of the soul beasts are very powerful, and they may have been at the level of 100,000 years. Yu Guan reminded in a low voice. Ulina nodded and said softly, I know, Elder Jew. After a while, the shadows at their feet suddenly moved, and a large area of shadows gathered to form a vague figure. It's up to you next, Lao Gui. Yu Guan said to the person who came. I know, Her Majesty the Pope is also watching this place closely. If there is any situation, she will lead people to support. The ghost shrouded in the shadow nodded. The shadows around him suddenly spread out, covering Yu Guan and Hulina, and then the figures of the three of them began to become somewhat illusory. Let's go, don't make too much noise, Gui Mei said. Ha. Who? A baboon with white eyes and brown fur suddenly made a strange cry. He didn't know where Hulina was, but he knew the location of the white-eyed crow. Several 10,000-year soul beasts approached, as if waiting for its orders. Ha. Hoo-ha-hoo. It made a strange cry, while pointing in the direction of Hulina. The soul beasts understood, and immediately began to gather their companions. Under the command of the white-eyed baboon, they rushed towards Hulina and others. Noticing the movements of the soul beasts, Yu Guan suddenly whispered, not good, they found us. Don't worry about hiding or not, go at full speed, and enter Wuhan City, before they are surrounded by them. After a thrilling and exciting battle, they finally got rid of the soul beasts and successfully entered Wuhan City. Gap. The white-eyed crow flipped and circled in the air, looked at the white-eyed baboon from a distance, and then returned to Hulina. Chapter 200 Tangsun in the Avalanche. The streets of Wuhan City are full of all kinds of filthy things. Due to the long war, there are relatively few ordinary people in the city, and most of them are soul masters who belong to Wuhan Palace. They also had to put down their bodies to clean up the soul beast excrement. That made them sick to look at. Ulina followed Yu Guan and Gui Mei, with a dazed expression, and a bit of anger. The murderous aura that she could not perfectly control emerged uncontrollably due to the fluctuations in her emotions. Girl, wake up, this is no longer a killing place. Yu Guan reminded. Sorry, I just felt a little emotional when I saw Wuhan City turned into this. Hulina said with a hint of apology. A familiar person pushed a wheelbarrow and walked past. He had flamboyant red hair and dark red eyes. He was Yan. The wheelbarrow was filled with all kinds of filth. Yan wore a mask and gloves and looked calm, as if he was used to it. As one of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, Yan was so comfortable doing this kind of work that only the humblest people could do in the past. Hulina's eyes widened, and she was a little stunned. In her impression, Yan was unruly. Even those more powerful soul masters would find it difficult to really make him submit. Yan turned his head, saw the three of them, and shouted in surprise, Nana. He wanted to rush over, but when he thought of the stench on his body, and was afraid of being rude to the beauty, he suppressed his impulse. After looking at himself, he smiled awkwardly and said, well, the respondent birds just launched an air raid, and I'm doing the cleanup work. Later, he noticed that he ignored Yu Guan and Gui Mei because of Hulina, and greeted them nonchalantly. Elder Jew, Elder Gui. Yu Guan nodded with a smile. Do it well, Hu. Lena was both amused that Yan looked like this, but also felt a little sad that Wuhan City had fallen into this situation. She smiled at Yanran. It's been a long time since we last met. Let's find some time to get together. Oh. Faced with the goddess he was thinking about, Yan was a little at a loss, and subconsciously touched the back of his head with his gloved hand. It wasn't until something wet and sticky seemed to stick to the back of his head that he suddenly woke up and secretly cursed. Damn it. After bidding farewell to Yan, Hulina continued walking towards the Pope's palace. She couldn't help but ask, the attack by the soul beasts is something that concerns the entire human race, right? Don't the two empires have support? Yu Guan shook his head. The Xiandao Empire has no time to take care of itself, and there is also a ferocious beast leading a herd of beasts to wreak havoc on its territory. Most of the forces sent by many sects have been transferred in that direction. The Star Luo Empire has most likely united with the soul beasts. Although they use the name of the beast control sect, anyone with a discerning eye knows that it is just a cover. Although their reason for attacking the Xiandao Empire and trying to force it to hand over Duke Amon seems very legitimate. It is not normal at this time when the vicious beast appears. Amon, that's the name again. Hulina felt like his shadow was everywhere in the killing city. German kept talking about it, and after returning to the earthly world, he appeared unusually frequently in the chat with Yuguan. The crow with white eyes uttered a low cry and flapped its wings in the Pope's palace. Bibi Dang, who was wearing a purple gold crown and becoming more and more imposing, looked at Hulina, whose temperament had changed drastically, with a smile, and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. It seems that you have benefited a lot from being in the killing city. Welcome back, Nana, teacher. Hulina couldn't help but burst into tears at the joy of reunion. She had been under too much pressure recently, and only after regaining support did she relax completely. Bibi Dang suddenly focused her attention on the crow with white eye circles that was resting on Hulina's shoulder. This crow gave her an inexplicable sense of strangeness and familiarity, like someone who was very annoying. I'm so annoyed by that guy that I think of him even when I see a crow. Bibi Dang dismissed some ridiculous thoughts from her mind and asked, what's going on with this crow? Who? Lena quickly responded, this is a relic of a friend I met in the killing city. I received a lot of care from him there, but unfortunately, he couldn't come out with me. There was a look of disappointment on her face. Bibi Dang sighed. The road in life is still long, and there will be better scenery ahead. You have to learn to let go. Although she said this, Bibi Dang thought with some self-deprecation in her heart, let go? Easier said than done. Some thoughts will not be diluted by time, but will only become stronger as time goes by. Since it is your friend's relic, then keep it, but remember to take good care of it, and don't let it run around. Because of the beast tide, the soul masters in Wuhan City have a strong hatred for soul beasts. You have seen the scene on the street today, especially for birds and soul beasts, Bibi Dang reminded. Yeah, I will. Then you go down and have a good rest first. Bibi Dang said softly. Tang Heo took Tangsun to a tall building in Xiandao City. This small building is 5 stories high, with a simple and elegant style. The word Yuzuan is written on the plaque hanging in front of the building. Tang Yuho received a father and son. She looked at Tang Heo with a somewhat complicated look. Brother, have you come to me after all these years? Sorry, Yuha. This is not a place to talk. Follow me. She took the two to the top floor of Yuxun, a huge hall. The furnishings in the room were all made of precious saga wood, exuding a faint fragrance. Tang Yuha looked at Tangsun and said, is this the son of you and sister Yin? Yes, his name is Tangsan. Tang Heo nodded. Brother is dead. He died in the hands of the spirit hall. He heard that this kid would participate in the spirit master competition, and the people of the spirit hall used him as bait to set a trap against you. So he left the mountain gate and went to the spirit city. Tang Heo said in a deep voice, I'm sorry for my brother. Sorry for the sect. Yes, you are sorry for my brother. Sorry for the sect. Tang Yuhua suddenly sneered and shouted hysterically, then you will be depressed like this? Live with your decadent look that will be stopped by people when you enter Yuxun? How long are you going to escape? Shouldn't you give an explanation to my brother, the sect, and me? Tang Heo shook his head and said painfully, the moment Aryan died in front of me, I have lost my spirit. A useless person like me can't help the sect. Tang Yuhua's face was as cold as frost. The spirit hall is trapped in prison. Now is a good time for our Haoshan sect to rise again. Do you know that the disciples of the once world's #1 sect have to live in seclusion in the mountains? Tang Heo stood up and walked slowly to the center of the hall, with his back to Tang Yuhua. My heart is dead. Ziosan is my explanation to the sect. He just came out of the slaughter city. He has the blue silver domain and the killing god domain. He is better than I used to be. I will give him to you. 1 year later, let him come back to the valley to find me. As he said, he threw a sheepskin map into Tang San's hand and then walked out. Stop. Tang Yuhua ran quickly behind Tang Heo and grabbed his shoulder. Tang Heo stopped and said, I will find a way to avenge my elder brother. I haven't done nothing these years. I have roughly identified the murderer who plotted against us by following some clues. As for Zio-san, after he sees me in a year, you can take him back to recognize his ancestors. Let him do what I can't do for me. He is the son of Yan and me, my only son, Tang. Heo shook Tang Yuhua's hand on his shoulder slightly, and his figure faded and disappeared quietly. Tang Yuhua looked quietly at the place where he stood last, sighed softly, and looked back at Tang-san. Did your father tell you about your mother? No. Tang-san shook his head. Then, let him tell it himself. I won't interfere. Tang Yuhua forced a smile. How old are you this year? Over 18 years old, but under 19 years old. Alas, if it were 10 years ago, you would have been the most dazzling star in the Spirit Master world. But now, the three people led by Douluo will be the dark clouds that cannot be shaken off over your generation. Tang Yuhua shook her head slightly. In this way, Tang-san stayed and followed Tang Yuhua to learn various noble etiquette and music. On the third day, he met a familiar yet unfamiliar noble youth, Zubeng. If it weren't for the same face, it would be really difficult for him to connect this gentle, well-educated and well-mannered beautiful boy with the arrogant and domineering Prince Zubeng. Brother, Tang, are you surprised? Zubeng said to Tang-san with a smile. Indeed. I can't recognize him at all. Tang-san nodded. He saw the shadow of Zuking in the current Zubeng. Unfortunately, it's too late. My father is seriously ill, my brother has monopolized power, and Uncle Zu Crossing also died of illness not long ago. I can only indulge in music as a solace. Zubeng chuckled. However, my mentality has changed, but you, brother Tang-san, even your appearance has changed a little, which is more change than mine. Tang-san smiled. It's just some coincidences. I heard that the situation in the Xiandao Empire is not very good now. Zubeng sighed. Yes, more than half a year of war has led to the people's livelihood, but my royal brother seems to be obsessed with proving himself on the battlefield, personally leading the army and fighting against the Xingluo Empire. In his eyes, there are only military merits in the throne, but he ignored the money and food needed to support such a large army to fight outside. The taxes are getting heavier, and the people's livelihood is getting more and more desolate. Behind his military merits are the blood and tears of thousands of people, and under his feet, the road he is walking on is made of countless bones. Tang-san's eyes condensed slightly. He didn't think that Prince Zubeng would give up like this. Now telling him these things seems to have other meanings. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.